What's up, people? What's going on? What the fuck? I did not have these 32 blocks of diamonds when I left. I don't know if I know Shen said I could take some. Apparently, fucking I don't know the mods that are installed. Apparently, mining in the Nether is like incredibly OP with a jetpack, which I do have a jetpack, but I do not have fuel for it, and I don't really know how to make fuel for it. I have to figure that out. I'm pretty sure this works. I just didn't. Yeah, okay, we're good. Propylene polymers? I don't know. China exports a lot of stuff. That's always a pretty safe guess. Okay, number 10. Not very good. Maybe Germany. Maybe Germany makes it. Yeah, okay. Germany makes Germany's number 5. Feel like Japan could make. Oh fuck. You know the U.S. is always another safe guess. Okay. We got the bronze, guys. Don't worry. Okay, the U.S. is number 2. Australia maybe. Okay. Like, I don't really know. South Korea maybe. I feel like South Korea's probably got some chemical export shit going on. Okay, South Korea. Oh, South Korea was number 3. That was a fine guess. Oh, Saudi. You know what? Saudi Arabia would make sense. Belgium, Germany. Okay. You know what? I didn't do that bad. I would have never guessed Belgium. Oh, fuck. It's not a... Apparently I did it after midnight last night. Damn. Huh. I think Shenandoah, who's playing the game, it's also still on the panel, by the way. He's still yelling at people. He's pulling a non-fun, okay? He's copying me. He's playing Minecraft and being on a panel at the same time. Okay, that's my thing. That's my thing. Doesn't even have my plugin, okay? where you can have where hold on, I gotta set it up real quick. Hold on. It doesn't even have my plugin. Hold on, guys. Yeah, hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Hold on. My plugin, which I forgot I had that one turned on as well. Hold on. My plugin, which lets you see everyone's shit while you're playing Minecraft in the background. Okay, I added a shadow, by the way, which I think looks better. No one else has adopted this plugin yet. Okay, I thought the non-fawn. I don't even want to call it a plugin. I thought the non-fawn streamer Discord modification, okay, was gonna take over the world, but it has yet to do so, unfortunately. Sadly. Oh, also, I would like to direct everyone's attention real quick, okay, to the donation thing. You'll notice these are now tips, okay? So this is for the IRS, in case any IRS agents are watching. This is non-taxable income, okay? Any super chats, any tips, through Streamlabs are non-taxable, okay? I think the way the bill is written, you can actually make that argument, because I don't think it specified just service workers. It said like, I remember the language of it is in Econo Voice Substack. It says like any occupation which like generally receives tips or something. The term qualified tip means any cash tip received by an individual in the course of such individual's employment in an occupation which traditionally and customarily received tips on or before December 31st, 2023, as provided by the Secretary. I don't know if they drawn up has the Secretary provided this yet? I'm assuming it would be Treasury Secretary. Secretary of Treasury, yeah. So you might actually be able to make the argument that streamers received tips before this date. I don't know if this really counts as employment, okay, but for tax purposes, we're counting it. Okay, we're gonna make the non-fun LLC. There are people who do have LLCs, although it's limited to a $25,000 deduction, so it's not going to have any big impact on actual streamers. It does actually, Streamlabs, by the way, does actually define donations as tips or whatever. Okay, it's going to make me log in, I guess. Oh, okay, actually, it's not. It calls it tipping. My tips. Okay, so, and they've been calling it that since before 2023, to my knowledge, at least. I believe before 2023 they were calling it tips as well. Although I do think oh no, it does call it tip on here. Streamlabs/nonfun/tip. Okay, hell yeah. We're safe. We're safe, guys. Oh, we'll customize your donation, but tip, okay. Anyway, we gotta. I don't have a specific plan for stream today. I think probably need to make a Notion page for the budget bill. I probably need to maybe. I might need to make a more general Notion page for like, or like the what should I call it? Database. The thing I have for like papers with Zotero, where I can download them to a folder and it'll automatically import it to Notion as well. I probably need to make one of those, but for taxes. And then I think I probably have some papers I need to put in there. And then yeah, I think 11 p.m. I have another panel on left-wing violence, because apparently that's the topic right now. Who panel at? The Horseradish. He invited me like yesterday. He just said, "Hey, I'm hosting panels again every Friday." I didn't realize he said 8 p.m. and I was like, "Oh, 8 p.m. That's chill. That's when people normally have panels." And then I realized he said PST. That's 11 p.m. for me. So yeah, I assume people are gonna bring up the Hassan stuff. Yeah, that's what I mean. Wick is doing a panel today as well about the Israeli embassy shooting and Hassan, and CNN blaming Hassan for it or whatever. Which, by the way, did CNN? I haven't seen. I've seen people talk about that. I have not actually seen CNN talking about it. Did they legitimately blame Hassan, or did they just kind of like say in passing, like, rhetoric of streamers like Hassan could be partially responsible for the for the violence? CNN, and they brought up Hassan by name. I mean, I could imagine the ADL doing it, but I kind of, I mean, I can just look it up, but I would guess. Oh, it's a video. I would kind of guess that they would say like, some of question whether rhetoric from streamers like,
but all of us need to
Hassan.
call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this
Oh shit.
gamer Hassan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state.
Oh, they're going hard on him.
Extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly.
We need at least 20% of mainstream news dedicated to covering streamer drama. This is the future, guys. This is the future. When will there be like a CNN slop channel, okay? When is there gonna be? It's gonna be like CNN, like fucking after hours drama slop, okay? I guess is what I mean. I guess we have like TMZ. They might be owned by a bigger company, but I don't wanna watch this whole thing. I don't know how much I care. But our goat, okay, Shenandoah, is on a panel currently, as we speak, talking about this very thing. Raylene Shen came out strong, but the rest sucked. What do you mean by? What do you just mean like? What do you mean by sucked? Do you mean they didn't do well, or do you mean it's just like a boring / stupid conversation? They just didn't do well. Oh no. Oh no.
Ideological space where we come together, talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to serious. Oh, we got a kind of a serious one for you today. We have one more coming when she gets here. I'll throw her in, women gang, right? Can't live.
Really, I've known since 2016, so I'm always, almost always gonna back him. But he did do well here. Or do you mean didn't do well? By the way, I need to build the Irrelevant bridge at some point. Okay, I've rated Irrelevant like 5 times, so he might know about me at this point. But I need to build a bridge at some point. Or it would be cool to build a bridge at some point. That's really what I'm saying. But need is a strong word. He's a typical sock dem. I mean, I'm familiar with politics. Like I've watched a decent number of his streams, but.
Live with him, can't live without him. Tonight we're going to be talking about the recent murder of 2 Israeli embassy workers. They were gunned down by a man who, when he was detained, shouted "Free, free Palestine." He wrote a manifesto. Many in the media have put the blame on influencers and pro-Palestine influencers like Hassan for their rhetoric towards Israel. Right. The question for tonight is how responsible, if at all, people like Hassan and rhetoric from the pro-Palestine movement, Globalize It, Intifada, all that, how much of that is responsible for the other day's murder?
I would really wonder. I'm so curious what Hassan's reaction would be if if the guy, if like in his manifesto, let's say hypothetically, I don't think he did that, or I know he didn't do this. He just said, "Oh, I did this because I was inspired by Hassan." I really wonder. I wonder if Hassan would reflect on that at all, or if he would just be like, "Oh, he's obviously just mentally ill, and obviously it doesn't actually mean anything." And obviously, I wonder if he would actually be like, "Hey, maybe I am doing some stupid shit."
Do we hold them and their rhetoric to be at all a causal factor in this terrible incident? Why or why not? Is stochastic terrorism even a real thing? We're gonna get to it. We're gonna talk about it. But first, I'm gonna let each of these lovely, lovely individuals tell you who they are, what they do, and what their initial thoughts are. We're going to start with Chairman Shenandoah. Go ahead. Give us what you
Yes, that's me. My name's Chairman Shenandoah. I stream on Twitch and YouTube.
There are some allegedly Hassan quotes in the manifesto, but a lot of Hassan's fans have quoted the manifesto as based. Oh boy. If I read the manifesto, I'm going to get blank ban on Twitch. I don't think... I mean, Twitch doesn't seem to care about that. Probably, yeah, but like I don't or they don't care about it when Hassan does it. At non-fun, why can't you do this? Fortnite Friday with the Rizzler.
Good shot.
Oh, what's up, Lycal? Okay. Liberals just flipped another riding. 170 seats now. Final margin equals 1 vote in Canada. Hell yeah. The liberal communist. Okay, the communist revolution in Canada is coming. Okay, it's complete. The wokeness will never stop. They won the riding by 1 vote. Damn.
Oh, actually, don't stream on YouTube, but I am setting up my YouTube. And my opening statement is pretty damn simple. I do think
Imagine being conservative and not voting. I mean, was it like supposedly a conservative safe seat or anything?
But by definition, it is kind of hard to
but...
definitively prove or not prove because it includes plausible deniability as a part of that definition. But, however, I think if we're using a more likely than not standard, I would say the very radical elements of the pro-Palestinian faction on the internet, like Hassan and so on, essentially did commit a stochastic terrorism here. And that's a really, really, really bad thing. I think I've seen so many clips where Hassan is denying it, calling it a red flag, people like that.
They only have about 10 people, so it's not that close. That is true, actually. That is true, yeah. It's just in the middle of, like, bumfuck nowhere. Okay, it's just in the...
Encouraging
that's like most of Canada is bumfuck nowhere, okay, so...
Go out and kill, Noah Samson doing similar things. And honestly, I can't say that the people who say that by any means necessary are not in some way responsible for somebody going out and doing any means necessary. So that's essentially my opening statement. Thank you.
Okay, we'll get into it as we go. Next up, Sociologic Ali. What do you have for us? What are your thoughts? Go ahead.
Yeah, this whole situation's been fucked. I've seen the rhetoric of this of everyone on both sides go crazy for the past 2 years and beyond. I mean, this isn't a 2-year incident. These people have been at odds with each other for forever. And I'm talking about the just the people who are watching the peanut gallery that gets to sit in
once the
America and
goose
kinda say whatever the
attacks
fuck
get
they
too
want,
bad,
and
I bet.
kind of not deal with any of the consequences of the actual situation that's happening. My issue with labeling these things as stochastic terrorism is that I think it's going to be way too wide of like like right now it's being said that Free Palestine is essentially Hail Hitler, right? And so it's like if we're going to call what Hassan and influencers are doing as stochastic terrorism, then that's going to have to relate to, I would assume, the protesters, I would assume the people who tweeted these things, I would assume anyone who tweeted, like if we are going to relate, Hail Hitler to Free Palestine, then anyone who tweeted Free Palestine or
What the fuck? I don't know. How am I supposed to? You expect me to be able to pronounce this shit? This is just. Hold on. It's just the French version of Quebec. Oh, this is a native inhabitant of Quebec, typically one who is French Canadian. Okay. It's filed a Superior Court challenge to overturn the election results in the federal riding of Terrebonne, is that how you pronounce that? After losing by 1 vote. Oh, this is going to be another fucking... Okay, this is going to be the Canadian version of fucking... dude, I live in North Carolina. Just remember her name. Allison Riggs? Is that what her name is? That girl who the NC Republicans kept trying to throw out votes for. Oh my god, kill me. That shit was wild. But she did eventually win, so that is good.
so on and so forth is going to end up being examined in a time where we're deporting people for their speech. I think this is a rhetoric that we shouldn't. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place, because it's like I don't know if we should go around calling and labeling people terrorists, but also I don't know if we I'm not okay with vigilante justice in order to achieve a cause, which I think it hurts that cause.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here. We'll get into it as we go. And last but certainly not least, been a bit, but we're welcome to have you back. Irrelevant. Go ahead, buddy.
Hi. Yeah, so I'm Irrelevant, Relevant on all the platforms. I am of the opinion that this is a form of stochastic terrorism. I do want to disassociate the because Social Logic brought up something really important, which is that people who say things like Free Palestine are being conflated as being like pro-terrorist or terrorists themselves. I think that's wildly ridiculous, and I think what the Trump administration is doing, labeling those people and going after and targeting those people, is wildly. It's just anti-First Amendment. It's one of the least American things you can possibly do, and it's obviously immoral, even beyond being un-American. But I do think that there is a line that we have to draw when we have rhetoric that's like, what Noah Sampson said, which is peaceful protest isn't really doing much, so we have to escalate. When you look at Hassan literally saying that the things that the Houthis are doing.
You're willing to be willing to say the N-word in Quebec politics if you want to win? What the fuck? Dude, base kid. Dude, I keep close. Why do I... Hold on. There's no reason for me to be closing the window repeatedly. I'll just leave. I'm thinking my notes up. Why using the N-word was a tactic during Quebec's leaders' debate? What? Based? Can we say the title of that book? He said it without warning. What the fuck?
Is justified. It's morally justified when he's talking. When you look at his coverage of this situation, it seems like he has 100 times more heat for the people going their response to this attack than how this attack is not something that's going to help their movement at all. In fact, it's been obviously used to trash on pro-Palestinian people. Will almost certainly be deployed by Trump administration and likewise to be able to crack down even harder on pro-Palestinian speech. This serves, I think, nobody really but those conservatives who are trying to make it out that Free Palestine is a terrorist chant, which is just not.
Okay, I don't know where Tally is, so unfortunately, we're gonna have a little bit of an imbalance here, but that's okay. I will step in and do what I need to do. Okay, gang. I think that yes, it is very important to kind of differentiate between the people who are pro-Palestine, who are advocating for example, defunding from Israel and things like that, boycotting Israel. That is a far, far different person than someone who, as you said, is calling for bring the war home, or globalize the intifada and all these things. And I think that there is a very real danger in conflating the two. Though I guess for those, so a few of you have said that you believe in stochastic terrorism. Can you give me the difference between stochastic terrorism and journalism? And let me tell you what I mean. So if I go and I report on the situation in Gaza, and I report on the atrocities that are happening there. I report on the body count. I report on who's doing what, and I report accurately. And I put that report out, and I say, I condemn Israel for what it's doing here. Someone should stop Israel. How is that different than a stochastic terrorist, definitionally? I'm curious.
For me, I'm sorry. Did you want to go? Okay. I also want to say really quickly, Irrelevant, that's how you pronounce your name, yeah?
Yep.
I just wanted to say that I actually wanted to second everything else you said, because, yeah, obviously I don't see, like, just regular pro-Palestinian beliefs being equivalent to people who are, like, gunning down, like, fucking Israeli diplomats in the street or whatever. So that all had to be said to begin with. But for me, I think it should properly be called, like, a stochastic incitation to terrorism, because, I mean, for one, it's obviously not literal terrorism itself. It's just, will somebody rid me of this meddlesome priest? It's saying, I think terrorism against this person
I thought stochastic terrorism, it's like you're stoking terrorism, right? It's never like an explicit. It's not meant to be an explicit call to terrorism. It's not meant to. Like it's not an act of terrorism itself. You're stoking people to do terrorism. I thought, is that not what the definition is?
be good. And doing it in such a way where it's plausibly deniable. So, for example, if you just simply reported something horrible that was going on and said, oh, this is bad, and I don't think, like, they should do it and they should be stopped, like, I don't think that's inciting somebody to a level of terrorism. I think you're just saying that they should be stopped, but you're not really kind of giving people an idea of the means how. The reason I'm saying that I think a lot of these more radical elements of the pro-Palestinian factions are doing stochastic terrorism is because they're explicitly saying the things like Noah Samson did, where they're saying...
I secretly joined VC the other day, and Non-Fun was screaming the lyrics of Kanye's new song. Listen, I was just trying to listen. Okay, what can I say? It's catchy. I want Palestine to be free, and Ye's song is just a way of expressing. Why can't I break this boat? It's like when I open a door with my new puppy in it, knowing that she'll bulldoze everyone in the living room. I didn't make her do it, but yeah, exactly, yeah. What the fuck? I don't want to kill this turtle. Dude, I can't even kill the turtle. You should go full free Palestine and Twitch. Then Twitch will never ban you, yeah. Hold on. There's gotta be. It is just lagging. Okay.
Globalizing.
I was gonna, I don't know whether I can read some of the guy's manifesto on stream, because it's like, well, it like almost certainly violates Twitch's actual TOS to do so, but like at the same time, like I really feel like if Hassan was reading it, they just would not care at all. Okay, they should have still fucked. What the hell? Do you think the recent Jewish-Muslim attack was a hate crime? I'm sorry, Jewish museum attack. Do you mean the thing where the embassy workers were killed? I mean, I don't know exactly how the hate crime standards apply. So I don't know, like if your goal is to kill Jews in order to free Gaza, I don't know if that's a hate crime, or if in order for it to be a hate crime, your goal has to be to kill Jews just because you hate Jews. Was it an anti-Semitic attack in your opinion? Yeah, I think it was probably anti-Semitic.
Etc., which is essentially, with varying degrees of coded language saying, like, let's intensify and get violent. And that actually, in my opinion, would be stochastic terrorism. I don't know if anybody disagrees with that.
I agree.
But it wouldn't say kill Jews, he would say Zionist. Yeah, well, Your Honor, I'll have you know, my client simply hates. Oh my God! Wait, it's because someone claimed this territory, and I can't break the boat that I brought in to his territory. Why can you claim so much territory?
So when I don't watch any of these people.
Goal is to kill Israelis. I think that's a distinction.
I'm not really like a fan of anyone. I
some people
don't
are trying to
watch
make.
8-hour long streams. I have a job. I have a life. I have a life.
Well, yeah.
You know, so we're there. So like when I hear someone saying that the peaceful protests aren't doing enough, we need to ramp it up, right? When I hear that, being on a pro-Palestinian, being Lebanese, being like Muslim in America, yeah, I do feel like it's been 2 years of people of a perceived genocide or at least ethnic cleansing for the majority of people. And yeah, I don't know how peaceful people can continue to be now. I don't condone violence, but ramping it up could be, yeah, like taking over the schools or like the encampments or however like they're doing it. I don't necessarily hear like kill people.
I mean, I don't necessarily consider encampments like violence, but also I feel like they kind of started with that. I don't know if there was ever like a super chill, peaceful Palestinian protest. I feel like they started with the with the encampments and with the like taking over school buildings. I feel like that's been going on for a while.
People in the streets.
Okay, so I feel like, wait, have you seen the clip specifically?
No.
Yeah, okay. Because I and just to be clear, I believe you said no.
Yeah, I said no.
Yeah, so the clip itself, he says peaceful protest and we have direct access to, prior to saying like peaceful protest doesn't do anything, he says we have direct access to the politicians, the people, the propagandists, and peaceful protest has only got us so far. It's time to escalate.
Okay.
I feel like
so like the Luigi mentioned, like the Luigi thing when people are like
Yeah.
started sharing the addresses of the okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, it feels like
I need
in that
the whole context.
chain of dialogue. It implies, oh, we have direct physical. I think he even says direct physical access to the politicians, propagandists, and things like that. It leaves very little to the imagination.
Yeah,
But-
that does bother me. That does bother me because I do believe a lot of these people that watch these streams, that follow these people. I mean, they're influencers, right? So like that's the issue. I don't like when the people that are. I feel like throughout the whole Palestine thing, there's been a lot of clout gainers on the end, right? There's clout sharks that are trying to just build their name, right? Like they turn their whole social media presence into this thing, which
for
is just
real.
guaranteeing them views, guaranteeing them likes, guaranteeing them money.
Did you
'cause
see
it's,
that the guy
for a good
that,
cause. And so yeah, I do have
sorry.
issues with that.
The guy that why can't I read every stream? Okay, it takes an hour for me to warm up reading from chat. The guy has that Hassan/Noah Samson beard. Oh yeah. No, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I saw. I bet he watched them probably. Yeah. It would not surprise me. I used to have it. I need someone to give a $50 tip, okay? So I can buy foot pedals, so I can pause and unpause the video with my foot pedal instead of having to tab out of Minecraft to unpause the video.
That once again, it's just if we're gonna the problem for me is labeling it as terrorism is going to be that like what's like the gap between them and like a person who got like a really viral tweet that tweeted like something like that, right? Like Free Palestine, or like, hey, we need to ramp up the protests. That's kind
so
of like my
for me, the difference would be like how sustained it is. I would differentiate between these types of content or this speech and like somebody who just like works at Subway and then they maybe made like a kind of a very charged comment in passing. The problem is it's rather consistent with their coverage and how they do this is that like when horrible things happen to certain groups that align with their the message that they're trying to push, which is that let's ignore some really big issues or loss of life or tragic things happening, but let's pay attention to this other group. They will very specifically curate how they cover it in the manner that they cover it, and that's perfectly in line with that rhetoric. So it's not like it's like a one-off thing. If it was a one-off thing, I wouldn't actually have a huge issue with what Noah Samson said. If Noah Samson said that and then it was like just in the heat of a moment, something like that, we let that slide. Okay, that's my opinion.
So I just want to keep like
So let's go.
you can go.
No, first
You can go,
Ollie,
you can go.
let Ollie respond, and then we'll go to
Yeah, it's
Shenandoah.
okay. Yeah,
okay. So Wick, I don't know who that one guy is that he wears the glasses. You had to kick him off your panel multiple times. I forget his name.
Omar?
But like
The
yes,
guy who said to
yes.
shoot the
Yes,
Palestinians
yes.
who
Wait,
left
Omar?
Gaza should be shot in the head as traitors.
Yes,
And I had to kick him
yes.
off the stream for it.
Yes,
Yeah. I
yes, that
remember
guy. Okay, so like once again, when we're gonna be my issue is the label of terrorism.
Pause
Right,
with
this
foot
is something I'm
pedal, just
concerned
write
with.
an auto hotkey. Dude, I had a I have that still, I think, somewhere on my computer is a auto hotkey script to pause with my mouse button, but I could probably find it.
So is the size of the creator or the influencer going to matter? Is it just going to be how often they spew that kind of rhetoric? Because like someone like Omar has a following, right? He isn't micro influencer if you want to call it that, but he has that same rhetoric, right? He has like a history of that rhetoric. Or like Bad Empanada has like 80,000 something subscribers, right? Like, do we then are we going to, that once again like is the size of the content creator?
Bad and Banana is like I don't like I almost certainly falls into stochastic terrorist. Bad and Banana is insane. Like I don't know how he's not banned on YouTube, quite frankly. He's banned like on Twitter and Twitch. He's a little kooky.
There's following going to come into play
Not so much.
as well as it's
for instance, the guy who actually shot the people is an actual terrorist, and
Yes.
he I don't think has any influencer status. So it's definitely like no, it's not the size of you. He's not like super big Twitch streamer or anything, but he's definitely a terrorist.
I think with my understanding of stochastic terrorism personally, and I might actually be disagreeing with you here, is that for me, I actually think it is something that you have to have some level of influence to do, because
Yeah.
it's very hard to make a call to action. Just to be clear, I'm not saying that the guy, as we said, like he's an actual terrorist. We're just talking about like the people on the internet possibly
Yeah.
feeding into this, or rather
being
than,
responsible. Like what we're talking about today,
Yeah.
just to kind of clear things up and kind of maybe guide this a little bit, is to what level should we hold people responsible for their rhetoric online when that rhetoric can be shown to lead, if it even did in this case, right? Which we got to talk about.
That's
right?
the thing.
If it even did, what should happen to someone like Hassan, who's been saying, baby settler comments and things like that, right? Like what should happen?
That's going to be my thing. Is that like
I mean, you probably. I don't think anyone is. I don't think anyone would ever argue, unless it's like a very direct thing. Like I tell someone to, or I tell my chat, fuck this Israeli embassy, and then someone goes out and burns down the Israeli embassy and says I did this because Daddy Hassan told me to. I don't think save for that case, I don't think anyone would really argue there should be criminal charges or anything. But I do think almost certainly that there should be. It shouldn't be. If you can question whether the rhetoric was responsible for, or like reasonably question whether the rhetoric was responsible for some terrorist act, that should probably be against TOS. You probably shouldn't even be able to have a reasonable argument that someone's rhetoric online was actually responsible for a fucking terror attack. Feels like if you can have that reasonable argument, you've already crossed the line of if nothing else, okay, to keep the advertisers on the platform. Benepanada was banned before October 7th. That is special. Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. What's up, Sauce Rama? What's up? Welcome back.
Instantly it became like Hassan and Noah and whatever. This list of like 5 people are like, you are responsible for this, right? People are like saying that they incited it. They're calling for direct action to these people. We don't know if this is the person that they were following or that they got influence from. It could be a smaller creator that we don't know about, right? That these just happen to be the prominent creators, which is like that's like.
Wait till it comes out, guys. He was actually a big non-fun viewer. Okay, he was tuning in every day, watching non-fun streams.
The thing is, like, we're labeling these people as stochastic terrorists, and like we're saying it's their rhetoric, and so it's like I just don't know if like we should be going willy-nilly with that.
Well, that's kind of the whole thing about stochastic
And
terrorism.
just real
is,
quick,
like,
the reason I'm using Hassan as an example is because the Anti-Defamation League specifically name dropped Hassan. I don't know if you all saw that.
Yeah.
Right? When talking about this, when they were talking about the incident, they specifically said influencers like Hassan, Piker,
Right.
and things like that. So
I
that,
mean, he is kind of like
that's
the
what
golden
we're
child, like the
going
poster
with.
boy of this stuff.
Yeah, I just don't know what that means. Influencers like Hassan Piker could mean anything. You could
Right,
have 10,000 followers, you could have 1 million followers. Like,
I mean, I think this is sort of like the nature of stochastic terrorism, where it's like, because it includes plausible deniability within itself, like it's not a direct incitation to violence. Like it's just like an influencer putting out like, hey, we should become more violent in generally coded language, and then other people.
When you react to Noah Sampson moderating a discussion between, I told this to Mark Zalavi before. I think I have a negative interest in reacting to that. I don't like neither of them are at all well researched on Israel Palestine. They're not going to have anything meaningful to contribute. There's not like I don't even know what they really talked about. Like it's probably like it. I think Noah called it a debate in his title, but like it's just gonna be a circle jerk discussion over Zionism is equal to racism and ethnic cleansing and blah 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 blah. And it's like, okay, dog, I don't really care to watch that, man.
saying, and then kind of picking that up because they turned out
Talking about how much they hate Drew
other people
Pavlik.
basically following through on what they.
Well, now I'm interested in that. Now I gotta see that. I think I actually saw him post a clip on Twitter of Are you fucking kidding me? Of that. You willing to react to clip? If there's like, I mean, I'm willing to, as long as it's not too long, sure. By the way, guys. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Isn't this guy awesome? Isn't this guy awesome? Look at this fucking dude. Ah? I disturbed his slumber. Okay. He doesn't like it. Fat cat. He's not fat. He's not fat. Cute cat. Yeah, see, I'm liking. See, you get it, Tyler. You get it, Tyler. Anger cat. Yeah, I know. Because I tempted the belly rubs. Okay, he doesn't always like the belly rubs.
Agreed within that discourse. And yeah, I think that that's a problem. I mean, obviously, is he as responsible as this guy? Fucking no way. I mean, like,
2019, Voss just banned for Twitch for saying that the U.S. should invade Israel in defense of Palestinians. An incident which later he described himself as going too far, criticizing Israeli imperialism. So apparently, this, yeah, I totally forgot. Yeah, that is the reason Voss just banned. Apparently, this mental illness is not new. Big bones, exactly, Dylan. You get it. Okay, you get it. You get it.
Like, this guy is at least like 98% responsible for what happened. But can we at least say that Hassan is responsible for turning up like the general discourse on this and like somewhat normalizing the idea of using violence in these spaces? Like, I'd probably say that, and that does like lead into situations like this.
No, I
Even
don't,
if
actually, I don't think that. I think the rhetoric and the discourse around this is violent already and was going to get violent regardless. It's just you're able to see it more and more people are online, more people are
I think
savvy
Hassan has
online.
some agency in that. Like, I think.
Oh, it's fucked.
Yeah. I do. I don't think it's like a completely systematic thing. I think like it does matter when influencers and like people who influence people like have violent opinions and push that onto their audiences and spread them around. I think that does like turn up the temperature.
I think he's feeding in. See, my thing is, I think he's just feeding into his echo chamber, right? I think there's audience capture to this, and if you're kind of agreeing with like your audience in this, the rhetoric around this discussion has only been in everyone's face, like as of the past 2 years, but like as someone who's been part of this thing for like a while, the rhetoric around this has always been kind of bad, right? Because like you do have. Once again, it's people who believe once again, in America we think Hamas is the terrorist, but like in the Middle East it's like Hamas and Israel would be the terrorists. And so
Wow. First, well, I don't actually know if people really. I really don't know what percent of people in the Middle East actually consider Hamas terrorists and not a liberation organization. I don't think it would be a majority, but I think it would be a much higher percentage than you see in the West, obviously. But
like the rhetoric around in the Discord, the rhetoric around this has always been kind of amped up and rough. And the only reason it's gotten more is just because like once again people do feel like the protests aren't working.
Sure, and I feel like just because the rhetoric is bad, it's not an excuse to continue that behavior, right? So in this instance, right, we can all agree that there's been insane rhetoric from like pro-Israel.
Jesus, hold on, I gotta. So let me get this straight. Hassan gets stopped at the airport by ICE for concerns with terrorist orgs. 3 days later, he brags on video about how he lied to ICE. 3 days. Wait, what did he lie to ICE about? 3 days ago, he did a video with Bada Panada, a person who criticized him for not being extreme enough with his anti-Israel rhetoric. And then, a day or so later, due to allegedly quoted Hassan in his manifesto, shot up a Jewish history museum to kill 2 Israeli embassy workers. And I'm the only one seeing a potential connection here. Apparently. We all love a good chonker cat, and that's what he's ideal. Wait, don't know what you guys are on about. Hold on, let me see. Occasionally I message my friend who also calls my cat fat. A picture of my cat looking especially fat, and I say ideal. Ideal weight. This is ideal weight cat. Okay.
Side. I'm going to say pro-Israel side because I don't think it's pro-Israel to go as far as some of these people are going with this rhetoric. I think it just furthers the conflict, right? Where we have like there was that congressman or whatever that like I'm going to use the word implied, but almost explicitly said that nuking Gaza would be all right, and that was just like yesterday. And so like just because that exists, that inflammatory rhetoric, and that guy isn't like chased out of Congress, which is insane that he wasn't. But because that exists, that's not an excuse for like anybody who considers themselves to be pro-Israel to like do that, right? I think I can hold people to a standard that while there is violent rhetoric, that doesn't mean that you should be engaging in violent rhetoric.
I sort of feel like we're basically depriving Hassan of like his power and agency because it's like first off, yeah, he has the choice to not say that kind of stuff. He could just not, and then also at the same time, like he's an influencer. He influences people as a job. Like he does he directs discourse.
Trust me, my
when Joe
girl is
Rogan says
twice the
something, it
size.
becomes a huge conversation. And that has impact on
Like
people.
yours, base.
Maybe is there legal recourse to being like a stochastic terrorist? Maybe I'm like thinking like you're labeling someone as a terrorist. This person's going to be jailed.
What the fuck is going on? What do you mean? What the fuck is going on, Sadie?
So on and so forth. Maybe that's like
Stochastic terrorism is explicitly avoiding the legal boundaries of what you're allowed to say in support of terrorism.
So
No,
yeah,
to be clear, under Trump's America, who the fuck knows? Okay, I'm not.
Yeah,
That
that's
would
all
be
true.
that would be the issue, is that labeling him a
Yeah.
stochastic terrorist could have him targeted by the Trump administration, who frankly doesn't care about the
Yeah.
law that is legal. Which, I mean, I can just say that, obviously I don't believe that he should be arrested for anything that he said. I don't think he said
How
anything
much does
illegal.
the cat weigh? Honestly, I have no clue. I don't think we've weighed him in a while. I don't like the last time he went to the vet. He probably wasn't quite this fat, but even that I don't remember. You know what's fun is we actually I think the reason he's here right now, because a lot of times when I start streaming, he leaves from his he goes away from his little little bed here. Can you react to a song I wrote? It's royalty free. I don't know, man. I don't know if I care about that. It's because right now he doesn't have food, and we gotta go to the store tomorrow or something to get him more fucking food, because this fat ass has like 2 food bowls. Okay, so he goes for food quickly. And I think I just gave him like 10 fucking cat treats. Okay. And he knows now he knows, okay, I have them. And he's following me around to try to extract more out of me.
To my knowledge, nor do I really think he would say anything illegal. So I don't think Hassan's an imminent threat to public safety in any real way.
I mean, also to be honest, Hassan is the only fucking person who would make Trump is the only fucking person that I would fucking side with Hassan with against. Like, fucking unironically, Trump is just that bad. Like, if they try to throw Trump in prison for stochastic terrorism, I'd be like, fuck it, he did nothing. Like, free my boy, you know?
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, exactly.
There's no way.
Yeah.
So, this is gonna feel a little forced, but Shenandoah, you kind of
Oh,
hid
yeah.
something from me, and
Not intentionally.
I know not intentionally, but I'm still low-key mad at you that you hid this from me, because it's
I'm sorry.
by far the most interesting thing about you.
Oh,
So
boy.
you used to be an ex-child terrorist, right?
That is true. Yes, I grew up in.
Oh shit! Oh no! Oh, this shit is gonna be fucked. Maybe it's a song about DBCFT. I didn't consider that. Holy shit! Hold on, I gotta check out this song. Oh fuck! Oh, it's Jover. Oh no, our nether portals are connected and fucked. Oh, it's Jover. Ah, that's not even that close, man. The song is fire. Is it about a DPCFT? That's all I need to know. I tried like an AI song generator once, and I told it to make a song about endogenous money, and it kind of worked. 4 years ago. This is probably instrumental. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. I don't think it's about DBCFT, guys. This isn't an AI song. I know it's not an AI song. This is fucked. Why do they... Is this their nether portal, or is it... Guys, I don't think it's about DBCFT, guys. Oh, it's their nether portal, isn't it? Because it's big. God fucking damn it. Play a song? I did play the song.
A Maoist militant group from the ages of 9 to 18 that wanted to wage a revolutionary war against the United States government and train me to do so. Yes, that is correct.
Is
that real?
Yeah,
That is real, yes.
I
I
looked
sent
it
him the
up.
links and everything. I forgot to tell him. I just I talked about it so much. I just assumed I told him.
You just did cultural appropriation on me, really?
I know I did. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that to you.
I just
Yeah.
did not know. So I guess I'll just ask you: did your group ever engage in any kind of stochastic kind of behavior? Like, that doesn't sound stochastic. It sounds like you were just
Yeah, it
gonna
was kind
do
of
it, right?
explicit. Like, it was, I don't think it was very sarcastic. Because like the group did like arson attacks and like mutilated people and so on and all those terrible things. I don't think we ever killed anybody. to be honest.
Allegedly.
But yeah, no, I don't think there was much stochastic terrorism. I think they were like very, very explicit about it. Like that they just wanted to like kill these people, like just straight up. But they were also quite small, so I don't even know if they really had a position to like be stochastic terrorists. To be honest.
Yeah, I researched this a little bit and I looked into it, and dude's still walking free as far as I can tell, right?
I know it's a bad thing. Why do you think I don't go by my real name on Twitch?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and the dude like looks about what you would expect for a Maoist cult leader. Like exactly, like if you picture it in your mind and you looked at the picture, it would be the same thing.
AI
bounces
is reasonably
back
good.
and everything. It's
Jeez, I
great.
can't speak. AI is reasonably good at country music, as all country music sounds the same. That is true.
Easy. But I just was curious if you had any kind of like insight or special insight into kind of like the workings of
I will
Every
say-
time fucking Pentuple posts one of his stupid ass AI songs on Twitter, okay, they're always country songs and they sound exactly like every other country song. So, you think if I move this to like just like over here, and you think it'll not connect anymore? I seen an AI country music song the other day and it was fucking wild. I mean, it's AI, bro. You can get it to do some wild stuff.
Say, okay, the one I can give on this, and I'm sorry for not having too much on this panel, because again, it was mostly explicit. It was very rarely hidden. But we did have front organizations, which were less directly, explicitly communist and so on. And in these organizations, we would sort of use like stochastic messaging because we would intentionally know, like, hey, we want these to be essentially legal, and we don't want them to get shut down, and we also don't want other people to get freaked out by what we want to do. And so, yeah, we would essentially like message through these organizations and say like, the Fury Unleashed at BLM is just like a proper and complete response, and like more of it is good, but without being like, yeah, you should like go kill people and like burn down more stuff or something. That's just like the last stuff I remember when I was part of them.
So real wild shit about lesbians eating each other out while tubing. Based. It sounds based. Link it for no particular reason.
One day we're gonna have a sit down and talk about your experience because I would love
Sorry,
to, and I don't want to distract too much.
I didn't mean to blue ball you.
I don't mean to distract too much from the topic at hand, but it's not every day you meet an ex-child terrorist. Okay, it's just not. So I really am curious. But back to the matter at hand. Go ahead.
Sorry about that.
So obviously we've seen anti-Semitism as a ramp up. I'm just trying to get my footing as what we would consider. So like obviously we've seen anti-Semitism ramp up. I've personally seen over the past 5 years Islamophobia is at a pretty like high. This isn't a virtue signal, just like to figure it out. So like when Erudite's having a conversation with apostate prophet, and the conversations are always around like if Islam or Muslims can be harmonious with the West, and people are calling for their bans, or they're talking about how they can't fit in the West. These people are, their whole goal is to take over. So you're painting this narrative of like a group of people, like which, inciting violence or hate towards a group of people would be in the stochastic terrorist. Do we consider that like kind of breeding that type of hatred as stochastic terrorism as well, or no?
Can I politely ask you to restate?
I'm sorry.
Oh, can I politely ask you to restate? For some reason, it just slipped over my brain entirely what you said. I'm so
So
sorry.
I'm saying like so if incitement of hatred, or like obviously not direct, but like the rhetoric you're using is inciting hatred or violence towards a group of people, right?
Right.
And right now there is talks like all over, particularly after last night, about like a Muslim ban, and like obviously the violence against Muslims is going to go up. Would you consider like rhetoric around like there's a group of people, how they should be banned, how they don't fit into the West, how they're not harmonious, so on and so forth? Would you consider that in?
It's not gonna be banned on Twitch if I play it, Mida, right? It's not anti-Twitch US. And by the way, I don't think it's unreasonable to consider, like people like I'm not familiar with. I'm not as familiar with apostate prophet as I am with people like Andrew Wilson or whatever. I'm sure there's some stuff that they've said that you could absolutely like lump into stochastic terrorism, but
In that same realm, or no?
I think in some cases, yeah. I mean, obviously, it would depend on the specifics, but yeah, like generally, I think.
What's the line? What changes it from not stochastic terrorism to stochastic
Yeah,
terrorism?
no, that's a great question. I think it's really hard to define the line of when that actually does change.
so
Because it is,
kind of watch that
yeah.
line. Okay.
So for me, I would say the line is pretty distinctly with stochastic terrorism. It's more of an incitement kind of towards terrorism. So what is terrorism? It is deliberate use of violence or intimidation on a civilian population for a political goal. So if you can demonstrate that whatever type of speech or whatever you're trying to demonstrate is aiming to get people to enact violence or intimidation on a civilian population for a political goal, then yeah. For a Muslim ban, if it was like, I don't think, if I imagine a
I
ban
hear
on a
your reaction to it though. Okay, this better.
She was fingering my tight ass country.
Okay, base.
She farted, it was like a movie, and the dog started barking when they caught a whiff of my summertime river heat coochie drift. I got a stinky ass cooter and a booty that rips, with a gay little lady just licking my shit. We're on a two-coochie tube on the Chattahoochee. We're making each other's pussies juicy.
Okay, that's enough of okay.
a group of people. I don't think that's intrinsically violent to ban a group of people. I think it would be intrinsically violent if the ban would include violence against a group, which it almost certainly would, and almost always does. Because when people talk about a Muslim ban, they talk about like removing Muslims from the United States, or just trying to keep with the United States, or they'll talk about, oh, we won't remove them, we'll just like make them essentially second-class citizens, which, in my opinion, would be a form of violence. I don't think you can make a group of people second-class in such a way.
And so, like for me, I've seen rhetoric around Muslims be kind of, especially with that one.
I don't know if that really fits into like terrorism though. I think obviously it'd be state violence or whatever. I think it'd be unjustified state violence, but I don't really know if that. I don't think that fits into. I don't think that fits into terrorism. Okay, hell yeah. Okay, we're good. Okay, don't worry, guys. I moved it to the other side of my base, and now we're good. And look, this is convenient. Okay, I can build a like ice highway to their portal. Although it's not, we're on like way different wide levels, so that's gonna be a little inconvenient. But graphic descriptions of sex acts such as phone sex or erotica are banned by Twitch US, so probably shouldn't. Well, too late, buddy. I don't think they'll care. I don't think it matters.
Valentina Gomez chick on in Texas that's kind of going crazy. These Muslim rapists, pedophile, whatever. So like,
but you know, exclamation point YouTube in the chat and you know, exclamation point kick in the chat. You know, always got the backup plans. Okay, guys, don't worry. And Twitter as well. Obviously, I think exclamation point X works. Yeah, and then you know, Rumble. You gotta follow. You guys gotta follow the D Live, bro. In the Trovo, in the party. you guys tell me you ain't following the party. You guys aren't in the Trovo stream. D Live is crazy. D Live is awesome. Am I even logged in on D Live? Don't think I am. Boycott until you get on Cozy TV. I don't know if that's I mean, I guess that's not a porn website. It's it. Hold on. Let me look at my. I can't trust chat. What the fuck? This is like an actual TV network thing. Isn't that a platform Fuentes is on? I thought Fuentes was on Rumble, which I'm on Rumble too, but it's the Fuentes website. Okay, I guess Fuentes is on it. You like BBC? Nice one, Brian. I have 5 followers on D Live. Incredible.
what I'm saying is like, I do feel like we're getting to a place where not so much that that's going to happen, but it seems like we're in the rumblings of like pretext. So like once again, like you're saying there, like these people are calling for a ban, like Apostate Prophet specifically calls for a ban in a conversation had with like Erudite. If the rhetoric continues to ramp up against Muslims, would you consider that pretext for like stochastic terrorism?
Like, absolutely could be, yeah, 100%. Like, let's assume, you know, he talked about like a event where some Muslim kid got targeted for being Muslim, and they're, you know, refusing to really condemn it and stuff like that, and they're still just talking about their like Muslim ban. I'd be like, yeah, okay, bro. Like, yeah, you're doing some wild business here. You're on some stochastic terrorist stuff, yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I
think I
guess
basically agree with that as well.
with that though, right? This is my problem with the whole stochastic terrorism thing. Is I think sometimes you should call out bad behavior. You should be explicit about that bad behavior, and you should call for it to be stopped. So, for example, I don't think it would be stochastic terrorism. For example, if I said, "Hey, Tim Pool's getting money from the Russian government to spread propaganda that's harmful to Ukraine, that's meant to influence people to abandon Ukraine and be pro-Russian," and someone should probably stop him from doing that.
Right.
In a certain, if I said that, and then heaven forbids, and I'm being serious, don't do this, right? Someone went out and hurt Tim Pool. That would I wouldn't feel responsible for doing that. I wouldn't feel
Clip
any
it, folks.
responsibility for that happening.
Wick calling
because what I said
for
was simply
violence
true,
in Tim Pool.
right?
Someone used AI, an AI fucking editor, okay, to make him actually say, or just edit him out saying, "Don't do it." send it to Tim Pool, okay.
What I said, even though I wanted someone to stop him, I wasn't calling for violence, right? But it could be interpreted, and if you wanted to, you could paint that as a form of stochastic terrorism, saying, look, he named the bad thing he's doing, he blew it out of proportion, if you think I blew it out of proportion, and you called for action, someone should stop him. What do you think that meant? Everyone knows what that means, right? And they'll do this game. And that's why I don't find stochastic terrorism useful as a thing. It's just so easy to not to
So,
misuse.
Yeah, I'll kind of separate it in my mind. Is usually when I would call something stochastic terrorism, it's where either the most reasonable interpretation or one of the most reasonable interpretations, but it's like right there on the cusp, is the incitement to violence. So in the case that you gave, there's a million different things that I would sooner believe. Not even lacking good faith, there's a million things that I would sooner believe rather than.
Okay. I don't care. I'm sure. I mean, maybe it gets heated later on, but
A majority of people, not you in the way that you're asking
who the fuck is this girl? Yes, sir, Mr. Wick.
for it, but a lot of people are directly calling for incitement from Hassan. They are doing this. And what I'm saying is the majority of people right now, especially in the pro-Israel side or the anti-Palestinian side, whatever you want to call it, have the Prime Minister of Israel saying that Free Palestine equals Hail Hitler. And we have a video of someone who got arrested for shooting 2 people in the streets, screaming Free Palestine as he gets arrested. I'm saying the rhetoric around that becomes Free Palestine is terroristic speech. All forms of anyone saying Free Palestine or being pro-Palestine is a terror supporter.
I don't know if that happens in America. That might happen in Israel, but I feel like it's more stochastic terrorism if they actually appeal to people to do actions, not to government. It's weird to use Muslim ban as an example. Yeah, that's what I mentioned that earlier. It just doesn't really feel like yeah, I don't think a Muslim ban, even if I consider that a form of like unjustified state violence or whatever, I don't really think I consider that terrorism or whatever. I think that's just unjustified state violence, like I said. Okay, but don't care. I'm sure, actually, is he still streaming? They're still going at it? Oh no, he's done. I'm going to say, I'm sure both him and Ollie are Sociologic / Ollie are in my server. They could come chat if they really want, but don't you get tired of hearing about politics? I mean, like, sometimes, but that's why I just focus on things that interest me in particular, okay? Like this. I want to read this from Scott Sumner, and as well, he has a new post about the budget as well. And actually, I wonder if are there any good posts on Econ Log. Did you actually follow Dean Withers' microaggression thing, lol? I know the basics of it. I thought, like, the issue, it's so, first of all, it's so stupid. I can't bring myself to care about it too much. And second of all, I like the whole TikTok environment is very weird to me, even though I am a Zoomer, okay? So, like, it's something, like, I haven't found a good, like, drama slop video to like cover all the drama for me, and I can't stand TikTok. Okay, I cannot stand TikTok. Come on, then Mr. Streamer, who's your idol? Destiny Hassan Asmongold, spit it out. My idol is your mom. But I mean, what I know of the Dean Withers Unfuck America tour thing is that the organizer person, I think, allegedly wasn't like paying for a black person's transportation cost, and then people, for some reason, assumed that was a racist thing, and then people, there was some panel about it. You don't care about microaggressions? Yeah, I know. There was some panel about it. And the Z girl joined it. Why your voice keeps cracking? I don't know, man. And like just said, I think I still don't know to this day what the actual microaggression supposedly was. I think I've been told it was her saying that they were being aggressive, and apparently that's enough to be a microaggression and get her kicked out or whatever, or everyone started leaving the Unfuck America tour. I know that Dean and Parker both refuse to talk to Destiny now. Okay, but which is not totally unreasonable, but it's kind of weird. I don't think there's any new budget things. Oh, thanks, P Salty, for following on Kick. Or Trovo? Wait, did you follow in Trovo? Dean seems incredibly unserious, annoying debate, bro. That's what, listen, I love you, Dean, okay? I love Dean, alright? Okay. I think he's a semi-cool, knowledgeable dude, but I really just, Kick over Twitch makes sense. I thought you followed on Trovo. I thought someone listened to the Trovo call out, okay? But how do you know about Trovo? I just I think that actually the reason I know about Trovo is because the thing I use for alerts, which I set up because it has YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, also has Trovo. And later I think when I bought I pay for Restream, which gives me like 8 outputs. And it's like, well, I pay for 8. I finna use all 8. So I have Trovo as one of them. But yeah, Dean, I mean, it just, I can tell from Dean's econ takes, okay? 4 voice cracks during the explanation. Great one. Nice one, bro. I can tell from Dean's econ takes about like the unrealized capital gains tax and like the like tax credit or whatever. It's like a female bodybuilder on steroids. How do you know that's not what I am? He basically, it feels a lot like he kind of finds like post hoc justifications for most of the Democrats' policies, and it feels like basically whatever the Democrats come out with, he'll find like a way to support it, and it doesn't really feel like he has like a set of like grounded beliefs, and like he just thinks the Democrats oh my god, he just thinks the Democrats are closer to him on those set of beliefs. It feels like he like I said, kind of finds post hoc justification for these things. I feel like I could beat up Dean, and I can't. Dude, Dean is buff though. Why you ban me? I mean, you're obviously, I don't know who you're from, but you're obviously like everyone is just here to troll on YouTube chat or whatever. Not if I'm getting transvestigated, dude. Yeah, I know. I'm tired. It's at least they're not Jew investigating me. Okay. Previously, it was the Jew. Jew investigations, but the J killing, okay. Although, Localist seems to think I'm trans still, I think. Which, by the way, I want to see Localist and Marx debate so bad. Two retards fighting, okay. Jew boy. Oh no, guys, they got there. They figured it out. That I'm Jewish. I'm not Jewish. I'm not Jewish. They seem to, everyone in chat, it's always YouTube chat. It's always someone in YouTube chat, okay. Anyway. Peanut Navarro. Dude, I might just have to turn off YouTube chat. Usually they aren't this persistent. But it's collateral damage, okay? Because some of the goated viewers, like Sauce Rama and like Tyler, okay, are in YouTube chat. Peter Navarro has a PhD in economics from Harvard University. Kevin Erdman is a former small businessman without a degree in economics, and yet Navarro is one of America's worst economists, and Erdman is one of our best. How is that possible? Economics has become a highly technical field, but the most important part of economics remains non-technical, the ability to look at complex situations and figure out the essence of what is going on. Milton Friedman and Paul Krugman are two well-known examples of economists with this ability. Another example is Kevin Erdman. Kevin has a new post on the trade deficit, which provides one of the best explanations I have encountered. We'll start here. We have a lot of... I'm not familiar with this dude. One of our best. Oops. We have a lot of profits in foreign currencies, and we use those profits to buy foreign goods and services. Kevin provides this graph. I think your top chat can't see it. What? Also, his housing and alternative 2008 theories surrounding that. Oh, based. Wait, what's his 2008? Does he have the same 2008 theory as Scott Sumner? Kevin provides this graph. Gross national income for U.S. Share of gross domestic product. Net exports of goods and services. Note that the red line is actually negative. The negative of our trade balance. So we currently have a trade deficit about 3% of GDP, about $900 billion. But that appears, it appears our surplus in investment income, the blue line, is now only about 0.4% of GDP, say $120 billion. So how can we afford all those imports? Kevin continues. Much of that, it's just, I know the answer is investment, but YouTube chat censorship doing its job. Yeah, exactly. Kevin continues. Much of the remaining gap between the trade deficit and our foreign income comes from capital flows. Americans owe about 35 trillion in foreign assets. Own about 35 trillion in foreign assets, and foreigners own about 60 trillion in American assets. We both return about 1.5 trillion of profits annually from those assets. Why is that? Because equity earns higher returns than fixed income. Americans largely invest in corporate assets. Foreigners largely invest in fixed income. Cautious German, Japanese, and Chinese savers earn low returns by investing in our T-bonds, while we earn high returns from quite profitable multinational investments in other countries. Even so, in a static world, this would leave us with about 780 billion short of what we need to finance our trade deficit. So what gives? Now let's say that we both reinvest some of our profits so that next year's foreign profits are 3% higher. He has written 1 or 2 books on it, and at least one nice paper was Sumner. Oh, he has actual papers? What the fuck? Mercatus paper? Okay, now let's say we both reinvest some of our profits so that next year's foreign profits are 3% higher. Working paper. Same thing. Americans would have to reinvest about 1 trillion of our foreign profits back into our foreign assets. Foreigners would have to reinvest about 2 trillion of their American profits back in American assets. In order to cover that difference, they have to sell 1 trillion worth of stuff this year. In a dynamic growing world economy, we need only to invest roughly 1 trillion to raise our 35 trillion a stock of foreign assets by 3%, whereas foreigners need to invest almost 2 trillion to raise their 60 trillion stock of foreign assets by 3%. Actually, 1.8 trillion to be precise. This would keep the ratio stable. If you add the roughly 800 billion in extra foreign investment the foreigners put in the U.S. to our 1.20, Jesus. 120 billion in excess income from foreign investments, you get pretty close to roughly 900 billion our roughly 900 billion trade deficit. Kevin continues. They have to keep a trade surplus with us just to keep up with us. They are the ones on the financial treadmill running just to stay in place. That's why we have had a trade deficit for decades while the dollar remains strong. We're good at investing and investing and risk taking. Imagine that you own imagine that you and your colleagues both earn 200K a year. Both of you target a $5 million 401k balance by retirement, but your colleague is risk averse and puts it all into treasuries, and you put yours into savings into stocks. Your colleague keeps falling behind and thus must save twice as much to keep up with you. Because they save so much of their income, they are buying a Honda Civic while you are buying a BMW 5 Series. Perhaps you know people that seem to live beyond their means because they bought Nvidia stock in 2002. That's America. Kevin points out that the situation is sustainable if we don't blow it up. If we don't blow it. Since Americans don't mind taking some risk, we invest in at-risk foreign capital and pocket about 6% plus inflation. We're winning, coming and going, and the imports are just just desserts. Now, this doesn't mean that we shouldn't worry about. Okay, I think I'm just gonna turn off YouTube chat. Problem solved. Doesn't mean that we shouldn't that we shouldn't worry about the national debt utility. Should worry about issuing too many bonds. The government can only provide the service of deferred consumption if it keeps its obligations below its ability to fund them, and nobody knows exactly what that ability will be. I suppose it isn't impossible for us to use the proceeds of our federal debt for I can't pronounce this word, but there is a really easy way to tell if we are. The value of the dollar would decline against other currencies, which, hey, by the way, guess what's happening now? It has been fine for decades, and there's no reason to think it will change. Well, there is currently one reason. The worst case, didn't you guys see? Was it Betsy that came out and said it's not our dollar getting weaker, it's other currencies getting stronger. By the way, Marks, if you want to join VC in a second, you should. But the worst case, if our multinationals ever stop being so profitable, then we'll have to stop buying lots of BMWs and shift over to Fords and Chevys. Wouldn't that be tragic? I'm kidding. Our trade balance is equal to domestic savings minus domestic investment. What? Once you understand what's going on, it becomes easier to see what would be necessary to solve the problem of the trade deficit, which is not a problem at all. One solution would be to reduce U.S. investment, say by causing a big recession, and indeed, the U.S. trade deficit often gets smaller during recessions. A better solution might be to raise the level of domestic saving, but that's much harder than it seems, and almost every possible solution is going to be painful. I've advocated reducing the federal budget deficit, but that would be unpopular, higher taxes and or lower entitlement spending, and even that might not be enough as it is the private sector that mostly drives the process. In the 1990s, interest rates were high and growth was high, the trade deficit was rising, and government budget was in surplus. After 2008, interest rates were low, growth was low, and a mortgage crackdown knocked $5 trillion out of American balance sheets. The trade deficit declined, and the federal debt ballooned. How could those two sets of trends have been associated with two different time periods? The upside down CAPM is how? Sorry. Hope for a large trade deficit and high interest rates. That means we're doing all of this right. Ceteris paribus, a smaller budget deficit reduces our trade deficit, but ceteris usually isn't paribus, and the economic boom of the late 1990s caused private savings to decline relative to booming investment by more than public savings increased. Vice versa, during a Great Recession, it's analogous to the way that interest rates often fall during recessions, even though the budget deficit is getting bigger, and that by itself should theoretically boost interest rates. Never a reason from a budget deficit change. So Trump's policy might fail to reduce the trade deficit, as was the case in his first term, or it might succeed in reducing our trade deficit by making us so much poorer that we stop buying so many consumer goods, or reduce investment in new plant equipment. Ouch. What makes Kevin Erdman such a good economist is that he has an almost unerring ability to get to the core of the issue, to see what factors are essential and what are tangential. I've merely cited a small portion of the post. The whole thing is excellent. P.S. I have a related post at Econ Blog. PPS, Matt Iglesias, and Scott Alexander are a couple more examples of excellent non-economist economists. What I thought Matt Iglesias was a real economist. I thought he had a degree. Not that he can't be a real economist without a degree or something, but What does President think an economist is? Lol. What do you mean? Oh, Sumner? Yeah, this is Sumner. Actually, we should probably save this too. Guys, okay, the balance of payments post, okay, is coming at some point, guys, okay, the blog post, okay, the balance of payments blog post, okay, one day. And then I gotta get Pentuple to read it, because I don't think he quite understands still. I think he's still a little confused on that issue. Man has a philosophy degree? I thought he had an econ degree, but I guess I'm wrong. Damn. What's confusing about balance of payments? So it depends on what level you're on. So it shouldn't be confusing for the most part, right? I think I'm like, you can go watch my debates I've had with this fucking like MAGA dude, where like I've tried to explain to him, like, you know, he's like, oh, big trade. He literally said like verbatim, oh, those dollars for the trade deficit go overseas and they never come back. And I was like, okay, so other countries, once they have our dollars, they can't spend those dollars in their own country, really. No one in China is accepting USD, so they either buy a US good, in which case we don't have a trade deficit, or they buy a like U.S. asset, like a treasury bill, and that's a capital account surplus, and it's a dollar for dollar thing. It equals zero. It exactly balances out. Okay, this is every dollar that's a trade deficit is a dollar that is capital account surplus, and he just does not get it, and I don't understand. The only time he actually kind of got it was when he asked Grok. He asked Grok like, how much money is the U.S. losing because of the trade deficit? And in the Grok response, it like said, "Oh, hey, by the way, a trade deficit is just a capital account surplus." And I pointed that out to him, and he was like, "No one's saying that all the money is lost." And it's like, okay, dude, like I don't like actually, I don't know what that, don't know what you're. I don't know what to tell you, man. Josh Hendrickson has a new Substack post that discusses the implications of the U.S. dollar's role as an international reserve currency. This caught my eye. What if the president nukes Chicago? What's up, Landon? When you are taught a typical model of international trade with flexible exchange rates, the discussion on a balance of trade goes something like this. If a country runs a persistent trade deficit, its currency will begin to be depreciated. The depreciation of the currency makes foreign goods more expensive. This tends to reduce imports and push the country towards balanced trade. The basic point here is that typical textbook argument is that flexible exchange rates adjust the balance of trade, and these adjustments tend to reduce the trade deficit and push the country towards more balanced trade. By contrast, the U.S. runs persistent trade deficits that do not self-correct. In fact, many times the dollar appreciates while the U.S. is running trade deficits. How can we explain this phenomenon? The reason is the U.S. is the dollar. Sorry, the dollar is the primary currency used in global trade. 2 comments. 1, the U.S. is different. 2, Josh Hendrickson should get a new textbook. Here's the current account as a share of GDP. Now look at Great Britain. Whoa. Unfortunately, the British Fed series ends in 2016 and is in money terms not share GDP. However, another source confirms that the UK current account deficits have continued at roughly 3% of GDP. And here's New Zealand. And here's Australia. In fairness, the more recent Fed series shows a brief period of surplus before returning to deficit in 2024. In fact, the U.S. is fairly typical of English-speaking countries that draw a lot of immigration. It runs fairly persistent deficits. The outlier is Canada, which ran current account surpluses from 1999 to 2008. But I mean, that's mostly us buying their oil, right? But regardless. But even they have seen current account deficits for the past 16 years and 52 of the past 65 years. A current account balance merely reflects the differences between savings and investment. There's no reason why it cannot continue indefinitely. It may be associated with excess borrowing, especially excessive government borrowing, but that is not always the case. Australia tends to have small budget deficits. The U.S. current account deficits are probably caused by some sort of factors that explain current account deficits in other English-speaking countries: low savings rate, highly productive capital investments, and high rates of immigration. I see no evidence that the dollar's role as reserve currency plays much of a role, unless you believe that the New Zealand dollar is also an important reserve currency. Hendrickson continues, the short answer is that other countries have to be net importers of dollars and therefore net exporters to the U.S. Mewen Triffin. What this implies is that the U.S. Must run persistent trade deficits with the rest of the world in order to provide the world with dollars. This is not accurate. A current account deficit is not a net flow of dollars. It is a net flow of assets. We could pay for imports by selling real estate or equities or junk bonds. A foreign country could accumulate U.S. dollar reserves, treasuries, by selling assets like stocks or real estate or foreign government bonds. The U.S. current account deficit reflects the discrepancy between domestic savings and domestic investment. The U.S. is not forced to run a deficit, and even with the dollar serving as international reserve currency. I don't worry about current account deficits, but if the Trump administration wishes to address the issue, they should consider reducing the government budget deficit, which is negative saving. Instead, they are planning to enact a giant tax cut. A recession might also reduce their current account deficit by reducing domestic investment. P.S. I'm not certain why Australia's current account has recently become more positive. Perhaps it reflects the cultural change associated with extensive immigration from high-saving Asian nations, but that doesn't explain Canada. I did paste that in there. Speaking of budget deficits, Scott Sumner also has a post on the tax bill. The fiscal equivalent of war. How do I, if I copy the link address, it goes to the actual sub. By the way, does anyone know, this is so annoying to me, the fact that, like, Substack has, like, two, like if you use the Substack, I don't know what to call it, a Substack, like, feed, and then click on someone's post, I don't know why it doesn't take you to the actual post. I don't know why it has this, like, in feed, like, embedded a post or whatever. That shit is stupid. They're talking about a Discord server. What? When I look at the fiscal situation around the world, it increasingly seems like what you would expect at war. Well, there are wars going on in Ukraine, Gaza, Yemen, Sudan, Burma, Libya, and many other places. Most developed economies are now at peace. I see three factors that are making global debt markets increasingly resemble wartime conditions. 1, the end of mutual defense pacts. 2, the end of globalization. 3, the end of American fiscal responsibility. Thus far, the media has largely treated these as independent stories, but the debt markets increasingly see a link, as do some more astute observers. Here's Joe, I don't know how to pronounce that, and Tracy Alloway. Here, in the short term, one thing that you can't help but notice is that the rates at the long end of the yield curve are rising over the world. But to my mind, deglobalization is part of the story here. Deglobalization is part of the story here as well. And I see that working in two ways. The first is, again, in a world where trading and national security partners are perceived as being less open and reliable, countries are required to spend more on building up their own industry. The obvious example of this already, the one where we draw the clearest line between geopolitics and rates, is Germany, which is opening up the fiscal taps in order to spend more money on defense. If you kind of squint and look at the blue lines, you see a sharp moving up in early March, right when we started getting the headlines about fiscal expansion. Technically, NATO still exists, but as a practical matter, it has been abolished by the Trump administration phase. Now it's every country for themselves. That means a lot more defense spending, including in the U.S., which is economically wasteful and fiscally challenging. This is a pity. Mutual defense pacts are a wonderful way of economizing on defense spending. A Russia that cannot beat Ukraine would not dare to attack. It would dare attack NATO, but that security is gone now. Tossed away like a petulant child breaks a toy they don't like. Another story discusses the way that global debt markets are linked. From the U.S. to Japan, long-term borrowing costs for the world's biggest economies have surged as investors question the ability of governments to cover massive budget deficits. While Germany's traditional adherence to fiscal discipline means it has more capacity to ramp up borrowing than many other governments, the challenge is that it will be competing against a higher long-end supply around the globe. There's clearly a lack of demand for long-end duration everywhere, said Chanel. That's not how I pronounce that either. I don't know how to pronounce it. So this girl co-headed a multi-asset in London at Paquette Asset Management. Japan is facing a similar problem. Here's Financial Times. I've seen quite a bit about, the fucking major big spike in Japanese long-term bonds. But the Japanese government bond market was already having a bit of a springtime nightmare. But a poor auction of 20-year debt earlier this week sent long-end yields soaring to the highest levels ever. The article provides this frightening graph. During the 2010s, I was criticized for supporting the Japanese policy of increasing sales tax rates to reduce budget deficits. We were told there was no reason to worry about deficits in a world of zero interest rates, but contrary to the predictions of my critics, Japanese GDP growth was actually increased due to monetary stimulus, despite the fiscal austerity. Just imagine if the Japanese had taken the advice of Keynesians and continued running massive fiscal deficits through the 2010s. Their debt to GDP ratio would be even higher today, and the effect of raising interest rates on the budget situation would be even more frightening. The article discusses 3 factors contributing to Japan's fiscal problems. The first is inflation. Headline CPI in Japan is now 3.6 and has been above 2% for 3 years. That means the 30-year bond yield at 3.15% is still below inflation or negative in real terms. Second, Japan insurers have virtually stopped purchasing very long-term bonds to satisfy new economic solvency ratios introduced recently. Third, long-term fiscal concerns are rising. The U.S. is pressuring Japan to spend 3% of GDP on defense from the current 1.6%. The ruling coalition is considering a supplementary budget, while the opposition is pushing for a consumption tax cut. No one seems to be talking about less spending and raising more tax revenue. In addition to the global military buildup, we also have a trade war initiated by the Trump administration. At one point during April, the trade war began to unsettle the U.S. market for long-term treasuries. This was the factor that led Trump to back off from his original proposal from extremely high tariff rates. Although, guys, guess what we got today? We got more tariffs. Let's go, dude. We got the. It doesn't have a post about it yet. We got supposedly 50% on the EU and 25% on iPhones. Because we needed that. In my view, the trade war and a breakdown in mutual defense are not separate issues, rather they are both linked to a global rise in authoritarian nationalism. Nationalists tend to be both populist and xenophobic. That doesn't bode well for an international economic security system that was built on cooperation. Trade wars reduce economic growth, which increases stress on the budget. Populism leads to big budget deficits. When Juan Perón combined protectionism with fiscal irresponsibility, it wrecked Argentina. Trump's adoption of the same policy mix is a threat to the entire global economy. The recent House negotiations over the budget is almost a textbook example of what can go wrong under populism when there are no adults in the room. Consider the case of Congresswoman Young Kim, who represents California's 40th district, where I live. Wikipedia describes her as a moderately conservative Republican. NBC News reported that the issues important to Kim included creating jobs and keeping taxes low, beefing up education funding in science, technology, engineering, and math, and reforming the immigration system to ensure those brought to the U.S. as children without legal documentation are treated fairly and with compassion. She supports student loan forgiveness if the borrower is on the verge of bankruptcy. Kim favors reduced regulations and increased trade. She's a fiscal conservative. and Mitt Romney Republican. And yet, given the dynamics in a budget negotiation, she ended up being one of a handful of GOP House members that blew up the budget deficit by ending the $10,000 limit on SALT deductions. In a normal country where the president didn't have a personality cult, congressional leaders might have worked out a compromise that put the budget on a somewhat sustainable path. You want SALT deduction, okay? Then we keep taxing tips and overtime. No extra deduction for seniors and increased child tax credit. No cut in pass-through business taxes. Instead, we have the worst of both worlds. Congress is afraid to go against the president's wish list, and can be held hostage by a handful of House members representing special interest. The budget deficit becomes the GOP version of everything bagel. Of an everything bagel. The CBO forecast is very bad, but the actual budget situation is far worse. The CBO is forced to adopt the administration's rosy assumption of tax cuts expiring on a specified date. Recall the 2017 corporate tax cuts were scheduled to expire this year. Did it? Do you believe future Congress will take away SALT deduction and start taxing tips and overtime? Will they reverse their child tax credit increase? This tweet caught my eye. The House budget is set to increase deficits by $3.1 trillion over 10 years. That'll be another unnecessary hit to Americans' economic credibility. By the way, I think that 3.1 trillion number is not including the added interest rate cost. I think it's more like six. I think it's 6.2 trillion over 10 years with the interest rates. In addition, if interest rates stay at current levels, then the budget deficit will be far larger than CPO forecast. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah. Even worse, the CBO forecasts assume that peace and prosperity will continue indefinitely. When will that ever happen? I recently saw someone on CNBC claim that the debt-to-GDP ratio stabilized during the late 2010s. That's actually not quite true, but even if it were true, it would have meant the deficit was completely unsustainable. I cannot emphasize this point strongly enough. A stable debt-to-GDP ratio during economic expansion is an unsustainable fiscal policy. In order for fiscal policy to be sustainable, the debt-to-GDP ratio must fall during expansion so that it can rise during recessions. This tax bill is almost unimaginably bad. If you are progressive, it's bad because there are massive tax cuts for the rich, while the poor are being hit by tariffs and benefit cuts. If you are supply side of the bill, it's bad because it reduces economic efficiency. The SALT deduction alone is an engine for massive wasteful spending in high tax states. If you like simplicity, this bill is bad because it makes the tax system far more complex. We are back to itemizing deductions. I don't even think Kamala Harris would have produced something quite this bad, and any other GOP president would have delivered a far better bill. I think it's literally 20 like more random deductions and write-offs and bullshit that we definitely needed. One thing I've noticed during nearly 50 years I've been a macroeconomist is that stuff happens. I don't know what will happen, and I don't know when it will happen, but if history is any guide, stuff will continue happening. Maybe it will be a bird flu pandemic. Maybe it'll be war. Maybe it'll be a recession. Maybe it will be a massive bank bailout. Given Trump is also deregulating banking, but keeps deposit insurance and TPTF. All of us, even me, live in a fantasy world where we keep subconsciously expecting the future to be like the past, but it isn't. Stuff keeps happening. Our budget situation is not even sustainable if nothing bad happens going forward. I suppose it's possible that some sort of AI miracle will rescue us. Just as it's theoretically possible for someone drunk and high on cocaine to put a blindfold and drive to put on a blindfold and drive 90 miles an hour down the highway without hitting another car. But I don't think it makes sense to assume that we'll be as lucky as the Indian Pacers. Sorry to be a downer, but does it make sense to be optimistic when we are blowing up the framework of global trade that underpinned the greatest period of prosperity in world history, and simultaneously blowing up the mutual defense treaties that have underpinned world peace since 1945, and simultaneously running a historically irresponsible fiscal policy? I'm tempted to say that a deficit of 6% of GDP is what you'd expect during wartime, not peace, but Lyndon Johnson actually raised taxes during the peak of the Vietnam War, which led to a budget surplus in 1968. That's what I mean by grown-ups in a room. We've never had a budget this unbalanced during a period of peace and prosperity. Oh, and the Senate bill may well be even worse. I very much hope I'm wrong. One silver, I'm assuming lining, I hope, is that Trump backed away from the more extreme tariffs when there was pushback from the markets. Perhaps bond vigilantes will eventually force Congress to cut spending and raise taxes. But hope is not a plan. P.S. I still believe Trump might be opening a door for future VAT. The Dems have refused to go there because they worry that high sales taxes are unpopular. But if everything is imported to be hit with a 10% tax and a VAT, suddenly seems like a much less dramatic of a change. A fiscal Nixon to China. PPS. On the plus side, Trump's policy on higher education is only 27% as bad as Chairman Mao's. Say what you will about my TDS. On one point, I've been completely 100% vindicated. Donald Trump equals Victor Orban's. Trump's first 4 months are pure Orbanism. PPPS. People impersonating me occasionally leave comments here. One clue is that my name is spelled incorrectly. Another clue is that they are even sillier than my comments. Wow. That's what, you know what's crazy? I have not seen like anyone defending the budget bill. I've seen like the most I've seen is a single tweet from someone that just says, I can't believe Democrats voted against the biggest middle class tax cuts in history. That's all I've seen. I haven't seen anyone actually defend it. Even the MAGA people. I have not seen seriously defend it. Because it's not very defensible. What the fuck? I don't know if Vegan is watching a stream. What the hell are you guys talking about in fucking general? I'm so glad we have the resident Marxist on the server to have repeated conversations.
Hello?
What's up?
Hi, how are you? So I was gonna talk to Sample earlier, but I don't know, he was like busy or something.
Yeah.
But obviously you support welfare, right? Like in some form.
Yeah, I mean, Sample's gonna be more informed than me, but yeah, I'm generally gonna be pretty pro some amount of welfare. Like, you know, obviously.
Yeah, like what? Yeah, do you like universal basic income or like a means tested system?
Yeah, so
or?
well, I mean, UBI / NIT, I think would probably be optimal. I think even like a sovereign wealth fund that just pays people out benefits, I think would be probably something I would support. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm like pretty big on negative income tax, and Sample's like huge on universal basic income. But honestly, like and then Tyrus is like big on private charity, and like, but wait, what's going on in general chat? But sorry, I just want to like get your opinion on, I guess, like which one you think is best.
I mean, aren't they literally? I mean, you can at least assign them to be like literally identical from like just a net payout perspective. Like,
yeah, but negative income tax is like less susceptible to increasing the deficit or the budget deficit, because like the amount paid in is going to be the amount paid out. Like the revenues raised from or like the total of people paying into the negative income tax is going to be the total dished out of people who are taking from the system. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I think politically, a negative income tax is really the only thing that would work. Like, I don't see the U.S. passing a UBI bill anytime soon. I think it would have to be some type of, more means tested program. And I don't know. Like I think if you had I think if you had a better tax system, and I don't really think a UBI would be that. I don't think it would be unsustainable or anything.
Yeah, no, I
from a
don't think it
budget
would be
perspective.
bad, but I
Like-
just think like politically, I feel like it's like politically profitable to just like keep ramping up the fixed amount of payments. But like there kind of is like a self-checking system on it. With like if the deficit grows, you might not get reelected. But and I mean also there could be like people just straight up relinquishing citizenship and just moving out of the country, and not really paying out to the system. But okay, I'm gonna link something from the Mises Institute. I know you're not gonna like it, but I'm not really big on the Mises Institute either, but I like Cato. But
I'll accept Kano.
um,
Okay, I do like Kano.
yeah. So like there's like a pretty good history of like private charity doing pretty well. Obviously there's like the crowding out effect when you add like government. I'm not even like trying to make a argument for like is it ethical to tax people or not, but like
Sure.
more like for like my econ policy it's like more consequentialist.
I mean, I guess I would have to do more reading on it. I've heard from, I mean, mostly. I mean, like I think I've seen SDL post about this. I think I've seen Econoboy talk about it on things. I don't think private charity has ever been more than like 2 or 3% of GDP, and like almost.
Yeah, no, it's
any-
been pretty
in-
low.
Yeah, so like I'm not and then like social spending in the U.S. is like 20% of GDP or something. We spend a lot on health and
Yeah,
education.
but there's like a lot of waste too. It's not fully
well,
it's not
I
fully
mean,
just like cash.
I agree. Yeah,
But
it's not.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not optimal. We're not pursuing optimal welfare policy.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of waste
Uh,
there. But I mean, I just don't know. I don't have faith in private charity being able to achieve
Yeah,
the same outcomes that I think
that's-
we've seen from welfare programs. And I would also just add,
yeah.
like to some extent, like you're with the welfare system, if we just have payments give payments to disabled people, then like disabled people don't have to be poor, and also their family who would otherwise have to care for them have basically the same amount of income as people who
no,
work.
it's definitely a good investment.
Yeah.
I was gonna say. Oh yeah, that's like part of why like government coerce like welfare programs, partly because like it just provides like some level of certainty rather than like just being completely dependent on voluntary donations.
Yeah.
But yeah. But have you looked into like the differences between negative income tax and UBI or?
Not a ton. I've read like maybe like a few blog posts about it or something, but like
Yeah.
I like I said earlier, like you can design them to be like literally identical. I guess it's like to me it's
Wait, hold
more
on,
of a
sorry,
question
Mom,
of
just
like
hold-
sure.
Sorry, I'm back. Wait, what were you saying?
I was just saying I think I've read like one blog post on it, but it's just
Yeah.
I don't know. To me, it's more of a question of what is more politically feasible than like what is more optimal. Because like I said, they can be identical. Like if you have a proper tax system, I would say a UBI would be identical to an NIT because you just
I mean,
tax away.
yeah, like the net payments out are going to be like pretty similar, but I think the administrative costs are like a little different for like
probably.
UBI. You have to like manage the solvency, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, what do you mean manage the solvency? I would say you still have to.
You'd have to
manage-
like figure out what like tax rates you'd need to be able to fund it. I mean, it would kind of be like forecasting, because you need to figure out how much revenues you need to raise to.
The shekels
Hell
flow.
yeah. Thanks for the sub, Bubby. I mean, wouldn't you?
Oh, okay.
Presumably, you're still gonna have to do that with a negative income tax. Like you're still gonna have to, if you're gonna pay out people, yearly or
Yeah, but
monthly. Or
for
whatever.
negative income tax. yeah, for negative income tax though, you're not like guaranteeing any like fixed amount. You're just because it's like progressive and it's like phased out, right? Um, the amount raised would just be the amount given. Wait, I think I have a really good picture.
Sure.
What?
Need you to share location.
Okay. Perfect. Wait, do you know if this Mark Zabi guy is gonna?
Hold on, I can tell him that.
Right. So negative income tax would literally have zero effect on the budget, but also Sample thought that like if you don't work, you're not like entitled to payments, but from what I understand, you still get payments under the negative income tax because you still have an income. It's just going to be zero.
Right.
But yeah, I don't really know how you'd measure like what the cost of certainty is, like because government, or I guess there would be less certainty with a negative income tax too, because it's not going to be a fixed amount.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not honestly not too sure. I used to be like super with Kairos, and like only wanting to do private charity, like mostly on principle, but like I moved to advocating for negative income tax.
Based. I mean, I think I know you have that that post or whatever that taxes are involuntary and theft, which I haven't read. I don't know. Maybe it's a great phenomenal argument, but
yeah, it's like super libertarian about how like all land or like the government doesn't actually have like legitimate ownership to land. But like I don't even care about that for like when I'm talking about like policy. Like I'm
sure.
Almost like fully consequentialist.
Based. I mean, I would just I just have the Bruneck take, okay? Like the government, or sorry, the market. I think. Like,
oh,
clearly,
I read his blog too.
Yeah, clearly fails to deliver. What the fuck? What? Okay.
Yeah, Matt
clearly
is pretty pro UBI.
Yeah, it clearly fails to deliver income to people who don't contribute factors, and seems like having some type of redistribution system to get those people income just a really good thing. Just seems like it prevents people from
for sure. But like I feel like another political concern would be like it becoming like a very good tool for like drastic redistribution, because even for the negative income tax, you technically could like just ramp it up progressively. You could have like an average tax rate of like 90%, and then you could redistribute that to the bottom. But presumably people would just like move out if that happened, or just like fully relinquish citizenship. But
I mean, I do think if we had a UBI or even if we had a sovereign wealth fund, I do think a lot of those things should probably be managed by an independent board and try to be as obviously insulated from politics.
Yeah, instead of like enriching themselves.
Exactly. Yeah,
that'd probably be good.
But like, it seems like in democratic countries like Norway, they seem to be able to do these things like fine.
Yeah, no,
obviously Venezuela is not a transparent democratic country, and they obviously had a lot more issues with corruption. But
yeah, I haven't really like fully formulated my opinion on this, but still looking. Tires is supposed to talk to me about like the case for private charity, I guess, but I mean, he should be up. It's like 12 in Australia. Okay,
in Australia?
All right, that's all I. Yeah, I thought he was British, but apparently he's Australian. You notice like his huge Aussie accent? I mean, honestly, I can't even tell.
Yeah, I
They kind
can't. I
of just
can't
sound the
really.
same.
Yeah,
Wait, are you an econ student or?
I will be. I'm lame right now. I just go to community college, but
Oh,
I
I
am
see.
planning on after I get my associates going for econ.
Hmm.
But I don't know. I just like I like learning about it, and I like arguing with, with people about it
Yeah,
on
no, that's like,
panels.
yeah. I mean, I just graduated with a finance degree, but it's like close enough. I took micro and macro,
Right.
so
Yeah.
it's enough.
We'll count it. Yeah, we can count it.
It's like basically econ. Okay, but yeah, that's all I really wanted to talk to you about. Ping me if Mark Zabi joins though. Like, I actually want to listen.
Listen to what exactly? Like you want
I
to
don't know,
like
just whatever he says.
he's. I mean,
I was talking to him
he's.
before. He you can't send him any studies or anything. He'll just say you're an imperialist or something.
No,
It's
yeah.
so funny.
There's a debate he had with with Sample and
Sample
me.
or something?
Yeah. So there's a video I have on my channel. I think he talks to me twice, and I don't
No, it's
debate a lot
okay.
of
I'll look.
socialists. I'm sure if you watched it, you'd have a lot of notes for me. But and then later he talks to Sample, and they're talking about like the falling rate of profit. And first of all,
Oh, which is
Mark's
not true, right?
yeah, it's not true. But Mark Zabi doesn't even understand the literature from actual Marxist on the falling rate of profit. Um, but Sample,
Did he send one that like disproves his own
I know, yeah,
claim?
like if you try to cite anything at him, he'll just say it's imperialist. And Sample at the end goes, "Have you read anything ever that disagrees with you about economics?" And Mark Zabi says, "No, why would I read that?"
That's so funny. Wait, he just said like he wouldn't read it because it's written by imperialists, or?
Yeah, it's imperialist. It's idealist. Okay. Again, not
Let's see.
understanding that there are also, I mean, there are Marxists who have papers about the falling rate of profit. Presumably, some of them are published, but
Wait, so he just didn't concede that it falling rate of profit wasn't true, or did
dude,
he concede
they spent
anything, or?
like no, I don't think he conceded anything. No, he spent like 20 minutes debating how to read the like y-axis of one of the charts that Sample sent,
What?
because it was like it was like from Fred, and like Sample was I think he was just like converting
Like he made his own?
yeah, like one of the things in it is like multiplying by 100 because he's converting it to a percentage, and Marx just like could not understand that, and it's like
Okay, wait, I'll actually look at the video. Which one?
I can find
one
it.
is
I think
it?
it's called like it's probably five
Is it
others.
Tanky Debates Econ Boy? No, that can't
No,
be it,
that's
right?
no. That one is
Econo
kind
Boy?
of funny too. But have you ever talked to Econo Boy?
No, I haven't. I've only really been in like the Dean server and the Austrian server.
Sure. Oh, the Austrian server. Oh boy.
Yeah, not a fan.
I mean, I'm not in it, but it sounds. Listen, I guess I'm in
Oh,
the
I can
post.
invite you if you want,
I
but
guess I am in a post Keynesian server, so maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not much better.
oh
but-
wait, invite me to that. I'll invite you to the Austrian one, and you can invite me to the Keynesian one.
Sure. It's called like Socialist joins to debate non-fun yeah, Communist confronts non-fun 3 times in one night.
Oh, I found it. Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Alright, I'll
and
watch
then
that.
at the very there's chapters, so you can kind of see when the chapters are AI generated. They're kind of bullshit, but at some point it switches to the
Work.
debating out of sample. Yeah, at like 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Is it billions of dollars explained?
Yeah, he couldn't understand. He couldn't understand some of that.
Okay, I just played the video and just sample ear raping.
Yeah, he is really fucking loud in the video, but
Okay, I'll watch this. Ping me if Mark Zabi joins though, because like
sure.
I'm trying to listen to that. All right, I'll see you later. Bye bye.
See ya. This shit is fucking funny, man. Calls it non-Von's graph analysis, even though it's not my graph, it's someone else's graph.
Finish Netherman and then move on to the war.
Welfare before the welfare state. I'm pretty sure. Want to see the confirmation bias at work? Okay. SDL private charity. It's not really confirmation bias. It's just looking up something that I know I've seen. Okay. Sock done. Left. Somewhere. There's a I've seen the graph before because I can tell SDL made it. Okay, it's a graph and it has like private charity spending and it's like 2 to 3% of GDP. It's like basically a flat line throughout like all of history, and then it's like government spending and social programs, and it's like a hockey stick. It's like, which to be fair, obviously there was a decent amount of waste in that, but. Many people think life without the welfare state would be chaos in their minds. Nobody would help support the less fortunate, and it would be riots in the streets. Little did they know that people found innovative ways of supporting each other before the welfare state existed. One of the most important of these ways was the mutual aid society. Hold up, dude, this is a socialism free zone. Mutual aid, also known as fraternalism, refers to social organizations that gathered dues and paid benefits to members facing hardship. According to David Beto from Mutual Aid to the welfare state, there was a great stigma attached to accepting government aid or private charity during the late 18th and 19th centuries. Mutual aid, on the other hand, did not carry the same stigma. It was based on reciprocity. Today's mutual aid recipients could be tomorrow's donor and vice versa. Mutual aid, just can't speak, was particularly popular among the poor and working class. For instance, in New York City, 1909. 40% of families earning less than $1,000 a year, little more than the living wage, had members who were in mutual aid societies. Ethnicity, however, was even greater, predicting mutual aid membership than income. The new immigrants, such as the Germans, Bohemians, Russians, and many of whom were Jews, participated in mutual aid societies, approximately twice the rate of native whites and 6 times the rate of the Irish. This may have been due to new immigrants' need for an enhanced social safety net. By the end of the 1920s, one of the dude, you know what? Actually, hold on, brain blast. Okay, we just I say brain blast, but no, the MAGA would never accept this. I was gonna say like, we hold hands with MAGA and say, okay, we let 1 million immigrants come here. we open the borders. We open the borders. Okay, as long and we just we have like some mutual aid thing set up for the immigrants. Okay, like you probably have to have you auto enroll the immigrants into a mutual aid society. Okay, in the U.S. But MAGA still would not care. Okay, because that's the best of both worlds. Okay, they're not getting the evil government welfare that they don't really get anyways, because they're not eligible for most welfare benefits until they live in a country for 5 years or whatever. And they're also not just poor and fucking starving in the street. Liberalism is dead? Dude, oh, hold on. But MAGA still would never accept that. What's up? Oh.
Oh, I clicked. It says waiting room, join voice.
Oh, yeah, it does that.
I don't know. Okay, where is
he's typing.
this guy?
I don't know, just give him a second.
Okay, but the guy needs to donate
to donate to
UNRWA.
UNRWA, yeah. Why are you donating to them and not the shrimp welfare project?
Because there is a genocide going on against Gaza, and I think humans are better than shrimp.
Well, I agree, but
It's
you
a
can
bit
save
idealist.
you can save a lot more.
idealistic,
You can save a lot more shrimp than you can humans for like the same amount of money. You can for $1 you save
Yeah.
1,500 shrimp per year. Okay. How many?
Okay,
It
but you
costs.
see,
It
how
probably costs
many-
thousands of dollars to save a human in Gaza.
No. And
don't
what do you
think
think?
so?
How much shrimp is one human worth? How much shrimp is one human worth?
It depends on how much you think shrimp suffer. But I mean, it would be like so. I think the. Are you familiar with what the Shrimp Welfare Project does exactly?
Yeah, you talked about it that they give drugs to the shrimp so they sleep.
Yeah, so
when
they
get
yeah.
electrocuted.
So yeah, basically, I would say shrimp. Let's say if they suffer about 3.1% as much as humans do, which I think is the average estimate. That would mean donating $1 to the Shrimp Welfare Project, saving 1,500 shrimp, is equal to basically preventing as much suffering as anesthetizing 46 humans before they were killed, or before they freeze to death at a painfully and slowly. So like
No.
it's kind of hard because obviously the suffering in Gaza is different than humans slowly dying or whatever. I mean, I guess there's starvation that happens in Gaza, but it would be like
Yes.
yeah, it's kind of hard to say it's kind of hard to do the comparison between saving people from freezing in low temperatures to saving people from starvation or whatever. So like I don't know. Like in Gaza, like theoretically, I don't know how much UNRWA does, honestly. Like I just honestly don't know. But like so it could be the case that UNRWA actually legitimately prevents people from dying, which is probably that's a lot better than just preventing people from, or preventing shrimp / the equivalent number of people from suffering while they die, right? Because
Yes.
not only so it'd be
otherwise you still can compare it. Even infinite shrimp are not as much worth as one human.
that seems. Do you think infinite chimpanzees would be enough as one human?
Chimpanzees. Oh, it's a ethical question, but I still think humans are worth more.
Than infinite chimpanzees. You would do the infinite chimpanzee holocaust. You would have no. Wait, hold on. If Gaza was filled with twice as many chimpanzees as as Gaza has people, right? So there's an alternate universe.
Yes.
Gaza is filled with twice as many chimpanzees as the current population of real Gaza. And you have two buttons. One is a ceasefire in real Gaza. The other is a ceasefire in chimpanzee Gaza. Which button you pressing?
Of course, real Gaza. It's
Okay.
obvious.
What if is there any number of chimpanzees? If we literally had
No.
100, there's not any number of chimpanzees in the open air concentration camp Gaza genocide prison that
I already
would-
said one human is worth more than infinite chimpanzees, and in Gaza there's more than one human.
it seems a little weird to me. It seems like it's quite, I think one unit of suffering is basically equal between like a human and animal. Like I think there's got to be like some unit of suffering that exists. Obviously, I think not all animals are like as sentient as us, right? So like, not all animals have the same capacity to experience suffering. But I don't know. At the end of the day, like one unit of suffering is just a unit
But
of
humans are
suffering, kind of.
still worth more. Still better. I know it's idealist. It's a bit idealist, but for me, the humans are smarter than the animals. Smarter.
But you would. I don't think you're applying just as smart though, because like we could have like, what if it was 100 chimpanzees versus one person with Down syndrome, like severe Down syndrome.
But still the human. What
Yeah,
the
so
fuck?
clearly, you
really
just said
weird
because
question.
humans are smarter, but like there are humans who are less intelligent than chimpanzees.
What? No, 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 no.
You don't think there are humans that are less intelligent than chimpanzees?
No.
I mean, I feel like this can quite easily be disproven by just googling it.
But still, we need to have a. I know it's idealist, but we need to have humans as something special. I know it's speciesist.
Well, I mean, you say we need to, but like, why do we need that? I don't know.
Because otherwise we could legitimate genocide, legitimize, or what? How you say it?
Legitimize, legitimize. How are we going to legitimize genocide by also valuing animal suffering? I don't really see.
Well, you know, for example, pigs, they are very smart and very much emotion.
I agree.
But we genocide them too.
I agree.
And then it's only a small step. Then we say, oh, we can genocide humans too.
I don't think that has what? Hold on. You're saying that if we genocide pigs, then we could justify the genocide of humans?
Yes, if we don't put
even
humans in
if
a special place. Humans are special.
No, I mean, I think couldn't you just as equally? Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of the reverse of the argument that like, oh, if we don't value animal suffering, then it makes it okay to genocide animals. I don't think.
Yes,
And I like.
Yes, it's both is not okay, but still, I would still prefer a human
Over infinite. What if it were
Yeah, infinite is not possible, but yeah, infinite is a bit different. But if you say 1,000 trillion or something, 1 trillion,
sure, 1,000. I mean, I think infinite can be useful and hypothetical still, but yeah, I mean, I think conceivably we can imagine a universe of. I mean, it's hard to imagine infinity, but like I think there is still value in like for a hypothetical saying there's a universe of like literally infinite suffering attached to infinite chimpanzee suffering, attached to whatever we want to do, like saving a human or whatever. But
that doesn't make sense for moral questions because infinite chimpanzees is not possible.
Yeah, but there's a lot of moral hypotheticals that might not be possible, but are still useful.
But still, I would never just kill a human just because of no reason. Just because of chimpanzees.
Well, but it's a fuck ton of chimpanzees.
Yeah, it's true.
Would you say the same of like if there was a species, they're called shmoomins, okay? So they look like humans, they sound like humans, they have basically the same sentient experience as humans, right? They but they have different DNA. They can't breed with humans. But like as far as you know, you could even be a shmoomin. You might be a shmoomin right now, and you just don't know. Would you say it's acceptable to kill shmoomins? Can we kill 200 shmoomins to save one human?
Then no, I think. They're same intelligence, then no.
But we already kind of ran through this with the
chimpanzee or what?
The Down syndrome example. Like obviously I don't think intelligence is really the only thing that matters.
Yes, but reflective thinking. I know maybe chimpanzees can do it too. I don't know. Because they can look in the mirror and recognize themselves.
I mean, a decent number of animals can do that.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah, I think even...
bless you.
Yeah, I think even some fucking fish can do that. Thanks for following Eat More Moss. Hell yeah. Oh, Eat More Moss, what's up?
Wait, Elon Musk followed you?
Yep, Elon Musk followed me. Yep, the
God.
real Elon Musk has followed me. What's up, Elon?
Eat more moss.
Yeah, Seymour Moss. I think we played Fortnite together once.
Ah, okay. Yeah, this is really difficult question, but we need to put human on a special place.
I just don't see. I don't know, but I mean, even if which I mean, you would agree with this, like, you know, even obviously if humans, even if humans are special, like, animals can also be sufficiently valuable to not unnecessarily kill. But
Yeah, not unnecessarily, but if it's to save humans, then
well,
sadly,
you would
yes.
consider that necessary, yeah. I mean, I would consider it necessary sometimes as well, but
Yes. It's like the question with the train. If you press the lever, the train kills one person, and if you don't press the lever, the train kills two people.
how does a dialectical materialist answer the trolley problem?
Dialectical materialist answer this. Probably I would still press it.
W.
But it's dangerous when the police sees you, then you go to jail.
That would be true. Oh, dear
Somebody
God.
joined. Oh no, sample text.
What's up?
Hello, sample text.
Yeah, what's up?
What?
What's up?
What's up?
Renil, you can probably come too.
Nothing's
Actually,
up.
It's just it's a guy
So you still support
from like old
Zionism?
Twitch poll. Oh my.
I didn't come here for you, little bro.
You don't?
Yeah, I do. Even more now. I'm upping my Hasbro game.
You still support it?
Yeah, bro.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, non-fun. What do you think about the new tariffs?
Real quick. Renil, it's a guy named the Horseradish. He's from kind of when I originally started out, there was this guy named The Boss who hosted a lot of streams, and like he was in his community. The Boss has since disappeared, but apparently Horseradish is hosting more things or whatever. He told me I could invite other lefties, but that he was having more of an issue of finding people on the right to join. Oh, the
good.
sample's gone.
Good,
What the
he
fuck?
left.
I was going to tell him what I thought of the new tariffs, but
That was good move, non-fun. Just when he joins, just ignore him.
I was just talking to someone in chat real quick, but he's gone.
Oh.
I didn't mean to ignore him, but I didn't mean to.
You are talking to Cat Tricks?
Well, I was talking to Rinyald.
Rinyald? I don't even know.
He's another lip streamer.
Ah.
Yeah, it's an open. He said people can come and go
Lane?
as they please. It's like an open panel thing. What'd you say? Sorry.
Misty Lane?
I don't know. I don't know what you're saying.
There's a guy, Misty Lane. He said neoliberalism is not as good as classical liberalism.
Where did he say that? I don't see any. I don't see any. I think you're hallucinating.
No, in your non-fun chat. Misty Lane with the
Oh,
sci.
that's a little bit up, but yeah,
Yes,
neoliberalism
yes,
is not
yes.
a good classical liberalism. I mean, I don't get a whole lot of meaning out of the term like neoliberalism. Like all I mean by neoliberalism is just like, I just mean basically
Same.
like a center left capitalist. Like I don't get as
No,
many
no, no.
as much meaning as people
For me, it's the same as classical liberalism, but they just do a bit of reformism so they can sustain it. But their goal is still the same as classical liberalism.
What's their goal?
Well, their goal is just to have freedom for the rich people.
True.
And to keep up the status quo.
I think you mean successful people, but
no, why successful people? They don't have.
That's what I like to call rich people.
Oh, but they don't advocate for the inheritance tax 100% and stuff.
They don't. I mean, I don't advocate for 100% inheritance tax, but I do think that we should have a. I do think an estate tax or an inheritance tax is probably a good tax.
Yeah, but then you can't call them successful because most of them just inherited all their money. And even if it's not inherited, you can already set up when you're still alive. You can already buy a hedge, what's it called, trust funds, and then you're already rich. Doesn't mean successful.
Wait, go over that last one again. You can buy a hedge fund.
No, trust. You can go into trust fund. Bam, bam. If you are rich, and you have a lot of inheritance tax, and you can just buy trust fund for your kids in your trust fund, and then you can escape the inheritance tax. There's always a way to escape the taxes. That's why liberalism is so bad. It's designed that it's possible to avoid taxes.
I don't think that's true, and I think there are taxes that are rather hard to avoid. I mean, you're never gonna get 100% compliance with literally any tax, but I mean, you can do taxes that like a VAT, which what avoidance rate do you think a VAT has? I don't actually know, but
I don't even know what is VAT. I don't know.
VAT, a value added tax. It's kind of like a sales tax, but
yes. Like, yes, I know it. Yes, you can't avoid it very good, but there are ways. There are always ways for the rich people.
I mean,
I have lawyers that know everything about taxes.
I mean, I just conceded to you basically that you're never gonna have 100% compliance with any tax, but like,
yes,
if you just had to guess, like what, like, it's just if I look up like VAT average avoidance rate, like what do you think it's gonna be?
I don't know how you can avoid it. Probably like 95% or something. I don't even know how.
Well, you think the avoidance rate is going to be 95%, or you think the compliance rate is going to be 95%?
No, compliance.
Okay. There might be lower than
is
that
not
even.
something.
I don't know.
It's not something that the rich people suffer a lot from. It's not even wealth adjusted. It should be wealth adjusted VAT.
Well, there are, I mean, ways to do. I mean, you can tax consumption progressively. You can do an expenditures tax. It's kind of hard. It would be hard to do a literal value-added tax. Yeah.
Yes.
Value-added tax.
Yes, it's hard to do. That's why we need to. That's why reformism is just bad, shit, bullshit. And it has a different goal than revolution.
I mean, I agree. It's a different goal, but.
Yes, it's nothing. It's nothing good.
I think it's good. Actually, you know what? The real base position, okay, is that to the extent that people avoid the taxes that we have, it's based, okay, because the taxes we have aren't optimal. All right, so it's actually.
Do you think the rich people should be able to avoid taxes?
I'm being hyperbolic, but I don't think the taxes. I don't think the taxes we have now are optimal. So like, I might not. I have less of an issue with avoidance than I would if we had optimal taxes.
Yeah, but it makes it even more unfair because the rich people only avoid the taxes. The poor people don't have no chance to avoid the taxes.
That's not always true, but there is probably more tax avoidance for rich people. I would probably agree with that.
Yes, have you seen Donald Trump? He paid 0 taxes, and Elon Musk too.
Well, kinda, but yeah. I mean, well, kinda. I mean, like their income is their income is not like normal income, so it's kind of weird to say. Like we just don't have mechanisms for taxing the type of income that they usually get, and I think arguably that's a good thing. Well, yeah, but they don't realize it, right? They borrow against it.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Tax avoidance.
Hello, Mark Salvi.
That's not to borrow against you. It's not tax avoidance to borrow against the assets you hold.
But that's what I meant. They make the laws. They make the laws in a way that the rich people can just avoid them. That's what I meant by tax avoiding.
It's not tax avoidance to not have an unrealized gains tax. Like I don't like that's not.
Yeah,
avoidance.
I didn't mean the legal definition of tax avoidance, but
okay.
For me, it's still tax avoidance if they just make the laws in a way that rich people just don't have to pay them.
Okay. That's a kind of a dumb definition of tax avoidance.
No, it's not a definition. What's the word? They're still avoiding the taxes. I didn't say legal definition.
They're not avoiding taxes. They just don't have taxable income because we don't tax unrealized gains.
Yes, that's what I meant.
We don't tax when you just save.
Yes, but that's not. Then they should just put a tax on the unrealized wins.
I mean, it seems like that's probably going to have quite a lot of negative effects. First of all, that's administratively that's just a difficult thing to implement, and I'm not confident in especially the U.S. government's ability to do that. You're also going to I mean, anytime you reduce the after-tax return to investment, you're probably going to get less investment. That's probably a bad thing.
So you're just a liberal. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I've been owned. I'm a liberal. You got me. You found out.
Yes. So you're okay with rich people not paying taxes?
I think we should. I mean, I'm okay with people generally not paying taxes on unrealized gains. I mean, I don't even think. And
you're not even a liberal. You're just a fascist or something.
Okay. I don't think that makes me a fascist. Also, Hamsters, you're muted on your end. I don't know if you are intending to do that or not.
Or I mean, you're not even neoliberal, because neoliberal, they want the people to pay taxes. You're just...
Well, no, actually, hold on. I want the people to pay taxes. I don't want the top 1% to pay taxes. Okay, get it right. Okay, I want tax avoidance for the very. I'm mostly joking, but I do. I mean,
no, you just argue for this.
Wait, what happened? You converted non-fun to anarcho-capitalism, or?
No,
he already was. He already was.
I'm a fascist. Okay, I said I don't want to tax unrealized gains, and he said I'm a fascist. Why don't you want to tax unrealized gains, Hamsters? Why are you a fascist as well? Oh, he's muted again. Damn, this dude.
His Hamsters just wants that I debate local stuff. Because he wants
I think he said he wants to
$5
talk to both of you, but...
Yeah, but you can look in General's chats. He said, "Local, where are you? I will debate."
Dude, why are the options on UNRWA fucking $50, $100, $500, and $1,000? Who is donating $1,000 to UNRWA? By the way, chat, I think I had a idea for this. I think it would be fun to do another subathon, but with all the money, but it being a fundraiser for the Shrimp Welfare Project. I think that would be I think that would be funny. It'd be like save the shrimp subathon, and I think that'd be goated. But I probably wanna. I'll do it. I need a milestone to hit before I do it or something. But I don't really know. I guess 2,000 subscribers. I'm kind of far away from, so I don't really want to do that.
What, you have 2,000 subscribers?
No, I said I'm kind of far away from 2,000 subscribers. I have 1,300 subscribers, so I'm like 700 subscribers away.
YouTube subscribers?
Yeah, shrimp fried
Oh.
subathon.
I thought you have 1,000 Twitch subscribers.
No. I wish.
And you would be rich.
Prime subs. I would be rich. Which is why. Wait, by the way. So just again for the IRS, okay? Your sub to me is a tip, okay? It's a tip. You can't tax it. IRS is a tip. It's non-taxable tipped income, okay? All the subs, all the donations are tips, okay? Let's get it straight. Anytime you guys do a sub to me, make sure to use part of the TTS message you get, and just say this is a this is a tip.
You always say people need to follow the law, and you don't even follow the law either.
What do you mean? I'm following the law. This is 100% a tip. What's up, hamster?
You just want to abuse like technicalities, but you don't. It's just stupid. Why you think like this? Why you think this is morality? Morality.
I mean, I'm memeing. I don't think it's particularly immoral to classify your income as tips, even if it like arguably is not tipped income, or like how we usually think of tips. But I don't really
But
think
it's the same thing. What you
if
said
anything, I'm stopping my
unrealized
money. I'm stopping more money from going to the Israeli genocide. So you should be in favor of it.
Yes, but still.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I
Still-
agree. I don't think we should be like forced to pay into a war. I think that should be like through voluntary donation. Is that what you guys are talking about? I don't know. I just joined in the middle.
No, we were talking about
Yes.
that's not really what we're talking about. We're talking about like taxing unrealized gains, and then at one point, I forget exactly how I brought it up, but I just said, hey, by the way, so everyone knows in chat, okay, anytime you donate to me, that's a tip now. That's non-taxable tipped income. But
You make what is it? Like, what's the tax exemption? It's like 25K or something. It only
yeah,
It
25K
only applies
is
to
the
like
max.
a third of the people or something. Like insane.
Yeah, I know. It's like
So
it's
the
like
effect is already like tiny.
it's like 2.5% of workers are tipped, and then it's like of those 2/3 like make under the standard
Yeah,
deduction
that's-
already.
that's
So
bad,
it's
too.
like it's just like it's such a nothing burger, but
Right? We've solved it. Poverty in the United States themselves.
it's over. We fixed it.
Yeah, they're just doing populism. That's just Trump.
Yeah,
True,
worst thing ever,
yeah.
right? We hate Trump.
Yes, fucking Trump. But Kamala is even worse.
Oh, my
True.
AirPods are getting bad. Hold on.
At least Trump is honest. But Kamala does the same thing, but is not honest.
Wait, hold on. Kamala wanted to tax unrealized gains, though. You were just going on and on about how we have to tax unrealized gains so badly. Kamala literally had the
Yeah.
unrealized
you would
gains
have
tax.
But you would have done something for the rich people to avoid it. Some technicalities.
I
They
mean,
always have some technicalities.
I think actually that's part of the issue of unrealized gains tax is that there isn't a good way to prevent avoidance. Like I think intrinsically kind of with unrealized gains, you're going to have some avoidance based on, billionaires hiring lawyers to make it look like they own less than they do. But
Yeah, they're just criminals. You can call them criminals.
true.
Yes. But where is local party?
Yeah, what?
I don't know.
You have panel 11 or?
I think so. I don't know. I'm pretty sure.
Wait, we should put Mark Sabi on the panel. Wait, what's the? Is it the Israeli shooting or?
I think it was just. I think he just said like left-wing violence, Israeli shooting, something. I don't know. I think it's mostly gonna be chill, but we'll see.
Yes. You said it's anti-Semitic to kill government employees of the state of Israel. You said this.
I think it's anti-Semitic to like target Israelis because you're mad at the Israeli state.
What?
I think that's kind of.
It's not anti-Semitic. It's anti-Zionist.
Would you shoot Sample if he was standing in front of you?
No, of course not.
Wait, but why not?
But he's on stolen land.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I still
Actually don't have
do-
a super strong opinion on this, but what do you say?
Wink, wink.
Well, what? I know you got strong opinions on fucking capitalism, hamster. Okay, which Mark Zabi hates. So.
I don't want to debate right
Yes.
now. I'm playing Valorant.
Okay, this
No.
dude.
I don't hate capitalism. I need to clarify it. I already told it to you. It's
Wait, did you
just
look at
an
the studies?
historical
What were we talking
materialism.
about before? We were talking about does taxes like stunt innovation and production or something? I remember I talked to you about something. I forget though.
Me or Mark?
No, Mark's.
No, yeah, he definitely did not look at those
What?
studies.
To me? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't remember that I talked to you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, you talked
no.
to a lot of people, so probably.
No, I remember
no,
he sent like you guys were talking in general chat, and you said Mark said something about innovation being more likely under communism,
Either.
and then
Yes.
well, Hamster sent you a few studies
Ah.
that showed the opposite.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Ah, yes. But this is just wrong because in communism everybody can do what they want, so innovation will be much better.
Have
In
you?
True.
capitalism, a lot of people are forced into wage labor, and they can't go do research or art or whatever. Even art also fires
I mean,
innovation.
Shit, yeah, I know. If I had a guaranteed wage, I'd just like go into like water painting instead of finance. Oh, hold on, sir.
Again,
What?
See, even Hamster would go into water painting.
Well, that's
My mom was telling me for playing Valorant.
kind
Oh,
of
no.
his point.
Yeah, and the point is,
Presumably
just-
that'd be less innovative, right?
Yeah, less productive.
No. Yeah, less productive. I don't know if it would be less productive. Probably more productive. If you really
yeah.
like water
If
painting,
I really like it, I know. I'm saying. What if
Yes.
I really like it, but I'm just really bad at it?
you can't be really bad at it. I don't think it's art can be good or bad.
Yeah, but what? Okay, but what about is passion like
Yes.
completely?
Maybe somebody sees your art
Passion
and
equals
then
results.
they get inspired. Yes.
Okay.
Just maybe somebody sees your art and then they get inspired to invent something or something like this.
What if it's like completely useless? Should I still get paid or should I be like?
Yes. You will never know if it's useless. What do you mean useless?
Like no, there's no demand for it.
It's not relevant.
Hmm.
There will still be one person who likes it maybe.
Oh yeah, maybe. Possible.
Yes, and not everybody would go into water painting.
True.
You just need to not be alienated from your work, so you're way more productive.
Yeah. Just go into your passion. What if my passion is just like playing Valorant all day?
Well, then you can, for example, be a let's player. But I already explained to somebody, you don't just go to communism from capitalism instantly. You go
Yeah,
to
socialism. So yeah.
yes, and then the people they will realize that they actually profit from helping society. So they want to help society. So they will do something that helps society.
Like innovate.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, I think you've convinced me.
Yes. That's why we
Like, what
need.
country? Like, what? I'm genuinely curious. Like, what country are you from? Like, I don't know what. Are you American or?
No, not American.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I cannot disclose it because then non-phone will dox me.
No, no.
Yep,
what?
buddy.
He's not gonna dox you.
I'm pretty sure didn't you
Yes.
already?
Oh wait, you didn't say you're gonna shoot sample, but
No, I didn't say. I didn't. I said no.
wink, wink.
What?
I'm pretty sure. Didn't you say that you were Swiss, Mark Sabi? I'm fairly certain.
Oh, I'm going to Switzerland tomorrow. I'm
I
actually
didn't
packing right
say
now.
this. Somebody else said I was Swiss.
Right, just like it was somebody else in that debate that we had, right?
No, I didn't say.
Did you have a different name before? Or?
Yeah, he has a different account that's banned in the Discord server.
For what?
I think it was. You correct me if I'm wrong, Marks. It was for spamming the N-word, right? That you were
But
dared
because
to do.
somebody dared me to do
It's
it.
cool though.
Right.
He's a
Somebody
leftist.
somebody dared him, so it's cool though. Don't worry.
No, I really didn't say I'm from Switzerland. When did I say it? Just
Are you?
vegan.
Wait, are you from Zurich? I'm
vegan
going to
stuff.
Zurich tomorrow.
No.
Geneva? I'm going to Zurich and then Geneva. I'm about to colonize.
I'm not from there, but okay.
Yeah.
I already told you I can't disclose it.
Wait, what?
You
Why
really
not?
think you really think I'll dox you if you tell me what country you're from?
Yes.
How would I even go about doing that just from your country alone?
Just gonna pinpoint you.
No.
He won't. Don't worry. Just I'm like actually just curious.
Yes.
Vegan guys. I was talking to the vegan guy earlier too.
Yeah, the vegan guys. Zero IQ.
You know, like him?
True.
Yes, I don't like him because, but he's also
'Cause he's a
he
liberal.
doesn't understand any concept. It's just
I mean, I talked
so
to him about
annoying.
veganism. I thought he was like doing pretty well. Maybe.
No, he's just always very contradicting himself. He
Really?
doesn't even understand basic concepts.
Well, I haven't VC'd with him at all, but
Yeah, no, I only spoke to him in what's it called, general chat.
I don't know anything
He's
about sports,
always so stupid.
so I don't know how possible that is, Mourinho.
yeah, no, I saw you guys like debating for like 3 straight days.
Yeah, it's because he always thinks that I am indoctrinated, but he is indoctrinated, not me.
Okay, this is the Knicks W. Okay, twerk break. Okay, this is what'll get them to win. All right. Do you think this will work? I don't know. Local stuff might be busy.
Yeah, I think local stuff is not even online.
This guy can't believe
And
it.
why do you even want me to debate him?
I think you guys are like two of the dumbest chatters I have. So I think it'd just be really funny to watch you
What?
guys go at it.
Okay. What? I'm not one of the dumbest chatters. I'm like the smartest chatter.
Yeah, you're entitled to that opinion.
Not opinion, it's facts. And I know I already talked to localist party in which chat. He's so brain dead. He thinks fascism is good.
What?
Thank you for the 69 bits, Bubby. Let's go. W's in chat for this. Let's get a fucking bikini woman for this one. Chat. I mean, I think you guys are both pretty brain dead.
Alright, I'm back.
I think the only thing right you've said so far is that localist is in fact brain dead.
Yeah, and you're also just as brainless as him. But you are just.
Yeah, me
you
too.
just seem- Hamster, I don't know if you're also if you're also a liberal. Are you a liberal?
Yes, very much so.
Oh yeah, then you're probably also brain dead.
Unfortunately.
Or are you a billionaire?
I'm like a millionaire.
One day.
I work in finance.
Finance of what?
Analyst for a healthcare company.
Oh, then you are just the lowest tier, lowest level.
That's
Whoa,
the
whoa, whoa, what do you
lowest
mean lowest level?
Analyst,
Like
isn't
a-
that what the noob, well, how you say it?
Wait, they already
First year
lost?
analyst?
What the
I
fuck?
am
You told me
first
to
year analyst.
manifest a win like 5
Yes,
minutes
yes,
before the
that's what I
game
mean.
ended or something?
Wait, if I'm like level 1, what's like the Stop and Shop employee? Like level 0?
Well, yeah, they are not even real employees.
Oh,
They're just
Wait,
like
yeah.
They're-
They're just like slaves.
somebody who works at what's it called?
The Gulag.
No. Just like somebody who works in sale or something in a
In what? Sales?
grocery.
Yeah, that's what I
Yes.
said.
Yes, they're not working in finance. They're just customer service.
I see. Or like, if you wanted to start like lecturing me about dialectical materialism and all that stuff, like I'll actually listen.
No,
Like-
I don't want to lecturing you.
No, just like make the case and stuff. I'm listening, like 3/4 listening.
Yeah, but what would I lecturing you about?
Anything, like why you support or like some form of collectivism. Whatever you
Well,
want,
because
whatever you want.
It's necessary. It's necessary.
Yeah.
But why?
Why is that? Yeah. You keep going at it. I'll let you talk.
Well, because of the internal contradictions of capitalism, of course, they need to be solved, so we can have a sustainable system, and freedom for the people.
You're talking about like the slave master dialect with Hegel or whatever? What's
What do you
the
mean, Moss?
internal contradiction? Which one are you?
No, there are many internal contradictions. Internal contradictions just means two groups have different interests and they're fighting against each other. And in the
Yeah, like the
revolution-
master-slave dialect. Yeah.
Perfectly
Yes,
organized.
Okay, keep
Marx
going.
made it way further. Yes,
Oh, you like
I just
Marx's
need to find-
interpretation or better? Okay.
of course. Hegel is not a communist.
Yeah, fuck Hegel.
Is an idealist. Yeah, fuck Hegel. Yes.
Wow.
What?
You're gonna say that to like the person who inspired Marx?
Exactly. To Marx's daddy, bro.
It's not Marx's daddy.
Hold on, I need to
he
call
was
my team.
just his teacher, his university professor. Something like this. But Hegel was wrong about everything.
Wow. Does
Except
Marx
for
even say
his
that?
method
Internal contradictions
was
of
good.
these hairy nuts.
of dialectics. But he
I
was
don't
an
even-
idealist.
You know, to be quite frank, you know, I'm sure I haven't read as much Marx as you, because you claim to have read everything that
No,
he's
definitely not me,
ever
either.
written. But
I've only read the synopsis.
I'm fairly certain Marx did not say Hegel was wrong about everything. But
No, not
thank
about
you,
everything,
Bobby,
but
for
it's-
69 more
his
bits.
method
Let's
was
fucking
good, but
go.
he
Let's
was
get
an
a
idealist,
let's
so
get a
everything is wrong that he says. Just his method was
let's get
good,
a
but his
Fred number
conclusions
3
were
for
all
that one.
Just wrong because he assumed idealism is good.
Here's a Fred number 1.
He just thought they're good and bad, but that doesn't exist.
Wait,
Would
what do you mean,
you
good and bad?
be mad if I like just went to ChatGPT right now and like asked if Marx
Yeah.
said Hegel was
Do
wrong
it.
about everything?
No, Marx, of course, didn't say this.
Oh, okay.
But all he's a materialist, so it's completely different.
Wait, Sam knows like quite a bit about Marxism actually. Have you
Sam?
spoken to Sam before? Lefty Sam.
Oh yes, Sam.
Bird.
He in the general
He's
chat.
pretty
Yes,
cool.
he said.
Yeah.
Yeah, because today Mita and
Who?
Mida.
Mita and vegan, they said they told
Oh, is
me
that- oh, that's
all.
first.
They told me communism is idealist, and then Sam came and said no, communism is not idealist. And they just kept on saying no, you don't even know your own ideology. It is idealist.
I think Mida is probably using a different definition of idealist than you, but
No, Maida just is just as stupid as morally. He's
True.
even a little bit more stupid, I would say.
wow.
Yes, but Maida is actually a fascist. Where did he write it?
Wait, what is fascism?
Fascism is when you just want to kill people and are extreme idealist. Wait, where was it? Was what he wrote?
I'm gonna switch to push talk so I can use my Valorant chat at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I'll just wait. Sam might build it. Let me see what time it is in England. I know Sam's a econ student. He might be in grad school, honestly.
I think he's getting his master's. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I first saw Sam in the not even in Dean server, in the math server.
The math server? Oh my god.
Yeah.
These
yeah.
nerds. What the hell?
Oh, it's 4 a.m. in England. He's definitely not joining.
Wait, what did you write?
Wait, hold on. This Austrian Discord server. The first question they have like in the introduction like verify thing is what is the last book you read? Thank God the last book I read, was
Democracy something by Hans Hermann Hoppe. What's a Democracy's Dead or something?
I don't know what the book is, but I did the last book. I haven't finished reading it. But the last book I read a few pages of was is a book justifying the existence of sweatshops. Okay, so you know what, we're safe on this one, boys.
Is it an Austrian book?
Is it? I mean, it's. I think the guy who wrote it is basically Austrian. I think Ben Powell wrote it.
That sounds kind of familiar. Did you say like Man, Economy, and State by Murray Rothbard? Easy pass.
Oh, where is localist party?
I mean,
Yeah,
it's a
where is he?
PhD
Like,
from
I'm actually
George
trying to hear
Mason University, so that's gotta
Who,
be.
localist?
No, no, the Benjamin Powell who wrote the book.
Oh, okay. Is it like an actual like sweatshop apologetics, or is it like we needed this to get to where we are now? Usually that's like the libertarian argument.
Yeah, are you not a sweatshop apologetics person? I mean, basically, the argument it makes is that I mean,
not
it's
that
twofold.
like we ought to keep. What?
I mean, I was just explaining. Like the argument it makes is basically one. It'll say like sweatshops provide better workers, or workers with job opportunities better than the alternatives in a lot of these developing countries. You know, a lot of times, these people will just be working on like horrible like subsistence farming conditions otherwise. And two, it'll say like obviously economic growth is probably follows from free trade and sweatshops, and that'll probably lead to less sweatshops in the long run. So.
Yeah, that's like the same justification for the Industrial Revolution, like child labor stuff.
Yeah.
That the alternative would have been they just like stay home and starve.
Yeah.
Yeah, but optically, like, I never want to debate that. Just, I'm gonna like get fired.
Dude, I just
kind of like why I don't really do this social politics.
Yeah. I mean, I do just find it interesting, but also like the people will find the most insane justifications for anything Trump does. So it's like suddenly all these conservatives are like, oh, child labor is now the biggest issue in the world, and actually we need 30% tariffs on China to offset all the child labor that happens. And I'm like, okay, dog, like there's no way. No way you'd be saying this shit if Trump didn't.
They allow child labor in Florida. I read it.
Oh, I
They
did see
allowed
that.
child labor in Florida.
Yeah, that's the one good thing Ron DeSantis did. Okay, is allow
Wait, they
child
did?
labor.
I mean, I don't like just no restrictions. Like a 2-year-old can work.
No,
Or-
it wasn't really
No,
that bad. It was just
16-year-old,
like
I think.
Oh no, it was
allowing.
they can work at night, right, or something. I
I
forget.
don't know, I think it was like allowing 14-year-olds to work like more hours. Like I don't think it was actually that bad, but
Hmm. I mean, back in high school, I worked like pretty late. I'm pretty sure I like did the past the legal limit. Like I would work until like 11:30 because I was a baker at a cafe.
can't believe the liberals are in favor of child unemployment. They would rather children fucking
Be
goon all day.
unemployed. I mean, there honestly is like kind of a case for it now, because you don't really need child labor. The alternative isn't.
Well, yeah. But if the alternative is like decent, high quality education, then it's probably a good thing to have kids go to school instead of be child laborers. but
Yeah,
they
yeah,
just don't have
exactly.
that. And,
But you still think Trump is not a fascist?
Hold on,
me or hamster?
Yes, you said it.
I don't know if I
He's definitely like a little authoritarian, but
yeah, I don't know if I said flat out like Trump isn't a fascist. It's just not a. I don't know. I never focused on using that term. I kind of just say like, it seems like everything
You
he's
said it.
doing is trying to get to unitary executive theory, and like that's kind of authoritarian, and it seems to be a little cringe.
It's just,
yeah, I've only read.
it's kind of fascism. Look what he did to Harvard.
But I mean, you think Kamala Harris is also a fascist, right? So like, I don't really take your definition of fascism that seriously.
Mr. KB.
Well, yes, Kamala is also fascist, but she's not a
Yeah,
direct.
they're all
fascist.
fascist.
Do you think Bernie Sanders is a fascist?
He's a Nazi.
Bernie Sanders, yes.
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders, yes.
Okay. What about AOC?
No, AOC not.
Okay, AOC is not a fascist. Okay, AOC safe.
Was AOC? Is she authoritarian or?
No. She's
like
one of the best.
good
one of the best
progressives.
Americans.
I'm pretty sure she's a Keynesian, no? Or I don't know.
No,
I've
she
never
likes
kept up with
Milton
her.
Keynes. Have you seen that Instagram
Yeah,
story?
I've seen that. That's so funny.
Bernie Sanders wants to put people in the world to do farm labor. Dude, I posted on Twitter a screenshot from the book. I'm
It's okay to be
surprised.
angry about capitalism, or
No, a screenshot from the Sweatshops book. I'm surprised no one has gotten mad about this yet. It's just a screenshot from the page. It says like American unions were some of the people who started like forming a lot of like anti-sweatshop groups, and obviously part of their motivation is not just the moral objection at sweatshops. It's that they don't want their jobs to be offshored. And I posted the
wait,
enemy.
so they're arguing for modern sweatshops too, or like modern
No.
sweatshops in China is what you're saying, or,
What do you mean? The unions or the person who wrote the book?
or the person who wrote the book? Like, what's their
The person who wrote the
position on,
book is basically he's just stating that modern sweatshops are like the best like realistic thing for these countries to have. Like it doesn't.
Okay,
it doesn't.
I
Yeah.
see.
But yeah, I posted on Twitter. The enemy of the third world is not global capital, but American unions, which seek to keep third world laborers on family farms to protect their own jobs. Like. I do love the intuition pumping like the other way around. It's like you're just in favor of child unemployment. Like you want children to like starve. Like what is wrong with you, bro? Like what the fuck? Like you know, the one thing Marx is right about actually, Mark Zarby, was child labor. I'm pretty sure Marx does actually have a pro child labor quote.
A pro child labor quote? Marx?
Yeah, I
Or
think it's
wait, Marx
basically
Hobby or the actual Marx?
the actual Marx.
Okay.
Oh, there's a Medium post though. It says no, Marx was not child labor pilled. Responded to r/neoliberalism. Okay, so maybe.
Maybe you wanted child
Don't
labor.
you believe
So
every propaganda?
But I love quote sniping Marx.
You
He
love
said-
propaganda. You just
True.
love propaganda.
He said prohibition of child labor. Here it was absolutely essential to state the age limit. A general prohibition of child labor is incompatible with the existence of large-scale industry and hence an empty, pious wish. It is realization, if it were possible, would be reactionary, since with a strict regulation at a working time according to the different age groups, and then it's cut off. But whatever. This is clearly Marx being pro-child labor. Let's go.
No.
Hist- Yeah, where is this localist? I've been waiting for the
I don't think he's gonna
IP.
join.
Yeah, I've been waiting. Yeah, he's ducking you. Been waiting for the IP debate. That's not intellectual property.
What IP?
Localist is not
Israel,
pro-Israel.
Palestine.
Oh, is he a Zionist?
Oh, he's not. Oh,
Vocalist
that's-
isn't,
no.
no.
Wait, what are you guys? You guys have the same position or what? Like,
No,
oh,
he's a
Vocalist,
it's about killing. Yeah, okay. I see.
Vocalist does not
Yes,
care
yes.
about Israel Palestine at all. I don't think. I think he cares about localism. Okay, he cares about localizing the supply chain to every.
Oh yeah, I saw something
US
about
county.
it. You doesn't believe in like economies of scale or.
I don't think he.
think he's
To this
got a
day, I really
close
don't think he has an understanding of what opportunity cost is. I don't think he doesn't really believe in economies of scale. He wants literally everyone.
Just no specialization.
Yeah, exactly. He wants everyone to at least. I mean, he won't say no specialization. I don't think he has a good understanding of what
Less.
specialization is, honestly. But he wants everyone to learn how to grow their own food, and then how to build their own.
Oh, do
home.
everything on their own.
Now he'll say technically he doesn't want everyone to grow their own food, and everyone to build their own home. He just wants everyone to know how to do that, and the majority of people to in fact do so. Because clearly.
Wait, what's that book? It's like the iPencil or something. That's a pretty good. I don't remember who it's written by.
Yeah, I always forget who actually wrote it, but yeah, I don't think he.
Something
I've
about-
tried to explain it to him before. I don't think he understands opportunity cost. Dude, he
Wait,
posts
so
things.
what was Marx and this local guy gonna argue about? What?
I don't know.
don't know.
Presumably, like I said, I said this earlier. I think you might have
I
been
think
muted or
fascism
whatever.
versus communism.
I think
Okay.
Marx, localist and Marx are my two dumbest chatters. So I just thought it'd be really funny to watch some.
No, I'm your smartest chatter.
Wait, what is UNRWA? I'll actually donate. Like, is that a legitimate charity, or am I just like giving money straight to like Hezbollah or
You're
something?
giving money straight to Hamas. No, they're mostly a legitimate charity. I think there
Okay.
was like one or two employees who were found to also work for Hamas, but
Yeah.
No,
There's just,
they're
like-
not. They're
there's
not
a-
Hamas.
Okay. I'll actually donate if this guy joins.
I mean, I'm fairly certain.
But he doesn't join.
Okay, I'll donate
So
either
you-
one.
He's not even online,
Let's
and
say
he didn't even
fast.
say. He didn't even say he will join.
Yeah, I don't know.
So I don't think he will join.
Nathan, in the Marxist labor theory, Marx talks about how all children above the age of 9 should partake in devoting a portion of their time to the labor movement to create a more productive economic system. So he's in favor of child labor, as long as it's for the labor
In what?
movement
In
at
his
least.
book Capital?
No, it doesn't say. It might have didn't say the book. He just said in Marxist labor theory.
No,
I don't think that's.
Yeah,
you can't
it's
believe what
covered in
Mita says.
Das
Mita
Kapital, I
doesn't
think.
understand anything.
I don't remember that.
I don't think I can believe what you say, Marx, either. But
Yes, but you can believe me more than Mita because Mita just can't even read a book. I sent him
haven't.
the link 3,000 times to read it, and he just didn't understand anything, and he said, "I control F'd it,"
Wow, I whiffed.
and you disagreed, even though I said yes.
hold on, I
Then he
think
said, "So Hassan is a."
Oh, you sent the
Ideologue.
actual. Prohibition of Charlie.
There was an investigation of like 9 of them, which I think was later expanded to like 16 or something. Oh, I was close. Yes, it says 19. And it is serious allegations that 19 UNRWA staff members in Gaza were involved in the abhorrent attacks of October 7th on southern Israel. Only 9, but who will go into the large machines? 9-year-olds are too big. This is true. So there were at most like 19 UNRWA staff members who participated on October 7th.
How many?
At most. It was far less than 19. This says investigators made finding in relation to 19 staff members alleged to have. I said at most 19. I don't know. I'd have to read the. Did they ever say how many they actually think participated? Other than just 19 have allegations?
Of course, he just cut off the quote.
19
where
still
it's
seems
important.
small. I mean, yeah.
I mean, that's the end of it.
I would assume UNRWA has.
I mean, that's the end of the page marks.
Wait, no, I don't mean this quote. I mean the one Mita sent in Twitch chat.
Oh, I don't have that open.
Nathan, what's your opinion on someone who supports completely stopping all immigrants and asylum seekers entering into the country? I mean, I think it's illegal to stop all asylum, and secondly, I mean, I think I'm just generally supportive of immigration, so we probably shouldn't do that.
W.
It was like 2 or 3 of them had died. I want to say 10 were fired. Not enough evidence for the others. But you're pulling that out of gas, okay.
And also, Hamster, you say it's the end of the page, but there is no, what do you call it, point. So the sentence can go on the next page.
Yeah, no, I'm saying he didn't purposely cut it off.
Okay. Ah, yes.
All right. What country are you from? Just tell us. Let us know.
No.
No, like no one's gonna dox you. Wait,
Yes,
I
they
literally
are.
have a full-time job. I'm a normal person.
I don't know, Marks. Dan Saltman is on my friends list, so I'd be careful. I'd be.
Oh my god. Isn't this a friend from Destiny?
Yeah, Destiny's on my friends list too, so you should probably be extra careful. Okay, I got both
my
of them on
God.
my.
Let's get
list.
Destiny to
You should
debate.
be careful. You should be careful if he wants to do age play.
No, Starfuse, I don't. I don't even think Destiny doesn't even reply to my last DM. Okay, I don't think he likes me, so I think we're good there. I think we're safe.
A little busy. I mean, he
I think he's got-
messaged Sample. He deleted like all of his messages recently.
I only added him after the whole controversy shit went down, so I don't think we only have like 5
Oh,
messages.
that e-girl. Well, I don't really know what happened, but didn't he like leak a bunch of nudes or something? I don't know.
I don't know all of the allegations. There's a lot of them by now, basically. What happened is he was messaging some 19-year-old Discord e-kitten named Rose, and he basically sent Rose a bunch of videos of him that he recorded with a bunch of women, I think, but
Oh,
particularly
God.
Pixie.
Is that his girlfriend? I don't know.
No, I don't think they were ever dating, but I mean, they like just hooked up. He basically sent a bunch of videos of his hookups to this girl, and eventually Rose got hacked and all the videos leaked, and then Pixie was like, I think so. The actual like bad thing Destiny almost certainly did was like send these videos without the consent of the woman that he was that was in them to other people, and you probably don't want to do that. But then like Pixie has like a sue Destiny under some laws that require Destiny basically like publish it, which he didn't do. He didn't publish it. He sent it over like private messages. That doesn't count as publishing. And 2, with malicious intent. And it does not seem like you can establish malicious intent. It seems like he was just horny and messaging a Discord kitten videos of himself having sex. I think I gotta go. Oh wait, do I have to go to this panel now? No one is.
Okay.
No one is doing it, or no one's in VC.
Yeah, but he did way worse things.
Oh wait, maybe I have to join a waiting room. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's an open thing. Honestly, you guys could probably.
All right, I'll
probably
join.
go there.
I don't really have any. I haven't really looked into it though, but
Looked into what thing?
the Israeli assassination or whatever.
Oh, sure. I mean, if you guys want to, you're under
Okay.
no
I'll probably
obligation. or
mute. I'm in a
anything,
Valorant
but-
game, but I will listen. I'll pretend I'm like contributing.
There you go. That's non-fun. So, and everybody, if you come in to join in, just do us a solid and jump into any Discord channel you can. We'll have a moderator drag you guys up, and that will be cool. Oh snap! You got the little non-fun, and you got it like backwards and forwards. That's pretty fucking dope, man. I dig it.
Yeah, I got it.
I guess
I got it.
I was gonna say when you panel as often as you do, you've got that shit set up on lock. So welcome in, non-fun. How you doing tonight, my friend?
I'm doing good. Yeah.
Cool. You said that you had invited somebody. I gave them the proper rights to be able to join us as well. If you would carry the message for them as well. Is this person on the left or on the right in general?
They're another.
Do you know any
liberal.
people on the right? Okay, that's what I was about to say. That's what I figured.
I know a decent amount of people. Like I have connections with a decent amount of people on the right. I don't I don't talk to them as often or anything. Like I usually don't have I usually don't talk to them outside of like more confrontational like panels. But
Sure. You know what? I'll take that. The fact is, what I've found is that most of the conservatives that I used to be able to talk to and such, they've kind of ghosted, and I honestly think it has to do with the fact that most of their positions are no longer defensible. Like they're to a point where it's like if you press them, they just either have to look stupid or they have to just fold. So, and most people aren't willing to do either of those publicly. So.
Right.
Anyhow, we got a couple more people who are going to show up. I'm going to actually just give it a few minutes before that actually happens. That said, if you want to do me a solid, can you drop your or Moss, if you want to grab Non-Fun's link to their chat or to their stream, and if you would do the same thing for Chief as well. Chief, do you even stream anymore? Like, are you going to go back to streaming?
You know, it's a tough call. Who knows? Who knows what the future holds?
So you know what? Go ahead and slap his in there as well. Game Boy, you don't ever stream, right? You just hang out in other people's streams.
I'm a big Rumble streamer.
You know what? I invited Grumple. Grumple never even responded. So.
Oh, I said Rumble, the gambling.
Oh, Rumble,
website,
Rumble. I thought you were talking about Grumple Stiltskin. I invited him. He's one of the few conservatives that I can actually talk to. So, bye, Moss. There's Roddy, the person that I was just saying, we don't get a lot of our conservatives in here anymore. So that said, is this our new friend? Okay, you're kind of a little bit loud. That's cool. Let me just deal with that again there. Say something for me there, Marks.
Hello, what's up?
All right, that's a little bit better. I'm gonna get you a little bit lower. There you go. We're gonna mic check everybody. That's much better. Avi, is that what we go by?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right, so we've got Abby, we got Chief, we got Game Boy, we got Non-Fun. We got enough people here we can actually have a conversation, or we can at least get this started. So, that said, to everybody out there in the chat that I'm not going to be paying attention to tonight, I apologize in advance. Whenever I've got guests like this, I'm going to be more focused on them. Those of you who watch my stream regularly, you're going to know that I usually engage directly with chat, and I engage a lot. But unfortunately, I'm old and I'm going to be drunk, so I can only pay attention to so many things at a time. So with that said, talk amongst yourselves while the grown-ups talk. Anyhow, and if you do want to join in, especially if you are already an existing member of the Discord channel, just jump into any of the chat rooms and we will drag you into the conversation. So, or keep the chat moving.
Roddy.
Talking to you, Roddy. That's right. And anybody else, because again, there's a chance Coin is going to jump in. There's a chance Boba's going to show up later. Who the fuck knows? Maybe even Macho. So it'll be.
Please,
it'll be
Roddy.
awesome.
I'm surrounded by leftists. Please.
I would not consider myself a leftist. Thank you. I am accused of being a centrist. So, and you know what? With that said, I'm going to go ahead and start this off real quick. Gorps there. Yeah. So just jump into any Discord channel, any of the channels, Gorps, on my server, and we'll drag you on in. Oh, hang on. Looks like somebody else might be pre-gaming, shall we say? Yeah. Hang on. There we go. All right. So there's Gorps. So just so that everybody out there who doesn't know each other knows each other, for everybody, I mean, most of y'all probably know each other at this point, but also for the audience, because I am going to keep this one as a VOD. If everybody wants to kind of go around and just introduce yourself a little bit, right? Tell everybody kind of where you stand politically, where they can find you, all that jazz. And since I'm here, I'll start first. I actually consider myself an independent. I don't really believe that partisan politics are a solution to any problems. I am accused of being a centrist, though I consider myself a progressive libertarian. Culturally progressive libertarian. That said, I think that personal freedoms come first, and I think that's going to come up many times tonight. So, Gorps, I know you're the first or the most recent in. Why don't you go ahead and tell folks who you are? And cheers, welcome in.
Making me just jump into it.
Jump right in. You know what? Nope. If you want, I can give somebody else.
No, I'm
All
here.
right, cool.
You got me just
Go
when
off,
I
King.
finished setting up my stuff.
Perfect.
Hello, chat. I'm Gorps. I'm a libertarian. I talk a lot about international conflicts and very dark subjects such as genocide, but we try to do it with a little bit of fun. I do want to make note, considering I think this is my first conversation with Nonfon in a while. Nonfon's an idiot.
Yes, true.
But I'm very pro free speech and that having very broad interpretations. We should be able to say pretty much anything we want, with very, very few exceptions. In fact, maybe less than the current law permits.
Let me start. I loved you in The Big Lebowski.
Yeah, a lot of people did.
All right, non-fun. You're next up. Who are you? Tell us about yourself.
Yeah, I'm non-fun. I'm a lib chill streamer. Okay, basically a establishment neoliberal Democrat. Okay, all the evil words combined. I stream to Twitch and Kick and Twitter at nonfun420 and on YouTube at nonfun, where you can find a bunch of my old debates. It's nice to be talking to all you again. I don't think I've talked to any of you in a while, really, other than the people I brought.
True story. Yeah, since the boss got kind of nuked Russian-wise and all that jazz, none of us have really been debating against each other. And I figured since I was the leading leading score on the debate death match, I may as well be the guy who kicks it back off again. So, Game
It
Boy.
was rigged.
Oh, do you? Okay, yeah, that's right. That's what I did. I rigged it. I rigged it on someone else's chance. Anyways, tell us about yourself, Game Boy. Who are you? What are you doing here?
Oh, I'm gonna basically repeat what Gorp and Horseradish said. I'm a libertarian, more on the conservative side, but not my much. I stream as Anok Life on Rumble TV, so if you could pop me a follow, I'd much appreciate it. And we mostly talk about gambling, but we sometimes get into politics.
Love it. Love it. Okay. Hamsters. I'm not sure I know who Hamsters is. Welcome in, Hamsters. Is this another one that
Hello?
you brought in, non-fun?
Yeah, I'm just a finance student.
That was really loud. Okay, try that again for me, Hamsters.
Hello?
Oh, that's much better. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm just a finance student, and I like to read books sometimes.
An economics student. Right on.
No, a finance. Okay. Yeah.
Finance student. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not that far
Same
off,
thing.
is it? Like, what's
Yeah,
what's the,
it's
what's
like
the,
the
what's
same
the
thing.
meaningful difference? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait. So this is a big litmus test. Have you read Capital?
I've read the synopsis.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you're like everybody else. Right on. Got it.
Yeah, exactly.
And for what it's worth, I literally just started reading it last night. And it's funny because my wife looked over at me and she actually thought I was angry because I was just sitting there glassy-eyed and slack-jawed staring at my computer screen. And she's like, "Are you okay?" I just started reading it out loud. She's like, "Are you okay?" Like, "Are you having a stroke?" So anyways, yeah. All right, Chief, who you? What are you doing here? Tell us about yourself.
I'm Let's Chief. I'm bored. I'm somewhere between the leftist and conservative version of liberal.
Sounds about right. Tell us about yourself there, Abby.
Hi, I'm Avi. I'm a viewer from Nonfon, and I'm a communist and student as well.
All right. So we've got at least, we got one. Hamsters, you said you were were you a left-leaning finance major or a right-leaning finance major?
I'm like a libertarian.
Okay.
I graduated this semester. Pretty cool.
So we have a fair amount of libertarians in here. I feel like this might be an interesting conversation. So, true story, and Moss down there, Moss doesn't plan to talk unless absolutely forced to. Moss is just here to help me mod because nobody else will.
I'm here to stand Blair Witch style in the corner. Don't mind me.
And you're doing a damn fine job of it, Moss. So I was actually worried whenever I was inviting people because none of the conservative people, short of, I mean, again, when I say conservative, because I know that ultimately Gorps considers himself to be a conservative, right? But when I'm talking about a conservative,
cool stuff today, I have to say.
Wait, what now? What did you just say?
Trump did some cool stuff today. I think that earns me my card.
What?
Yeah, actually, I you know what? Before we get into anything else, I have to just real quick. What cool stuff did Trump do today?
His executive order on nuclear energy.
Okay, I will look into this.
Mhm.
Is that the only cool stuff he did? Because the rest
Top
of his
of my
stuff
head,
is usually
yeah.
pretty fucking asinine.
Hey, I had chores today. I had to go to Costco.
He
I had to do
one of
laundry. That's what I heard. There might have been other things. Okay.
He's the first president to acknowledge South Africans being killed. So I mean, that's something.
Yeah, but my understanding is there was a whole lot of misinformation involved in that.
Oh,
And it's funny
absolutely. I'm
because
just saying.
even Fox fucking News called him out for that, for what it's worth. Like even Fox News was like, that's not what that picture's from. Like, so I thought that was kind of interesting. So
Oh yeah, it's a whole bunch of misinformation, but I just need to try to find something.
yeah. So okay. So again, back to what I was saying. I was worried that given the fact that we're not going to really have anybody, or I can't seem to find anybody who will stand up for Trump these days in a panel like this, and I can understand why. Like I said earlier, most of the people who would be Trump supporters are not going to be willing to stand up to that level of criticism, critique, and assault. Like, you would literally be standing in front of a fucking fire squad in this. However, with this particular subject, I feel like this is kind of a bipartisan issue. And so I'm actually going to kick this off just because why this is such an important subject to me. I am probably even further libertarian on this subject than Gorps is. Like, I'm pretty damn close to a free speech absolutist because anytime you start adding constraints to it, you're going to find the slippery slope happens really quickly on this subject. And free speech is far too critical of a right that we here in America have literally propped ourselves up on for our entire existence. And if we start the more we let that slip away from us, the more dangerous it gets. That said, I wasn't always an independent. I used to vote blue when I was young. Okay, you can tell from the sparkle in my beard, I'm a little bit old, right? Yeah, no, I agree, Gorps. So, again, when I was young, the Republicans, what was her name? Was it Tipper Gore that was anti-free speech in music? That was trying to get the little stamp on they were just trying to nuke all of the free speech in music back in the 90s when I was young, right? And so I stood against that. I have always hated censorship. But then over the course of my life, during the whole COVID thing, I watched as it was the left who became extremely censorious, right? Now, they felt that they were justifying their censorship. They felt that theirs was okay because false information or whatever, right? Public good, and people are too dumb to do their own research. I didn't like that either. But now the fucking coin has flipped once again, and now it's the right who is trying to censor. And more importantly, they are censoring while bitching about censorship. When we watched as Captain Milan took over Twitter because he wanted to make it censorship free and then proceeded to fucking censor people, we saw that hypocrisy start to show up. But the other part of this censorship that concerns me is the BDS thing, the boycott, divest, and sanction. The fact that we are at a point where we're not allowed to criticize Israel for their behaviors, because if we do, we are immediately lumped as anti-Semitic. I don't think that that's fair, especially when we're not criticizing anything about being Jewish. We are criticizing the behaviors of a nation, right? And the fact of the matter is, to the best of my knowledge, there are no other countries that have any sort of similar laws on our books regarding our freedom of speech and criticism. So I don't see how that's a good thing. And I am looking for anybody who can tell me a good justification for any kind of censorship. When somebody posts a photo that's literally just 4 numbers, and the other side of the fence is going to twist and pretzel that into an attack, an assault, a call to violence, I just can't see it. And I think that that is the exact reason why we don't want to have any censorship when it comes to political speech. So, should we see more free speech in politics? Should people be allowed to say what they want to say? Pile in, jump on.
Just off the top, I just have a question. You were talking about Tipper Gore and like the assault on, the freedom of expression through music from the left. That was just like...
That was from the right, but yeah. That was back in the 90s. It was the conservatives. It was the conservatives who got the parental advisory. No, I said then the left became the censorious ones when COVID hit.
Well, you had quoted Tipper Gore. Like,
Is that not the one? Is she left? Okay, then let me look real quick. Maybe it wasn't her.
She's literally anyway. All I wanted to bring up was that she's literally not even an elected official. She was just the wife of the vice president at the time.
I'm fact checking myself. Who pushed
Jill showed us that the wife of the president and maybe vice president as well are truly the ones that run this nation. All right.
True.
Jill was our president for 4 years.
Oh, well, I stand the fuck corrected. It was Tipper Gore, but I thought that she was on the right. Was she not a conservative? The Gore is from the right, left, correct?
That is where his chads hang. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no. So the Senate subcommittee, the PMRC, advocated an extensive content-based blah blah. It was co-founded by Tipper Gore. I assumed that was the Republicans. Who were there was something similar.
If it's
when John
co-founded,
Denver was.
If it was co-founded, there might have been
like burning all the Beatles records, like the Satanic Panic, they've been a consistent through line throughout. But then also Tipper Gore, the wife of the vice president, did have that little run.
Okay, well there you go. So thank you for fact checking me. Anyway, so going back to it, does anybody in this chat think that there are acceptable times, or when do we think that censorship is okay?
Defamation.
When I'm doxing someone's address.
I think there are lenses where you can have like censorship. I just don't think there's a difference between censorship of like the people actively going out and saying, we don't want to publish or we don't want to spread this word that you have said. And then there's political censorship often involving arresting someone, fining someone, saying, just preventing you from saying it in the first place, or implementing like into the media saying you can't do this, or even having a political influence on the media that influences what they say or can't say. Like often having politicians being published.
On the BDS stuff though, so I'm curious, is anyone like for the anti-BDS laws? Is anyone in like defense of those?
I don't think so.
See, and like I said, I was hoping that we would find somebody who was for
put
that.
Together more arguments.
Bro, I can only invite people so hard. Like at some point, do I have to pay the fucking conservatives? I assumed. He says he. So here's the thing. Again, like I said, people know that they're going to get fucking piled on. You know what I mean? They know that this is a very like almost impossible thing to defend.
Well,
right?
just because our
conservatives if you pay
disagreement
me.
isn't going to be on the anti-BDS laws doesn't mean our disagreement isn't going to fall somewhere else. I was just curious about that one being like a pretty glaring
Sure.
issue.
Yeah, I don't think there's any good justification for anti-BDS laws, but like there probably are justifications for like censoring like direct calls to violence or like defamation Gorps mentioned. There probably are reasonable things to quote unquote censor.
So, I did, and funny enough, I pulled up the list of legal concessions. Let me pull that up. So the exceptions as, oh, where the fuck did you just go? I had you. Come back to me. There you go. So exceptions. Okay. Thank you. There you are. Let's see. Exceptions. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so according to the United States laws, and maybe this is another way for us to get through this, because we're going to get specifically into the Comey 8647 thing, right? That's the general direction we're going, because I really want to know why people are trying to spin that. I want to hear from somebody who can look me in the eyes and tell me that they honestly think that that was a call for assassination, right? But let's first, like I said, the first question is, when do words become violence, right? So, according to the United States government, defamation. Okay, you know what? Where is there definitions of these? Like, I wish it was better, but this is what we got. Defamation, true threats, incitement to imminent lawlessness, indecent speech, perjury, obscenity, commercial speech, incitement, which I don't know the difference between incitement to imminent lawlessness, directed to incite. Yeah, okay, I guess that's the same thing. So fuck you,
I don't
Google,
know
you
what
suck.
list you're reading off of, but that second incitement may be in the realm of screaming fire in a theater.
Okay. Yeah. So you know what? We're just gonna go to Wikipedia. That's incitement. Okay, because there's different kinds of incitement. There's incitement, and then there's incitement to self-harm. False statements of fact, commercial speech. This is according to Wikipedia. Commercial speech, which I know is false advertising, right? Speech owned by others, copyright infringement. So things like that, I guess. You know, we'll circle back. Counterfeit currency, which that's a weird one to fall under the censorship laws, but I understand it because you could argue that, hey, it's printed, right? Fighting words, which is one that I absolutely disagree with because it's so vague. Threatening the president of the United States. Is it just threatening the president of the United States, or is it threatening any elected officials? Curious about
true
that.
threats. It's true threats.
Okay,
Your
so that
list
circles
you're
back.
looking at is weird. The actual exceptions. I'm sorry to.
Okay,
steal
no,
them
lay it on me.
because
If you got it, yeah. So
The
for what it's
actual
worth, I
exception-
invited legal people for a reason.
The actual exceptions fall under 5 broad categories.
All right.
I might be blanking on 1 or 2 of them, but defamation, and what's the other word that goes with defamation that people sometimes use?
Libel, slander.
Yes. Libel, slander, defamation. That's all one category. Obscenity is another category. Fighting words is another category. Incitement, I think, best used just broadly as incitement. Or, I guess, incitement to an illegal act is another. And there is one other that I feel like I am.
All right, so you said libel, incitement. What were the other ones you mentioned?
Fighting words.
Fighting words.
God, I'm trying to remember. You should have prepared me for this.
No, I thought I was prepared, but somebody insulted my preparation. So here we are.
Well, that's what I do.
I hear you. I didn't say you were wrong, bro. Like I said, I actually had something better, but I was on the other computer, and I'm a dumbass and didn't think that through. Because, you know, I'm a dumbass. So let me try this again. See if maybe...
Oh, obscenity is also one.
Okay, here we go.
Repeat
Yes. This is thefire.org. Unprotected speech synopsis. So, incitement, true threats, fighting words, obscenity, defamation, fraud and perjury, and speech integral to criminal conduct. Those are the ones that are the broad, according to the free information, I don't know, fire.org, whatever the fuck they are. So, okay, so I guess let's go through this one at a time then. Do we agree that incitement should be outlawed? So, in other words, according to this, speech that is both directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action, and is likely to incite or produce such action. So, in other words, rabble rousing. How vague does that come across? And do we think that that should be something that is codified, like the actual limitations? Because I can think of plenty of circumstances where somebody could claim it's incitement and it's just speech. Isn't every single protest some form of incitement?
Well, not to imminent lawlessness,
No,
right?
the government can't even decide what incitement is. The
I
government has
wouldn't-
made an exception to incitement. Government says that fight like hell in a political context is no longer incitement. It is bullshit to even have incitement exist in this sense, when if you say it in a political context, it suddenly isn't incitement.
Well, the test is imminent lawlessness, right? Like it's, I would
Fight
assume.
like hell is protected political speech.
I mean, it probably depends on there are probably ways that fight like hell could be used as an incitement to imminent lawlessness, in which case it wouldn't be protected, I would imagine. I don't think just saying the words fight like hell, I don't think like that is what is protected. I think it's in the context of a political speech. Typically, it's not like a call to imminent lawlessness.
I think half the country disagrees with you that that's a call to imminent lawlessness.
Well, the reason that half the country would disagree or whatever, if we're talking about arguably Trump inciting violence in J6, is just there's probably other factors other than just Trump saying fight like hell that made it a call to imminent lawlessness. But
like what?
Like the fact that he had been.
This is the question. What is the criteria in your eyes, Nonfon?
I think the criteria for what exactly? The criteria for what should be restricted,
For
or
incitement to violence? Yes. For what is considered to be incitement?
Like I don't know.
So the
exactly
words
where I
"fight
draw the
like
line.
hell." You say the words "fight like hell." It's just the context that makes it illegal.
It would. I mean, obviously, there are ways to say "fight like hell" that are not a call to imminent lawlessness. I think there are.
Yeah, words always come down to context.
Yeah, I think.
And if they do, is that not open to interpretation?
Well, that's what we have the court system to figure out. It's obviously open to interpretation, but I would assume there is some type of, I'm not a legal guy, but I would assume there's some type of like reasonable person standard. Like, could a reasonable person interpret this as a call to violence?
Okay, and in the current judicial system that we have in the United States, do you trust them to make an arbitrary, or excuse me, a unbiased or reasonable decision on that?
For the most part, no system is going to be perfect.
Hey, we should all go kill Big Bird, and then we kill Big Bird, and they're like, hey, this speech was, inciting people to go kill Big Bird. You could look, in some cases it's very obviously clear, no?
Wait, I have a follow-up question to that specifically. Why does it matter? So what, they said that? Okay, they didn't do it.
Well, it's a call for other people to do it. It feels like there's probably you're still.
Do people not have personal autonomy?
Yeah. Do we lose agency when somebody with a sexy voice says a thing?
No, well, they're obviously in the wrong too. Like, obviously, they deserve to be charged as well if they actually go and commit a crime. It's just that you probably, if you directly incite something, especially with the intent to incite it, you have some responsibility for that crime.
Why?
Because you wanted people to, do it.
You didn't do any realm.
Corpse, what is the crime of conspiracy?
What?
The
crime of conspiracy should not exist.
Okay, cool.
Hold on. Do you think
like I said at the
do you
very
think
beginning,
conspiracy
many
should
of
be
the current
protected?
exceptions-
So subjectively, he thinks the crime doesn't exist. So.
Wait, hold on, Gorps.
Well,
Do you think
I
conspiracy?
think that you need an actus to actually have committed a crime. I don't think that conspiracy even gets to that level. I don't
You
think
think
it does,
conspiracy should be
because you never
protected
know
by
if
the
they're gonna
First
pussy out.
Amendment?
Yeah.
What do you mean
seems-
by conspiracy?
Conspiracy to commit a crime.
Okay.
It's prepping, basically. If
Okay,
I was gonna
so-
dumb it down.
Like drawing up
Yeah.
the plans to rob a bank, to like map out where you're gonna break into this bank, map out
Yes.
what money you're gonna
I
take.
agree with that. I agree with your statement. I will jump in there as well. I think that I can sit here and say anything I want. Welcome in, Beach. I feel like we should be able to sit here and say. I feel like we should be able to say anything we want to about, because okay, let me turn that back on you, Non-Fun. Do you
Sure.
think that I should be able to sit here and say that I want to go rob a bank in Minecraft, and that suddenly makes it not real?
Well, there's obviously going to be a test for like good faith or whatever. Like, is this an honest attempt to to conspirize to commit a
You're
crime?
presuming honesty, and more importantly, you're presuming
I'm not
honesty in the
presuming.
people who are going to decide if it's honest, right?
Well, I'm not
Well,
presuming
if you
honesty.
say
I'm
you're
just saying
going
that
to rob
they're
a bank in Minecraft, and then actually, like, you're drawing a map of the bank down the street from you,
Right.
And then also like planning tools to use in the commission of that crime, or are you just saying I'm going to rob a bank in Minecraft and assuming that's now criminal speech, which is ridiculous?
How far does plausible deniability go in that case?
Hold on, I have a scenario. I have a scenario that's less incidental than robbing. a
Less
fucking
Minority
bank.
Report.
Something that doesn't really matter, but it is crime. It could be a crime to cover all of my bases. Me and a couple of my friends like to explore abandoned places. All of them, of course, legally we are allowed to go to. Of course. Now, there's a lot of places that we've planned to go to. There's, in fact, probably over 50 places we've planned to go to. Written out how we're going to get there, written it all out, that we never went to. And now I don't think I probably ever will go to. Those plans are probably still on my phone. Should that be a crime?
I mean, I would probably.
I
there
think he might have
should-
been lying about they were legal places to go.
There should probably be like a some standard or like how severe the crime has to be in order for the conspiracy to commit it to be a crime. Like I don't think conspiracy to commit shoplifting should be a crime, and I don't necessarily think. I think the same thing would probably apply to conspiracy
right, like, you're,
to.
like,
What's the
committing,
difference? If the
committing a
act was
conspiracy to
never
cut your
committed, why
neighbor's
does it matter?
lawn without their permission, like that's not really like
If the act was
crazy.
never committed, why does it matter?
Because you plan to do
so
it.
there's different levels of crimes. You could that could be more of like a civil infraction territory than like robbing a bank would be.
Thinking about a crime, essentially, obviously, like doing a couple things, but essentially
I don't
thinking
think
and
that
planning
would
out a
be
crime
important enough, no one
without
cares.
doing a crime. I'm not talking that this would just be for
So, yeah.
example, theoretically trespassing.
to
But, like,
to build
what's
off
the
what he's saying. Well, real quick, to build off what he's saying, I think that what he's saying is that he's still okay with conspiracy being a crime after the fact, right? Like if you've done the crime, then we can slap that shit on you too, because you conspired to fucking do it.
It's like moot
But-
at that point.
Well, is it? I mean, it can
Not a charge,
oftentimes,
not always.
yeah,
Crime.
padding
Possibly
charges
no
makes a
parole.
lot
If
more
you
time.
dragged, so what if you did it and you conspired with someone who didn't actually do it? Is that person who didn't actually do it still guilty of conspiracy because you did it?
They didn't
Why
do
not?
it.
They
Did
helped
they
you plan the
actually
crime. They helped
did
you
they
plan the crime that you followed through with.
Did they manually help you do it? Like, did they buy you things for it that they knew were for it?
There you go. Yeah, if they did
Maybe they had
actual
intimate
physical
knowledge.
things.
Maybe they were the insider that helped you
That told
build
you
the
all
Brinks truck
secrets.
schedule or whatever.
Yeah, I don't care at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say at that point you're probably a little bit more complicit, right? If you have inside knowledge or are giving extra ability to execute this crime, then yeah, perhaps I might be willing to
so
see
let's
a
go
case
back
there.
to the trespassing thing.
Okay.
Nope. So if you made plans to go to 50 places, and every time you went to these places, or some security guard told you to get off the property, you're like, oh, sorry, we're just like taking pictures or whatever. no big deal. Like, you probably wouldn't get charged for those 50 places you planned with. But what if all those other places you went to, there was a bunch of arsons that popped up? Then maybe the conspiracy to go to these other places would be used against you to, leverage that because you were actually causing like damage around the city.
You said a bunch of arsons popped up. You didn't say I did an arson. A bunch of arsons popping up doesn't matter. Yeah.
But you're
things
going to now
happen.
look guilty.
Yeah, you're gonna now look guilty even if it's not something that you can prove that I did.
Well, I mean,
at that point, fuck you. If
that
you're
wouldn't
the
be
government, right?
that wouldn't be conspiracy. But like, if you had obviously, if they found that you were planning to go to all these places that also had arsons, like that would probably be evidence, right? That'd be circumstantial evidence, right? Like that'd be. I would presume. I would assume.
I like these places. These places are cool.
Yeah, they're
Is that
just
not
they're
what
just
it is?
places I want to visit. I want to go look at.
I am a photographer at heart.
Well,
I'm from
I'm
a
not saying
family
it'd
of
be.
photographers.
I'm not saying
I
it'd be
take
evident.
pictures.
You wouldn't be able to be convicted on that alone, but that probably would be evidence. That wouldn't be for a
think
conspiracy
it should
charge,
be.
though. That'd be for the arson charge. Like,
I think if you had a good lawyer, that actually wouldn't be. But that's a separate.
Yeah,
kind
they
of
would be able to just cry circumstantial, wouldn't they?
Yes.
but that's still admissible.
Depends. If you have a good attorney, your attorney goes,
They might.
no, it's irrelevant to the actual crime, and then you're.
Having a good attorney is irrelevant to the actual argument.
Well, a good attorney is the one that actually enforces the law.
All right, well, we don't need to discuss any laws. Just get a good attorney.
and then all the laws become foldable.
And that's our stream.
Yeah.
Because good attorneys are cheap.
Hey, fair enough. Better call Saul. So this actually leads right into what I was getting at, or the primary focus with the 8647 thing, right? So it is an interpreted phrase that people are trying to find a way to make it seem like it is a call to violence, right?
I don't
That
think
it is
this was,
incitement.
but there could be a way that it could be presented that could be a call to violence, right? Like if the 8647 was written in like fucking bullet holes or some shit, right?
Or
Okay.
So there's like an obvious threshold where it can
No.
be.
You make a really good point there. That would. I see your point. I think that would definitely change the context. That goes back to the context, right? And yeah, if it was in bullet holes or if it was painted in blood, that I might be able to say, that seems a little aggressive. But even in that circumstance, here's my concern, right? I can agree with you that there is some interpretive aspect to this, right? Where we can all objectively look at some things and be like, yeah, no, that seems pretty aggressive, right? That seems like a call to violence, right? Fight, right? We feel like some people saw that as a call to violence. Some people just saw that as a moment of defiance, right? So, what was it earlier? Yeah, fight like hell, right? Fight like hell. Some people think that that's just motivating words, motivational speech, and some people hear that and they see it as a call to riot and storm the Capitol and hang Mike Pence, right? Yes.
Beach actually posed an interesting question. Here's a question for the entire panel. Is silence incitement of violence? Is silence incitement of violence?
According to Rage Against the Machine.
I don't.
No,
think
that is actually a really good question. Well, you say that, but if I don't say anything and it pisses somebody off, right? Like this goes back to, no, that would be actually fighting words. Fighting words are those that, by the very act of being spoken, tend to incite the individual to whom they are addressed to respond violently and do so immediately with no time to think things over.
Example, telling someone to hit you.
Say that again?
Example, telling someone to hit me. So like if I was at a bar.
You're like, I'll
and I
give you
walked
the
up to
first
someone,
shot.
I said, hit
kinda
me,
thing.
come on. That's fighting words.
Okay. Because silence can be violence, sort of like a... That would... Oh, you're giving us the Rage Against the Machine quote. There you go. So again, if somebody is trying... Welcome back, Game Boy. Yeah, I saw Hamster dipped as well. Hope he's okay. And Abby, you're sitting there being very quiet. You just kind of got to jump in there, my friend.
Oh, he doesn't care about any of that stuff.
I'm gonna
He's,
hand the mic over to Abby. Yeah. Have you disagreed with, or are you just being quiet because you agree with
I
every
just
single word
agree
we're
with-
saying?
I agree with horseradish. Horseradish. I agree with you.
Cheers. I like that.
Yeah, cheers.
Okay.
Hey.
Coming. You know what? Here's an interesting thing, because many of my communist friends actually don't believe at all in horseshoe theory. But maybe they don't understand what I mean when I say horseshoe theory. What I mean is, I don't consider myself that far left, but there's a lot of overlap. So how about we just call it overlap theory? I hear a lot of conservative friends who are equally pro-speech. Again, Gorps is as far from commie as you can commie not commie, right? But
I've been called one though.
Have you? Oh, because of
Yeah,
Gaza,
I've been called
because
a
of your
commie and a Nazi in the same day because of Gaza.
Yeah, checks out. So, yeah. So
That
again,
I don't agree with. That I don't agree with.
You don't agree with horseshoe theory?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay. Why? See, like I said, it's interesting to me how it's always the people on the far left who seem to stand against the idea. Why do you stand against the horseshoe theory? Just out of curiosity.
Well, because it's just completely different. Nazis are idealists, and communists are completely materialist. Have completely different motivation and everything, and completely different goals.
Well, because your goals are different doesn't mean that the ideology has a different outcome or core beliefs. Like
Yes, it is.
both. Well, you're both collectivist authoritarian governments, or at least the outcome of said thing comes out the same way. I mean, even if you're for the abolition of the state, in outcome,
that
yes,
again, Abi?
collective.
Communists don't want a authoritarian state. It's just the dictatorship of the proletariat. It's just the first phase, but the goal is to reach communism.
Well,
Stateless,
but you
classless
can't.
society.
You can't fully. Communists and Nazis actually agree on the elimination of class just through different means.
Your profile picture also includes a man who killed more people than the Nazis.
More
Just by
people
the
than
way.
syphilis, for the record.
Who?
I assume you're talking
You
about
know
Mao, right?
already. I was talking about Stalin.
Oh, Stalin? Yeah, okay, that's bad too. Sorry. I assumed you were talking about Mao. But you know what? There's a few faces in that picture that that murdered a folk or two.
No, not murdered. Not murdered. It's not. They didn't murder anybody.
Not a single person, really.
There's not a single person in government who hasn't murdered no one. That you get that right. That's the point of government, is to somehow coerce people through means of aggression. Now
Well,
I think that's a
I'm
good
just
thing in
mentioning
certain
it, but it's not
contexts,
murder.
but like they did do it. Like
Also,
just not
on
as
the
much as you
horseshoe
believe.
theory front, that's why that was brought up. The horseshoe theory between the Nazis and the commies. That's why I brought that up, just for reference.
Is because both ideologies are willing to, let's say,
Slaughter?
cull some wheat in order to accomplish their goals. The other thing, and this is just another example of what I mean. Well, hold on, Ami. Let me finish, because the way that I started streaming. All right. When I first started streaming, I actually did a non-stop panel with the gentleman who is currently in the chat, Naughty Roddy, who is a far-right, Trump-loving, borderline Alex Jones conservative. Meanwhile, I also had an anarcho-communist in the conversation, and what I found,
they're not communists.
what I found was both of them were equally pro-gun, and for the same reason. Because
Yes,
they
of
were
course.
afraid of each other.
No, not because we're afraid of each other. Because
They
we're
were afraid of the
the
government.
Current government.
Yes,
But
exactly.
When we have communism, then we're against having guns for the people.
So I've actually only heard this recently, that Marx originally was against guns for the people. And what was his logic for that? How did he feel that the revolution was supposed to happen in that circumstance? Just through words?
Yeah, he was sometimes a bit not idealist, but he thought we will just have democracy and the people will just overthrow everything, but that's not possible. We need to have but he said we need to have violent overthrow of all social conditions. That means
Wait, so
revolution.
But without
Did Marx believe that words are violent?
I don't know if he said without guns. Where did he say without guns?
As Gorp said, did Marx believe that words were violence?
Probably, yes.
This
Yes,
guy has
Harvard
not
are
actually read Marx, by the way. Okay, I'm just hoping what he gets from this conversation is he goes into one of your chats and spams that you're doing
I
fascist
have read Marx.
propaganda
I have
now.
read Marx.
He wouldn't
Um,
be the first one.
Really?
Okay. Yeah. No.
Wait, I'm curious though. Is the forcible overthrow of all existing social conditions, is that literally just force? Like, can that not be other things? Is there no other way to force an overthrowing of social conditions without literal force?
So,
Or
such
was that
as
expressed somewhere else? I don't know.
through financial coercion and such like that. You mean?
Or just like pressure? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just wondering, like, was it expressly force?
Yeah, pressure that
meaning
would also be
violence?
force. That's what I meant when he said, is words also violence? Words can also be violence.
Can y'all hear my dogs?
No.
No.
Okay, good. All right, just making sure because they're fucking freaking out outside, and I don't know why. Okay, so I guess I'm glad you're in the Discord channel. I'm sure that you will get some you will get some exercise. I promise. That said, I don't want to spend too much time on the communism v capitalism debates just because I've done these ad nauseum. I will. I will do them again someday, and I'm always willing to, but I have to be prepared for it. I'm literally reading Capital right now, as I said earlier, so that I can be better prepared to dismiss the silliness that is Marxism.
No, it's not silliness. It's not silliness.
I know
It's
that's
very
what you
silly.
think. So, no, like you said, I'm being a smartass, but I'm also not, because the problem is you were talking about how communism is the end goal of socialism, anarchism is the end goal of communism, and the fact is, I personally do not have enough faith in human nature to believe. Is it not a stateless society is the end goal? Communism is a means to an end of a stateless society, right?
Not anarchism.
Stateless society is literally the definition of communism or anarchism. If you do not have a government,
the state is different from government. This common within anarchism itself. Of like,
say that again. Start from scratch. I didn't hear what you started with there, Game Boy.
I'm gonna try to fix my mic. It's kind of fucked
Yeah,
up
it's
right now.
sounding like shit. You're not wrong.
I'm good.
Can't believe we almost got a full hour without mentioning communism.
On Twitch, imagine. Yeah, no,
we
fair
also
enough.
had to do classic politics conversation of mentioning the Nazis.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Oh,
I
of
didn't reach
course.
over and click the Godwin's Law because I didn't want to have to listen to the music right now. But yeah, Godwin's Law got popped cherry in the first hour. So
I think that was me, so I apologize.
no, Koina. Nobody is defending the anti-BDS. Nobody so far is willing to take that one for the team.
I'll
so
do it. I'll steal man. I'll steal man.
you'll steelman the BDS.
BDS is exactly what led to the South African apartheid falling, and due to Israel being America's greatest ally in the Middle East, we cannot allow it to fall, or else Iran will take over the region, and horrible things will happen to everybody around the world.
Yeah, have you thought about the Holocaust?
BDS must be illegal so that Israel can stand.
Did it
And
hurt your
Israel can
soul to
be
say
the
those
only
words?
democracy in the Middle East.
Gorps, I need you to look into the camera and tell me, did it hurt you to say those
painful.
words? I can tell. Okay, well, so I know I'm not gonna. You gave us our Steelman topic point, but why would we not just find a better ally? More importantly, if they are actually our ally, does it not make sense for us to compel them to act right? Like, if you are my ally, I am going to be judged by your behaviors, right?
Wait, you're forgetting the most important part that I forgot to mention it too. That's my bad. If you do that, it's anti-Semitic.
Truth new.
No, but,
Oh, yeah.
but who's the better
GG.
ally? Who's the better ally?
GG, that's right. Can somebody tell me why it's anti-Semitism and Islamophobic? Why isn't it anti-Islamic and Semitophobic?
Because anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, those words themselves sound better.
Is that it? It's just,
The words you just
does
said
it just
sound
sound better because you're used to those words?
I think the words you
Probably.
just said sound stupid.
Okay. So here's the thing. and I'm sure I'm not the first one to do this, right? And I'd love it if one of y'all would do it because I fucking suck. But I'm going to look up the federal government's definition of anti-Semitism. Have y'all read this? Do y'all know it?
The
The
new
new
bill.
one?
Oh, it's
Yeah.
stupid.
Non-fun. What do you think about that new bill?
I think it's pretty cringe from what I've seen at least.
Okay, good. Making sure you've had some cringe takes in the past. Just had to make sure we were on the straight and narrow here.
Hot take.
Non-fun
All right.
only has cringe takes.
So I'm going to read this out loud, okay? I'm going to read this out loud because we're talking about the BDS here thing, okay? So anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, towards Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. So that's literally the definition. So it may be expressed as hatred towards Jews and can be directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals. So I'm not really sure what any of that means.
I think that
And-
means that
I'll tell
like
you.
you
Wait,
could be
wait.
an idiot and confuse someone and be like, you look like you might be of this identity, and I'm going to attack you for it.
I mean, I think the logical conclusion is if you say the rich run the world, that's actually anti-Semitism, even if you're not talking about Jews at all, because it is
dog whistle.
it's a no, not even. I'm not even talking about like somebody doing a dog whistle, like a commie. We have a commie in the chat right now. A commie
Actively.
saying the rich run the world. Right, that would be
No,
anti-Semitic
commies
because
don't
it is
say
a
this.
traditional anti-Jewish trope, saying that they run the world.
That's not what commies say. This is anti-Semitic if you say this. We say the capital runs the world, not the rich
Oh,
people.
wow.
The capital itself.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Are you being
Well,
serious?
it's a huge difference. It's a
No,
huge difference.
he
Even
is,
the rich people are not-
unfortunately.
So you believe that capital makes decisions? That the money is the one
No, it
who's
doesn't
actually
make
making the decisions?
decisions. No,
Okay,
but
so it
forces
enables
people
a
to make-
person to do so, correct? The
No, it doesn't
capital
enable-
enables
No,
a
no,
person
no,
to make
no.
decisions?
No. It forces them to do decisions. But it doesn't make decisions itself. It's just random. Everything bam, 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 bam. It goes left, right, and they have to follow the laws of capital. They can flow freely, make profit, bang, bang, bang. They just care about this.
Are you memeing, homie?
He's not.
No, it's the truth.
Marks,
Okay.
from now on, okay, I expect 50% of the time, okay, instead of being in my waiting room, you're going to be in Gorps's waiting room or Horseradish's waiting room when they stream, okay?
Please no.
Yeah, no,
No,
again,
because
like I said, friend, you'll,
Actually,
you'll
our biggest troll got banned today off the platform, so we're in
who's
search.
that? Pander?
I forgot his name already. He's super
Picked up a new one?
This guy.
Oh, gotcha.
Anti-Semitic every day.
Yeah, so have y'all dealt with the Scottish troll yet?
No.
I'm not going to name him here,
I'll
but
speak
he's
his
still
name. He'll appear in the mirror.
literally, seriously. You say his name 3 times, and he's going to fucking whisper you. So, dude has been banned for like months and months, and he still slides up into my DMs, and I'm like, bruh, what are you doing? Like instead, what he would be saying into my chat but can't, he instead says into my whispers, and I
Panda does
don't know
it
what
to
to do about this. So,
He's
say what?
whispering into your ear.
Panda does that
Yeah.
to me.
He
Panda
does?
simultaneously begs me to unban him.
Yeah, no, Pander's I've finally shed myself a Pander, so I'm sure that's just a matter of time, but that's okay.
I thought he left for like 2 months and then came back.
Yeah, and I'm sure that he was probably way better when he came back, wasn't he? Yeah, so circling back to you, Abi, again, for what it's worth, you will absolutely get plenty of airplay in the Discord channel. You're welcome to the Everyday Stoners, because we have another person who considers them a communist, but they refer to themselves as being not educated enough to argue the positions wholesomely or fulsomely. So to have somebody who is able to articulate the positions for us to debunk is just going to make it easier. So that'll be awesome. And then he'll give you lots of emotes too. So I'm just trolling with you. I'm just fucking with you, just so you know. Again, I love engaging with this. So, Roddy, no, I am not considering moving to his country. Found out it's not plausible. So, and for what it's worth, Roddy, And just so everybody knows, those of you who do not know me very well, one of the few things that I would say makes me different from most people is I have this magical ability to admit when I was wrong. I am willing to, when I find new information, I'm willing to look it in the face and say, that changes things. So with that said, I was of the impression that there was going to be more difficulty in regards to the voting rights in lieu of the, what's it called? The SAVE Act? Was that what it was called? Y'all know what I'm talking about?
The voter registration act thing.
Yeah, the voter registration thing that went through
It
that
might
made
be
it so
called a
that
SAVE
women were
Act,
having
yeah.
troubles being able to vote.
Yeah, I think
So
it- yeah.
basically,
I love to
yeah.
say it.
So apparently, what I was led to believe was that it was going to be very problematic because, especially in the state that I live in, the enhanced ID that we use was not good enough to be able to use to vote when you get to the polls. And the fact is, my wife and I's marriage certificate is quite old. And when we went and got the enhanced IDs, we actually had issues because of the fact that it doesn't have the appropriate embossing. So we went through all kinds of headaches and such while we were trying to get that enhanced ID. But we figured, okay, well, we got it. We got to take care of fucking past it. But then we were finding out that our enhanced ID was not going to be sufficient to vote. So that meant that she would have to take our marriage license or our marriage certificate to the actual polls and present it and hope that the person behind the counter looks her up and down and says, she's going to vote the way I want her to, and says, yes, I'll accept that, as opposed to tries to be a fucking typical bureaucrat and say, nope, it's not good enough. And we are at the polls and we are only allowed to vote today only. So huzzah, she doesn't get to vote. Yay. Disenfranchised. But now I have found out that it is our regular state ID here in the state of Washington that will not pass muster when it comes to being able to present it for voting. If you have the enhanced ID, though, it does in fact qualify. So that means that, okay, as long as you go through the hassle in advance, cool. I am actually for presenting ID whenever you vote. I have no problems with that in concept. But I think that in order for that to happen, that ID needs to be free. I do not think that there should be, otherwise it is nothing but a fucking poll tax. So that said, back to you, Rodney.
I have a very slight point on that front.
Yeah, shoot.
Our state's voter like mail-in ballot security is absolute dog shit.
Yes, it
because
is.
I tested it myself. It relies, if anybody doesn't know, Washington State voter ID essentially relies on your signature. Matching what the state has on record. I completely changed my signature for funsies to test if they still counted my vote, and they did. Completely different signature.
Admission of voter fraud. Can't believe it.
No, it was still me that voted.
We fucking got him, boys. Get him. Sick him.
Yep. Clip it.
I mean, I like what North Carolina did, where we do require voter ID, but you can get an ID for free specifically for voting, and it's not hard to get at all. Yeah.
Yeah, that works for me.
That
Like
is
I said
good.
again, perfectly for that. So,
A specific voter card that would be free. You still gotta pay for your driver's license because I did. So fuck you.
Yep. And because here's the thing, I don't necessarily believe that voting should be easy. I think that there should be some sort of I know I'm shit on for this. There are parts of me that think, no, you actually should be able to, you should actually pass a citizenship test before you can vote. I think, because for what it's worth, I also think that every American should have to pass that citizenship test. That's my personal belief.
Are
think
you
that
in favor of removing the naturalization or the born in America you are American citizen thing?
Birthright.
Do you align with Trump here?
Birthright citizenship. No, I am not against birthright citizenship. Because really, if I was, it would be antithetical to myself, because I wouldn't be here. Every single fucking one of us is an immigrant or descended from immigrants. And there's a very good chance that when my grandparents came across Ellis Island, they probably didn't do all the paperwork right. It'd be really fucking hard for me to prove that that they got here legitimately. So if that said, I am come from people I'm just like 2 or 3 generations removed from immigrants. I wouldn't be a legal fucking immigrant or a legal citizen myself, based solely on the fact that I lived or was born here, right? So no, I do not believe that we should get rid of. However, I think that certain rights should be glass ceilinged behind the ability to prove that you at least have a rudimentary understanding of what you're voting for. That's all. Again, I'm not saying that you need to have a politics degree, but if you're going to make a decision or be involved in making a decision that is going to impact all of us, it bothers me if you're just voting based on R&D, right? I don't mean research and development.
We've had this conversation before. I've actually
Yes.
drastically changed my mind on this conversation from when we've talked about it. Because at one point in time, I heavily, or at least somewhat, agreed with you. But that is no longer my opinion. Not because I think the idea is bad. I would love for the voters of this great nation to know what the fuck they're talking about and maybe be literate. But I also recognize now at this point in time that while it would be nice to have that, at the end of the day, a huge percentage of Americans are quite literally illiterate. A larger percent of Americans don't know what the fuck is going on. And I would say this is up to maybe more than half of Americans, probably 2/3 of Americans would fit in this category of either illiterate or don't know what the fuck is going on. And I feel like it's a bit much to eliminate these people from their right to representation in the government just because they're idiots.
For what it's worth, I actually agree with you. I have had this explained to me in such a fashion that I can get behind the fact that there is no way for us to do it without having some sort of blockage, right? So everybody should have the right to vote. Not everybody is smart. Like, that's just a fact, right? I don't love the idea that people who are absolute mouth-breathing idiots get to help decide the fate of the United States. But I also agree that we don't want to no leadership, and not just taxation, but you need to be able to, you need to be represented in the government, right? Your vote needs to be representative. I do not stand for an authoritarian regime, and I feel like if say again.
That's the only solution.
Oh, no.
Dictatorship of the proletariat to educate the people for communism.
You don't have to derail. You don't have to always derail Marx. There are other options.
Yeah, but
Marx is calling for a dictatorship of the idiots in society.
Right.
That's
Well,
correct,
so for what it's
I think
worth,
only
okay,
billionaires
so
should vote.
Jump on in, spell this.
No. Yes, we need a dictatorship of the proletariat. The party needs to represent the people, but the people can't vote because they don't know. They don't know what they want. They don't know it. The party needs to enforce it for them and to educate them. Then we can reach socialism. That's the only way.
Well, I mean, I do think the education point is relevant. Like, I'm not going to pretend that I know how to fix public schooling or anything, but I would hope that if we want
post-revolution education, no?
Well, sure, but yeah, I'm trying to bring the conversation back from the re-education camp, Marxist-Leninist bullshit. Okay, I do think I would hope that if we want our citizens to be able to like pass a naturalization test and know some basic American history or whatever, that somehow we would be able to get our schooling system to be able to do that.
So hold on. So you're telling me that you are pro-authoritarian? Is that correct, Abi?
No, I'm not pro-authoritarian, but we need. It's necessary
They're
to
more
have
interested in
the proletariat
in the
enforce.
tanky conversation
Yeah, so
than in the.
that's an authoritarian regime, right?
Yes, but it doesn't mean I'm pro-authoritarian. The goal in the end is to have freedom for everybody, absolute freedom, communism.
So he's not
Bro said
for
we
it,
need
he
a
just has to
military
go
to-
Bro, I'm
Don't
trying to
like
talk
this
about Brian Kaplan, bro.
Yes, there's no other choice.
So has there
You
been an
gotta take your
example
medicine.
where this expanded past the quote unquote dictatorship of the proletariat to actual freedom?
the argument
No,
there.
of course not.
Let me step in there, Gorps.
This
The
is
argument
true,
there
actually.
is, and I've heard this one from Barbie and Minia. The U.S. always steps in and intervenes and ruins
you're
it.
correct there.
Yeah.
So
There have been times though that it was close, that it looked like it was going that way, and then the U.S.
No,
definitely
never
jumped into that bitch.
Yeah, but this is the world that we live in. Whether it's gonna be the U.S., whether it's gonna be some other world power, or a collection of smaller powers, someone is going to step in to try to influence. When we're talking about this, we're commonly talking about like economy more than authoritarianism.
Yes, that's why it can only be reached when the whole world is
One
communist.
sec. In terms of other governments stepping in, right? These other governments are, of course, going to want to have an influence on whatever this either new nation or reforming, revolutioning nation is doing, because they want to be on its good side. They want the power or influence that comes from being on their good side. Whether it's America or it's some other fucking collection of nations or it's Russia or China. Right? Somebody's going to step in. This is the world that we live in. We can't like ignore that and say, "Oh, but in a perfect society, that doesn't exist, and it will not exist." I don't think there's a way around having world superpowers. I'm not saying it needs to be America or anything. I think it's always going to exist.
Yeah, that's why China is doing the right thing. They are building up to enforce to expand the revolution on the whole world, and then nobody will be able to step in.
China is hyper fucking capitalist, bro.
Yes, they are capitalists because they are building up for expanding the revolution. That's what I just said.
So just to make sure that I understand, when you're saying this revolution thing, this is very similar to the whole "we're only going to have a Caesar while we need it, and I promise I'll abdicate all my power once we don't need me anymore." Right? That's the same thing?
Yes.
How'd that
Yes,
go
it's-
for Rome?
it's similar. Yes, it's of course different, but there needs to be the party still needs to be democratic inside, and the people still have the power to get rid of the fucking leader. But it's still necessary. There is no other way.
Okay, so once again, for what it's worth, my left and right-leaning friends, well, my extreme left and extreme right, both are equally in agreement with what you were saying. What you're saying is part of that horseshoe where they believe that dictatorship is a means to an end. Now, you use the fancy word of proletariat, right? But that's just a
Yes.
fancy word for the people, which is what the people on the right will say instead. We, the people, should be the ones running the country, not our elites. So,
No,
again, that is
it's not-
more of that
not the same.
overlap.
It's
Say again?
populism.
The right is doing a nationality.
It's equal,
The
yeah,
right has
populism.
a nationality.
For
The
what
right
it's
wants to have a fight between the nationalities, not between the classes.
That is not true.
Completely different.
That is
Yes,
not true
it is
at all.
true.
I'm
Of course
I'm
it's true.
I'm sorry, but I actually swim in this water and I actually engage with people on both sides. And I can tell you that what they just that's the real world. Real word is populism, right? And the one thing that the fucking powers that be, the elites, the top 1% cannot have happen is left and right populism to unite. There's been a few times that it was really fucking close, and every single time our media and our government steps in to rabble rouse and make it again about some other kind of bullshit, like specifically race, right, is usually their go-to. They make it seem like this is something racial, and then all of a sudden we no longer can engage together. Everything from the fucking George Floyd thing, which every person I know who watched what happened to George Floyd agreed that's fucked up and shouldn't happen. Left, right, didn't matter, okay? But we couldn't unite because the powers that be, the elites, the media, the controllers of the narrative stepped in to make sure that we were instead at each other's throats. The fact is, more people than you realize on the right agree with you that it is an us versus them situation. Now, they also tend to lump it as a party situation. They now have a few right-leaning billionaires that they feel are the good billionaires. But before that, they were just as anti-billionaire. That's why there was a huge chunk of people who went from Bernie fucking Sanders to Donald Trump, was they were populists first. And so they didn't care about blue or red. I was almost one of them, but Donald Trump's a fucking idiot, and I couldn't get on that train. So that said, I just voted third party again. But That same mentality between the Bernie bros and the Trump lovers, that populism, the people who watch
Bernie
Steve
bros?
Bannon, that is a thing.
Bernie is not even revolutionary, and they don't even. It doesn't even make sense. You don't even know what right wing means when you say this. Right wing means pro-capitalism. So how can there be anti-capitalism and right wing? Doesn't even make sense.
I'm sorry, you think that all people on the right are pro-capitalist? The only difference between, okay, so you honestly think that the only difference between right and left is capitalism v communism?
Have you never heard of MAGA communists?
Yeah, dude, you don't know that that's a thing? That MAGA communism is a fucking thing?
That's
What's his
a
name? Isn't
fucking
like
meme.
Jackson Hinkle or something? Is that
Yes,
his
this
name?
is a fucking meme. This is Jackson Hinkle, and he's a fucking anti-Semite Nazi.
Okay.
He doesn't want communism. He just uses the word communism to get for the glory. He just wants
Sure.
to steal the glory.
Sure. Well, so here's another important fact, Avi, because I have talked a lot of people who call themselves communist, and you can get 10 people in a room and ask them all what that means to them, and you're going to get 10 different fucking answers. Okay. You will get 10 different people who tell me what their version of communism sounds like. And it is vastly different from one to another. The fact that I spent 6 months in this hotbox with an anarcho-communist, but then whenever I'm talking to the, I
They're
guess
not
we'll call him a
communist.
Democrat communist, again, I see. So you're going to gatekeep what is and isn't communism?
Yes.
Where did you get that ability? I'm impressed.
I'm not
Did
gatekeeping
Marx
them.
come back from the dead and say Abi gets to decide what my words should be interpreted as? Was Lenin and Stalin and Marx, were all of them the same? Did they all agree the same thing? They have the same beliefs? Because I feel like each one of them represented a different flavor of communism.
Yes, but now the
Oh, but wait.
Communism
Just a
is
second ago, you
goal.
said there's only one kind of communism.
I said they are all agree on the same thing, on the same what communism is. Doesn't mean that they are in a specific material condition. They do the same stuff. Of course, if the material conditions are different, you will do different policies. But the goal is still communism, and communism just is unchangeable. It's a classless, stateless society. There's no different definition.
I mean, people definitely have different definitions, but regardless.
So, I'm not going to censor your ability to use the word communist. But funny enough, that is actually my biggest beef with communism is the the Politburo. The Politburo. The idea that there should be one specific group who decides. And I'm not a fan of two-party system. I'm definitely not going to be for a one-party system. And the idea that any dissension against the party is punishable is the opposite of freedom. You're telling me you're going to remove all of my freedoms in order to give me freedom? What's going on? I assume I spelled this wrong, right? Because your name is like
Thank you for joining, or thank you for offering.
Yeah,
thank
thank
me for joining.
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
Thank you for having me. It's too early in the morning for me.
I hear you. Sorry. Yeah, no, I don't know what time of the day it is for everybody. I
I'm
apologize.
joking.
So
Bad
real quick,
things.
everybody, this is I spelled this wrong. Another streamer on Twitch. What? Hey, we got a camera too. Snap. We can actually see what he looks like. Welcome in.
Howdy, y'all.
Real quick, tell us about yourself.
I do like leftist politics. I say this that I used to I've come into reality. There's no reality or lifetime or alternate universe where I wouldn't hold true to the ideologies that I hold, because they've been so ingrained in my life since I was young. I just kind of believe these sorts of things, and I'll often run into people who will be like, oh, have you did you study this sort of ideology or these sorts of things? And I'm like, no, I just came up with that on my own, based off my own ethics and morality, based off of my interpretations of life. I'll end that there.
Okay. And we also just got joined by Anno K. Excuse me, K. We just call you K,
Who
right, K?
invited this?
I haven't been able to vet this guy real quick. I'm gonna just,
He's Anno sucks.
He's
Go
good.
check out my VODs. I got plenty.
I just got touched by the TSA.
Oh.
My rights are being violated.
Were you touched appropriately
Random
or
search. Random
inappropriately?
search.
I'm being ever since 9/11, America's changed. They taken our rights away. But I heard communist, so I had to come in here, you know. Did somebody
dear
say
God.
communist, comrade?
Well, so funny enough,
I'm worse.
in the chat right now, we have at least 3. Yeah, what's up, Chief?
I'm anarchist.
I
Anarchist
heard
first,
some-
communist
Oh,
second, socialist
Okay.
third. Fuck capitalism.
Well,
All
so
right.
hold on now, because Abi says that an anarcho-communist doesn't exist. You're not real.
That's very
No, I didn't
interesting.
say it doesn't exist. It's just a stupid word.
If you're an
It is, of
anarchist,
course,
tell me.
anarchist. Of course, communism is anarchist, but the most people that call themselves anarcho-communist, they're just so indoctrinated by Red Scare. They have class consciousness. They understand that we need to change society, but they are just so indoctrinated that they're scared to say they're communists. They make up some, oh, I'm anarchist, I'm anarcho-communist. But no, they're not.
Is this not just a subset of communists, good sir? Or must you all think
No.
the exact same way?
To an extent, yeah. Anarchism's or everything's a subset of anarchism. So yeah, it's all direct
Explain that.
action.
Wow, fascism
It's
is
all
the
direct
best
action.
subset.
Everything's direct action. Every time you do anything, it's anarchism. Anarchism is direct action. So every time you get involved, every time you vote, every time you pick up trash, every time you help your neighbor, every time you hold your door open for somebody else, a handicapped individual, you are doing anarchism.
I don't know how useful of a definition that is. That feels like
You're
feels
an
overly-
anarchist. You're an anarchist. You're an
Push him
anarchist.
down the stairs. Is it also anarchy?
When Trump is violating my rights,
Technically.
is he an anarchist?
He's
yeah.
directly.
Yeah, I mean, I
he's
did just say
directly
everything.
violating.
Yes. All
is
further
trying to
questions,
destroy the
I
government.
will say yes. They fall under. If you can think of it, I think that falls under everything, and so yes.
Is there
What if I can conceive of an idea?
If it's
Is
all
the very
encompassing?
active thinking an active anarchism?
Yes.
Shit.
Wait, what is the opposite then if it's all encompassing?
I mean, is there such thing as opposites in like? I mean, I know that we have a word that means opposite, but is there truly something as the opposite? So, like, does there need to be a counter to what is anarchism? If there was, I would
There
say
doesn't need to
fascism.
be. I'm just wondering if it's all encompassing, then it doesn't seem like it would have one, and it would just
Exactly.
Call,
Is
call
there
me a
point to
liberal
using it
here.
then? Like, what
Yeah,
does
I-
it define if it's all encompassing? Like, what is the point to using it? What understanding do we gain?
I mean, almost none. It's almost invaluable. It's more of a spark to get the conversation going, I guess. People seem to react like this when I say anarchist, quite harshly. So I do enjoy getting a rise out of people and seeing what's going on in their minds about how
Just
they
to, like,
react to
define
words
it.
that I choose to define myself.
I mean,
So-
I don't
I
think
just-
it's.
I have to say, and I mean this with love and respect. Your hair getup you have going on fits with your definition of anarchist so perfectly. You are who I picture on Reddit, and I don't actually mean that as an insult.
I was
It's
about to
just
say, I don't even
you're
think he
who
means
I
that as a
picture.
mean thing. No, so I actually was
know
going to say
how
something.
it can be
I think it's
anything
because
but
I think it's
mean.
because he's got his chroma key on, so it's actually making his hair look magical. So yeah,
Oh, nice.
it's kind of doing some weird like yeah. Anyway, so just to make sure, we're talking about the word anarchy here, right? That's the word that we were you were saying was a non-quantifiable that was just thrown in there as sort of a trigger word. Was it anarchy? Because the reason I ask is because I hear that often about communism as well. So yes, well you
I don't
you were saying
necessarily-
that
I
you
didn't
use
like
the
that
word
I-
as sort of like a trigger word. No, go ahead. I was
I don't
clarifying my question.
necessarily like to use it as a trigger word because I do define myself as anarchist. But when I was asked if it was by how broad I've made that definition that it almost becomes valueless, like it's hard to not agree with that. Like, yeah, I mean that's fair, and so that's why I say anarchist first, communist second, then right. And so the follow-up then would be it's not necessarily that I want to be getting people triggered, but like anarchism was the first word that I picked up on, and really got hung up on with the. I mean, it comes from two words, it's anarchos, and meaning without, and archos meaning ruler. So without ruler is what it means at its base. It's Greek, and so. Go ahead.
No, keep. Well, so for what it's worth, I just want to say that I just want to put it out there for everybody who's listening. Barbie, the anarcho-communist who is part of the Everyday Stoners, explained it pretty damn close to the way that he just did. Insofar as, and I'm just putting this out there for you, Abby, specifically, because you're the one who was talking about you said that there aren't different flavors of communism, and that anarcho-communism was, I think you said, stupid. So the idea, my understanding from your own definition, was that socialism is a step towards communism, and that communism was just a means to an end towards a stateless, classless system.
No. Communism is a stateless, classless system. And if you say anarcho-communism, you're saying the same thing twice. But for me, the difference is anarchy is the absence of all hierarchies. So even family hierarchy would be destroyed in anarchism. And in communism, it can still exist.
At what point does a communist regime step down and give this so-called promised freedom?
Okay, the state will wither away. First, we have the dictatorship of the proletariat. And
how did that work out for the USSR?
Yes, I'm explaining to you. The USSR was still in the dictatorship of the proletariat. They weren't even in socialism. Socialism is a classless state, and you can only reach a classless state once the whole the whole world needs to be socialist to even needs to be dictatorship of the proletariat to even reach socialism. So once you reach socialism, a classless state, then the people will see everything is good, and then they will just do what they need to do, and the state won't be needed anymore after some time. Probably it will be 100 years, more than 100 years. But then the state will just wither away because there's no use anymore for the
Wait,
state.
I have a genuine question here.
Yeah.
Do you think, because I feel like for this like worldview that you're talking about to actually happen, it would have to be a global, at the entirely same time, socialismization of the
New World Order, baby.
Right? Because then if you want to take away the borders, if you want to make it the stateless aspect here, it would need to be a global thing, or else you would just simply get bombed to smithereens by whoever didn't like you. Like this, what you're calling for would necessarily need to be a global revolution of the people. Do you really think that's possible?
So no.
Yeah, and I'm in slight disagreement.
With the example of China. China is at the moment
Is it stateless? Is it even moving towards being stateless? If you want to call it socialist, you're wrong in the first place. But
it's moving toward being classless, not moving towards being stateless. First, you need socialism to even go for communism.
China classless? Don't you need a fucking visa to move between cities in China? It's very hard to move into one of the economic zones where you'll be able to move upwards in China.
Also, I'm fairly certain that the number of billionaires in China has only been increasing.
America is going towards a classless society.
Yeah, America is closer to classless than China is right now. At least in America.
Yeah, we got no class.
No, it's absolutely not.
I was actually liking everything you said up until that point.
In what way are they moving towards classlessness? How about that? All right, I'll give you a fair chance.
Because they're building up to the military to defeat America, and America is the court of imperialism, and imperialism needs to be smashed first before you can even go towards socialism.
You think China's not trying to be imperialist?
Thank you. I was waiting patiently. How were we going to define? Yeah.
There was so many places that China stepped on and crushed to get where they are now, and they continue.
Literally had an emperor.
Yes.
I mean, both economically, military-wise, and they're trapping people into debt traps. So is the U.S., of course, and you can always be like, well, the U.S. does all this too. But isn't the idea to not be the U.S. then? Shouldn't China lead by an example of uniting Asia if they want to have a chance of going against the U.S. instead of trying to conquer it the same way the U.S. is? You don't end imperialism by copying imperialist strategy.
Yes, but they can't show any weakness, because the moment they show weakness, instantly America will attack.
Okay, so they
So
can't show
they're forced
weakness,
to
so
do
they
this.
must be imperialist. But we should trust you that they're being anti-imperialist by being literally fucking imperialist.
They are not being
At that point, how are
literally
they better?
imperialist.
Wait. Because
Wait,
I
hold
could answer
on.
this question for myself, but by your own logic here, how are they better?
How are they better? Because they have the party. And did you even read the program of the party? That they have different 5-year plans. For example, at the moment, they almost have no poverty, extreme poverty anymore. And they always have new 5-year plans, and they have the whole goal of them is to reach socialism and communism. And America doesn't have this goal.
How much
So
are
the
you
goal is
willing
what's
to
important.
trust the numbers from the American government about poverty over the numbers coming out of the CBC regarding poverty?
I don't know. I don't trust. I trust them both.
Okay.
Wait, no shot, Marks, that you would say you trust the U.S. numbers on poverty. I don't.
I wasn't
believe you.
expecting you to either. Yeah, I thought that was going to be the.
I think you're.
I mean, I don't trust the
I'm
numbers
willing to
because
trust numbers.
the poverty line is ridiculous in the U.S. Like what it takes to get above the poverty line, it's so like such an unrealistic and biased number. That's so outdated. They need to update it, especially since it doesn't even take in like different like states' socioeconomic kind of status. Like if you're 60,000 in like maybe California and New York, that's pretty much poverty. But like 60,000 makes you a king in Kentucky or Georgia.
Yeah, if you equate for the 1% wealth in America, the average house in America is worth $1 million. It levels out if you cut out the 1% to a more understanding number, but at a base, the 1% is so wealthy in America that every house in America is worth $1 million.
I mean, the median house in my city is $1 million.
Yeah, I don't know why we wouldn't just look at the median. Just look at the.
Yeah, again, so if you equate for like how rich the 1% is in America, take their wealth and then determine like essentially the net worth of a household on average in America, based off of essentially the total amount of money that America has and then the total amount of houses. On average, it ends up being $1 million per household. But if you cut out the 1% and then you equate for the people who are actually paying for these houses, the working class, then you start to see the actual numbers of like how people are actually paying for their houses, and how they're. Was that helpful, or do I need to expand more?
No, well, I think I understand. If you have any sort of
Okay.
links, if you have any links to this
Yeah,
or to where you got that information, if you could just drop it in chat at some point, that'd be dope because I would love to look into that later. Okay,
Wait, sorry,
real quick,
I'm confused. Are you talking about you're talking about home prices? Or are you
I
talking
believe
about
he's
home
talking
net
It sounded
worth?
like it at first, but then it sounded like household income.
Like you're talking about, yeah. So I mean, I don't know, like if you're concerned about like the top one.
I believe
if you're concerned about the top.
I can try to.
Sure, I guess. I mean,
I just want to try and translate to see if I understood because I felt like I understood what he was saying. I felt like what he was saying was that if you take the net value or the net wealth of the top percent of like the top 1%, I don't remember the exact percentage he said, but whatever percentage he said, you take the
rich
their
1%.
net worth,
Yeah.
right, and then you take that percentage of the full economy of the United States, that whatever percentage that is, their amount of money that they have, right? It's the 90% of the wealth in the hands of 1% or whatever the fucking ratio is. If you then applied that same ratio to the wealth or to the value of a home, the average median home in America would be automatically leveled out to $1 million. Is that basically what you were saying, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. It's like if you were to take that percentage of the value and like balance it all out. That's why I said I'd like to see I'm sure there's graphs.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's.
Sure. I
was gonna say I think they
I'll
really
check the math on my own
this
time.
data. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think they really stretched that data to grab that number of being like, oh, American House are worth $1 million, just to try to like throw out a scary number to try
That's
to make
why
it
I
seem-
wanted to see the link.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Yeah.
I'll do the math in my own time. I'm just curious to, because
I mean,
it sounds plausible, but so does most bullshit. Right?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not really sure what that metric
LA
is
that are worth,
supposed
like,
to.
$1 million, and then you'll understand quickly why the net worth of the average household is over $1 million.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not really sure what the usefulness of that metric would really be. It doesn't seem particularly useful to me. But I also just say, like, if you're concerned
Just
about
as
the
an
top,
idea, a thought experiment to see, the wealth,
The wealth
of,
inequality.
in American the inequality, but then also for the world too. Good.
No, I was just going to say.
I mean,
so
I don't
this
think
is
that-
the exactly. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay.
No, I'm fine.
yeah, I would say one. I would like if you're worried about the top 1% distorting the numbers for anything. Also, I mean, just look at the median. Like the median household net worth, which isn't really distorted by the top 1%, is like $193,000. And like I'd also just like I care more about like post-tax income inequality, and like that does not seem to have gone up meaningfully in the last 50 years. I care about wealth inequality, and I would like wealth inequality has gone up more, but if you adjust for Social Security, because each American does essentially have an annuity in the form of Social Security, then wealth inequality actually has not gone up that much. What'd you say, Gorps?
So we should abolish Social Security.
I think we should privatize
Based.
Social Security, but
Unbased.
Abolish it. Fucking invest in your 401k.
How are you
your
communist
Roth
and want to
idiot.
abolish Social Security?
What?
I don't think he
Because
is a
I think
communist.
Social Security shouldn't exist the way that it is. I think that basically it should be transferred into like a resource ownership that is paid out to the people at the end. Basically,
No, that's
a
also dumb.
nationalized dividend, like what Alaska's doing.
Oh, I mean that I could
That's
agree
also
with.
dumb. Just invest in your. put
Like
that
it's
money back in our
basically a
pockets so
sovereign
we can
wealth
invest
fund,
in
but
it.
instead of having the sovereign wealth fund include basically the selling the resources abroad and then like profiting to the government only for most of it. I think it should go back to the people, like a certain percentage of it.
And,
for the
and
retirement.
Why should it not just be left in your pocket to invest how you will?
The sovereign wealth fund?
or to use to.
The sovereign wealth fund
pay your
doesn't take
bills.
from your pocket. Okay, so
Takes
this
from
comes from the
resource
Georgia.
rents.
It comes from Georgia's principles. So, the idea that you basically make money off of things that you don't create is such an absurd notion into the modern economy. Land is a natural resource shared by every single fucking person on here on the earth, and is something that you do not create. You can only add upon it. So by the extraction of this resource, it damages the wealth and equality of everybody affected. So if you live in the region of which the resources are being extracted and used to add upon someone's wealth, you should get a kickback of this. This is where the Georgia's principle of a land value tax comes from. But I also think it justifies a sovereign wealth fund that pays the people that have their resources being used.
I would also say the supply of land and like natural resources is fixed. You know, you don't really reduce people's willingness to supply stuff when the supply is literally fixed. We don't really make more land. We don't really make more coal. So it's not a very distortionary tax to
Hey,
tax
that is
away.
actually untrue. The federal government is currently making more land by taking our national parks.
That's not making more land. That's just changing how
Making
it's
more land
utilized.
available.
That's changing how it's used,
Any-
but yeah.
The only thing, the only
They made more
technical.
land with South Florida that was all trucked in.
Yeah, but that's just again moving land, kind of. It's just
Isn't Hawaii getting bigger?
there's only so much Earth.
Yeah,
right?
wait, volcanoes exist. They
That
expand
doesn't
the
make land that just
But you can't
redistributes
really-
how the land is being used.
America
That's not like a
expand-
market. That's not like a
Volcanoes
market
expand
thing.
land mass. Just straight up, they
devolving.
expand it.
And
Listen,
also
Gorps, the only
amount of land that-
exception.
Wait. The land that the amount of land that becomes arable versus the land that doesn't become arable, so usable to live on, to grow, and to build, is disproportional. The amount of land that we gain that you can actually farm, grow crops on, and build homes on is far disproportional to the amount of land that we becomes unarable, where we can't grow on it and can't use it for crops or buildings. Now, there might be a change in this. I mean, especially if we're going to colonize Mars, we're going to have to to invent new like techniques of how to like reverse unarable land into arable land, but that is not a world we live in right now. So
there are techniques.
My
for that.
Minecraft world thinks that we can do anything with any land. I'm just saying.
Well, play Vintage Story and stop being a cuck.
Isn't
They've
there
had techniques for that for thousands of years.
I don't remember where it was. Somewhere in maybe the Middle East, where they actually created an island, like they shipped
the
in
Middle
fucking
East,
Dubai.
It was the UAE.
Dubai. Was it? It was Dubai. Like they made a fucking like they literally made more land.
That's
So-
not making new land. That's taking earth and dirt and just adding it. It changes. That land was always there, but before it was water, probably used as like beach property. Then it turned into housing property. So that's just.
So they must
different use.
actually manufacture the molecules to be able to say that they created more land.
No, you change the amount of available usage of that
Sure,
partition
they
of land.
redistributed the wealth. You got it.
I mean, the only thing that's creating more land is technically the expanse of the universe. But we haven't hit anarcho. No, shut the fuck up, Gorp. We haven't hit anarcho frontierism yet, so that will change everything, though. But until we could become a spacefaring species that can like colonize everything, then we need to focus on the fixed nature of land on our current planet and how we distribute those resources.
I think
We should put
every
all
American
our-
taxpayer dollar for an entire year should go towards NASA and Musk colonizing Mars, and then suddenly we will be there, bro. That's it.
Exactly.
all we
That's what I
need.
was gonna say. And then we can use that technology to mine asteroids to get more resources to replace the resources we use to ship all the billionaires to Mars. That's where they want to go anyways.
I
All I'm
wanna go to
saying.
Mars.
I think we're onto something here.
I want to go to Mars. Don't just
So-
send the
There was
Oh,
already
gotcha.
plans to capture an asteroid and put it in orbit around the moon that they scrapped.
I think the use of the apes was a little bit like primitive. I think we should start using billionaires.
It's true, actually.
Wait
I
now,
agree.
see, okay, so was that a call to violence?
Yes. And it should
You want to
be
hear a call of
illegal,
violence?
punishable by death.
I'll give you a fucking call of violence.
Well, so hold on. I feel like I'd like to actually bring this back to the original topic real quick. We devolved for a while, which is cool because we had new people joining in. But now we do have new people who have joined in, and I'd kind of like to get y'all's opinion. When do y'all think censorship is okay? I'll ask you first, Slept.
I don't even think
sorry.
I answered the question.
No?
Wait, who's
Well,
slut?
I'm sorry, it's not slept. I said it's spelt. And
Okay,
it's-
I was like, wait, are you
I
talking-
was
I didn't wanna be
dyslexic.
rude.
Yeah,
I was
no, I had a
like, wait,
dyslexic
is he
moment because
talking
it's
about
like
me?
backwards. So technically it says thleps. So it fucked with me.
I just thought you called one of us a slut. I was like, wow, okay.
No,
I
spelt.
thought you were talking to me still. I
All
was
right,
like, what?
Discord sluts, what are your thoughts?
Yeah.
Spelt.
I like Slap as a nickname.
Spelt. When do you think censorship is okay?
Okay. When it would harm another person at a very base level, I would argue that when something you're doing, saying, or believing is in direct harm to either society or another person, possibly yourself, that's another conversation to have, but definitely to other people, is when censorship, I would argue, required at a base
it's
level. I
just
can
an
expand on that
anarchist.
more.
You're
What's
not an
that?
Yeah.
anarchist.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Avi. I was going to go with that. So, in your anarcho system, who enforces that law?
Oh, okay. So, you can still have a police force under anarchy, which might sound wild. It might sound wild. My suggestion is, very heavy, like
You want tribal warfare. You want warlords.
No. Nope. We need an oversight organization that handles non-emergency phone calls
wants
that are
the
like
one
911
world
phone
We
calls.
call that
So-
a state.
Yeah, I mean,
Watch-
you could. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be very interesting. This is going to blow everybody's minds. Yes,
Prepared.
I think that as an anarcho-communist, that actually having a state is required. Like, there's no real way to have a government without the idea of what it. Because the people are the state. It's we, the people. So if you at any point in time attempt to set up any form of government, it is a state. And so at a base level, arguably, even by declaring yourself as an anarchist, you're taking the position of a state. Otherwise, you just not care. You just not care about politics. If you truly wish to be stateless, you would have to completely.
Oh my God, Nick H, you contact Gazine, see if I'm visiting the Unfuck America door of Destiny. That'd be huge. It's just, no, you're trolling. I don't, please don't.
So real quick.
Do not reach out to people on behalf of me when I have 1,000 subscribers. It's not a good idea.
Real quick, and I'm just going to move right past it. But remember how I told you that there's tons of different flavors of communism?
Listen, if they need someone to debate tariffs, though, actually, I'm there. Okay, I'm there.
And you see what I'm saying? So again, there are different flavors. So again, people.
Well, everyone
else the budget bill.
They're all fake, and I'm real.
I'm about to pass it over there to our other self-proclaimed communist. Kay, when do you believe that censorship is justified?
I don't even think he calls himself a communist. Sorry, had to butt in.
Yeah,
he literally came in and said that when he walked in.
I said, speaking of communism. I
appreciate it, Nick. I just don't think it's gonna. I just don't think it's gonna go.
Yeah, you just say the word communism 3 times and
Gonna go well.
it just gets summoned.
Communism.
Oh.
Hey, answer the goddamn question.
I'm thinking.
If you say communism 3 times, the true Scotsman of honest communism pops out of the walls.
Does he grant me a wish?
I think it depends on the type of censorship. I'm guessing we mean like a censorship of media and speech, right? In this context.
I'm
right?
telling you to tell me what kinds of speech or what, censorship of all speech. I guess.
I mean,
is there censorship other than the speech?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that there's age-appropriate censorship of like the body, clothing, language, and stuff like that in like standard media and stuff. Like, I don't think that you should have naked teachers, right? I mean, that's a form of censorship, right? Like, cover up your genitalia and everything.
Is there an issue with a nudist teacher in your area?
Yeah.
Just curious. What the fuck?
Yeah, in my area, I don't know. I just thought you were going to leave it at the is there problem with the nudist teacher. So that's a form of censorship I'm okay with. With like media and speech, I think that calls of active violence towards individuals, doxing, right? I think that you shouldn't be allowed to just to be like, hey, I don't like this person. This is their address. Do with that information what you will. Or to be like, could you imagine if we were just allowed to call out someone and be like, let's fucking murder that person because I don't like their opinion? I think that it pretty much would devolve our society into something that it really shouldn't be. So I think any sort of like direct calls of violence towards hyper-specific individuals, like a greater call to dismantle something, I don't think is violence, but like willing physical violence on another person and demanding that, I think should be censored. I think there's a case to censor extreme forms of misinformation and disinformation, and I think this is a more interesting conversation because who gets to make that kind of distinction kind of thing. But I think it's important because we have AI coming out that's going to make all information basically feel fake, real, and undiscernible. So I think we need to start having a conversation of when to draw the line on fake information, disinformation, and just like general lying to the like media and people. And I don't know what the line is yet, but I think there's a few examples I could probably think of like where to start, right? Like saying that the president said something they didn't say, or like falsifying video footage of like something that would radically change somebody's opinion. Like, I mean, if you start AI generating like Hamas doing something or the IDF doing something, that's going to radically change a person's opinion and people vote. So that's going to change policy.
You think that should be illegal?
I think we need to have a discussion of like where to draw the line. And I think that, if they're passed off as real, like I
AI
think that
Donald Trump. On the Twitch chat. Sorry, I'm just.
Let me elaborate. Let me elaborate a little bit here. I think that if it's AI generated and it's past this real, that should be illegal. But if there's like a watermark or some type of disclosure, like, hey, this is AI generated, I think that would pass the test of being like a satirical expression of transparency. Because like if you go on to Saturday Night Live, and you see like Jimmy Kim, or I don't even know who's on Saturday Night Live. I shouldn't have used this. I don't know TV. But if you go on those like talk shows at night and they dress up sometimes as like Bernie Sanders or Trump, you know it's not really Trump. You know it's not really Bernie Sanders, and they're saying
I think
outlandish.
My grandma disagrees.
They're saying outlandish things, but it's clearly depicted as this is joking, this is discernible between reality and what's fake.
Dude, it
but
would be so
AI
good,
doesn't
though. It
really
would be so
have
good.
that for
I
you
would-
naturally. So I think that there needs to be some type of hard line in the sand of
They're
like
gonna-
it should be illegal to pass off AI information.
They're gonna find the
as
microaggression
real
videos though
and
cancel me.
probably
Okay, they're gonna
require
see
that
me
stuff
saying
to
that
come with, like,
microaggressions aren't a
watermarks
big
or
deal,
something
and the
going
TikTok crew is gonna
forward.
come
Like
after me.
how in,
Follow-up question.
I'm not gonna care though.
Follow-up question. If you're saying that it should be illegal, in what sense? Is this punishable by like a fine, or punishable by a year in prison, or punishable by death?
I think
How illegal are we talking?
Death.
Depends on it. I mean, the laws are
Death
very
for AI
the
porn.
law should be malleable, right? If it's something that wouldn't really hurt people that much, but it's kind of like you need to set an example of like this isn't okay, probably a fine. But the more serious it gets and the more it could have hurt, killed somebody, I think that heavier punishments should be gradually laid on depending on the severity of the crime.
Well,
Like,
a fine
imagine
what?
this. Imagine this.
What
Whoa,
I'm
whoa, whoa.
curious of is,
Let me
is that
let me
very
build a
different-
scenario for you real quick.
Okay.
Somebody AI generates their teacher saying like racial slurs and passes it off as like, hey, this is and this is a real thing that happened, by the way, which is why I'm using it as an example. Passes it off as, hey, look, I have the secret recording of my teacher saying racial slurs to me. I'm offended. They get their job loss, and it gets out into the news that teacher said racial slurs to students. That should carry a heavier punishment than like a lower tier AI generation, right? And then you can look at sexual crime.
We already have
AI.
a law against that. We already have a law against that. It's called
Okay.
defamation.
Okay, so are you agreeing with me
There's
then?
no need to expand any laws to include these things.
Of course we
considering
need to expand.
Defamation fits under this exact fucking problem. It's something that you know is not true, that you are spreading as if it is true, that is causing harm. This is defamation.
In that
We
certain
already have a
example,
law.
yes.
Why do we need to expand? No. Any example like this of these deepfakes falls under the
Wait.
already existing laws surrounding
AI
defamation.
revenge porn is
I-
not considered defamation. And you
I was
know
just about to
that's-
ask actually, what about
No,
like
you could
deep
consider
faked
that
pornography?
defamation as well. You could consider that defamation.
Korea.
as
That's
well.
not
It's
how the
something that
courts
you
are
know
ruling
is
it.
not
Has laws
true, that
about
it's-
this stuff already.
I don't care how the courts are ruling. All right, the courts are on fucking crack right now. I'm gonna be straight up with you. However,
And what about
if you have a decent ass lawyer, a good lawyer, this is a defamation.
Is everything defamation?
Problem at the end of the case. At the end of the day,
Is all use of AI like that going to be defamation, or do you think it's such a broad problem?
it should be defamation because there's no argument.
That
for
should
why
be
it's
illegal.
not
Unironically, fucking
It is something that
Starfuse.
you
Holy
know is
shit!
untrue.
Fuck these.
that you are spreading to
Fuck these
create a false
journalists.
something, and that is causing harm. That is defamation.
And does that apply to non-individuals and groups instead,
You can sue a company for defamation.
or like countries?
Okay, well now we're talking about international
yes.
law. I can't speak on international law, but like, come on.
I mean, the
I like
news
that-
already. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You're good. I really like the AI talk, and I do want to touch in on it. But before we move too far, I did want to comment about something else you said about on violence specifically, like people not being like you said specifically. If a president says something that is violent, that we should be acting on it. And Trump said that he could shoot somebody in Fifth Avenue and he would
Get away
not
with it.
lose voters. And there's something that another streamer I talk with says universal
Mhm.
discourse. When your words are violent, it's not long until you pick up a weapon. And I like we could get back to the AI stuff. I didn't mean to interrupt that because I like where you're headed with like the calls for action to sort of disrupt this sort of rhetoric. I would say that that's something that a president should not be saying. He should be held accountable for those actions, and that should be something that does in fact lose him voters, even just by being thought. Now, I mean, maybe not thought. Maybe that's a bit too far, but it's like a wild thing to have a leader saying. And to touch on the AI stuff, if people had comments about what I said as well, feel free. But South Korea does have laws regarding deepfakes, specifically surrounding AI, and I do think that it's a huge issue, specifically with women, and it ties into the idea of violence as well. This really affects individuals' like psychology, growing up, dealing with these sorts of things. Getting harassed with the idea that if they put any picture out there, somebody now can use an AI to affect their entirety of their life. I really think it is something that needs to get spoken about up at the higher level. Good.
Yes.
Harassment, also a crime. Everything you guys are describing is already crimes.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. The system at a base right now isn't necessarily like working that great. Even though there are already crimes, we still see a lot of young men in the video game space out in the world not willing to intervene for what is the law, for what is the basis of reality at this moment. And so things do need to start changing, either the law itself or the general attitude of how we go speaking to each other. Me speaking to my fellow men, being like, stop sending dick pics, stop harassing women, stop being out there like a predator. Like, it's totally fine to go try to pick somebody up, but that's not what you should be doing every day towards every woman that you come across. Like,
and then those guys wonder why they're incels.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So real quick, I actually want to go back to something, and this actually touches both of those, the AI thing and the other thing. You said something about, actually, I think it was Kay. It was back to Kay who said something about the fact that as long as you put a disclaimer, that as long as I say this is a joke, as long as I am clear that this is for entertainment purposes only, then it's okay. That was your point, correct?
Yeah.
Doesn't that apply to what he's talking about as well? Like, I can use some my deep fake abilities to do whatever, to make Joe Biden saying a thing that he would never say, like Joe Biden and Donald Trump having a conversation while playing a game of Call of Duty, right?
Dude, Peace
I can
Corps
make
would be
that
so
as long as I
goated.
say
don't
that
know
it's
if he
for
would do
entertainment
it,
purposes
but
only.
Yeah.
But what if I
Peace
make
Corps
it
should
so that
absolutely
Joe
be
Biden
doing
is saying
exactly what
things that
Charlie
are
Kirk is
illegal
doing.
or anti-Semitic or whatever, heinous things, right? What if it's a call to violence in Joe Biden's voice? As long as I say this is for entertainment only, we're good, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
That's part of the free
I mean,
speech aspect.
whenever you add that disclaimer, either like, so let's
How much
say
does that disclaimer
it was
protect?
to
Yeah.
go, well, that disclaimer protects you legally, but not necessarily in the court of public opinion. You will probably get incredibly heavily scrutinized if you make something that offensive. And even if you say, oh, I'm just kidding, like, I mean, just because you don't get punished legally doesn't mean you don't necessarily get punished socially for doing something like that.
Now we can.
My
jump
chance
into
brought up
Me Too
an
movement.
interesting idea as well, about people missing this disclaimers, people glossing over the disclaimers in situations like that. How since one of my chat has mentioned it, does anybody have thoughts on that one?
Yeah,
I'm
actually,
curious about that too.
so I was the follow-up question was going to be, do you believe that people have the cognitive ability to reason through the fact that says this isn't real, or is that earworm still going to get in their head and they're going to say, oh, I saw, or when they see it, that part is clipped out of the fucking picture? Like, it's still going to be debaucherized and it's still going to be used and manipulated. It's like Chief said, it's still going to be picked up by the meme and said, look, this is real. So
Wait, Radish.
Yes, sir.
Go back to our conversation we had at the very beginning of this entire panel. Who cares? The people have personal responsibility. It is their personal responsibility. This doesn't make a crime if somebody doesn't want to read the caption.
No, well,
that
okay,
says
so
the
let me
disclaimer.
answer that. So the who cares is the public opinion. right?
Okay.
So
Okay,
so
me.
well, hold on. So again, a person, if let's say it's not Joe Biden. Let's say we go back to a teacher. Somebody used that as a reference. If let's say
I did.
somebody made an AI version of a teacher saying something or doing something that they shouldn't be doing, right? The court of public opinion is going to make that person lose their career, despite the fact that it's not true, despite the fact that this was an AI deepfake. That person's life is fucking ruined because the people who saw it and thought it was real were the people who persuaded the people who hire that person. So a person's career and life can be completely destroyed by that deepfake.
And the legal
But this
system
was
having
already
nothing
true.
to do with it.
This was already true. I mean, kind of separate to what Moss said because Moss kind of ruined the example I was gonna give. But take
job.
the Central Park 5. This was before AI. This was before deepfakes. This was before any of this. Yet effectively, for a period of time, and to some people still today, these people's lives were ruined because they were falsely accused of a heinous crime.
Or Kyle
Th- th- th-
Rittenhouse,
this
who was found
exists.
innocent.
Yeah, or Kyle,
boy.
actually, yes. This is a thing that exists. This is a possibility that exists in every situation, no matter what. And yes, I understand these are like bad things, and I hope that nobody's life is ruined for some bullshit reason. However, we can't like craft our entire society to censor the possibility of this happening.
Actually, we
need to
kind of
craft
do. This is not
We
the
shouldn't.
same as
Sorry,
before.
sorry.
No,
We
we
shouldn't.
should. We absolutely should because AI is like nothing we've ever faced before. We are at the point now where I was watching Google's new AI shit and I was like not sure if this was like a fake advertisement of them actually having a dog or people like run around and stuff or if it was AI, right? Like it's at the point where someone that's been online who has been like watched AI and knows like the tails to like look out for, the facial shit, the fucking hands and everything, cannot discern this new Google AI video making tool from like reality. This is so fucked. This is a whole new level of manipulation. This isn't just, oh, I'm going to put a clickbaity like headline on my news article and then you actually have to read it to get the truth, and even that they're going to word it in this weird way where you might not get the information. This is just a pure sensory I guess it's just lying to every sense of you. The audio, the fucking visual, and soon, I mean, possibly even tactile, right? In the future. There is no way of combating this unless we start cracking down on it now and requiring that all AI generated shit has to come out with some type of like what I'm calling it a watermark, but some type of identifiable fact that this is AI generated.
Like they have to force it to still to keep the fucked up hands.
I was about to say
How would they
that's what I was
enforce
going to
this?
interrupt you with, but I tried to hold back. That's fine. That's not censorship, I don't think.
That is censorship.
Having a digital key of some sort, something to say that this is AI. That's fine. I don't consider
Because you can
that
still make the
censorship.
thing.
You can still make the thing. You can
You're
still post things,
regulating
you
it,
can say
not
whatever you want
censoring
about the thing. But a digital key of some sort that people can use to identify this as AI, I think that is fine. Censoring it from being posted in the first place is the problem.
So
So
real
think
quick,
you
actually,
should-
I'm going to take this
Oh.
pause. Hang on. Okay, let me jump in there. So I gave him a few minutes to get warmed up, so I didn't want to just put him on the spot as soon as he came in. But I do want to take a moment to introduce and welcome Boba. Boba here is another streamer. Do us a favor, go ahead and unmute. Why don't you introduce yourself, Mr. Boba?
Hi, I'm Boba.
Where do you stand on censorship? Where do you stand politically?
I feel like you gotta have some kind of laws around that, and then in general, legislation falls way behind of technology, and there's always going to be some intersection of censorship and like personal freedoms, but you gotta have something where, yeah, either a watermark, like as you said, or some other kind of identifier for, I guess for me, the line would be where it becomes a matter of public safety or like defamation, which I don't know who said it before, but Like, those laws do exist. Defamation is not like impossible to prove. In fact, I feel like this would be a pretty straightforward case. If you could demonstrate that someone made this, which I guess is the difficult part, then these laws already kind of exist. So I don't think you need to go crazy and start censoring everything. And I think it should be, pretty carefully done. But also something has to be done. So I don't know. That's sort of where I fall.
All right, I DM'd.
What about
Kelsey.
this? Strongest
No
opinions.
promises
What's
or
that?
anything, but
What about?
Oh,
No,
sorry.
go ahead, Kay. No, go ahead.
No, you.
I insist.
Fine. What about the idea that your likeness also can't be used without your consent if you're not putting it out there? Obviously, celebrities, politicians, they have no expectation to privacy.
Yeah,
But
I think that's fine.
and I think arguably, if you have a public social media profile that you like publicly put out things to, you arguably also do not have a expectation of privacy.
I mean, yeah, legally we already have a definition of like a public figure, right? So like
yeah,
that's
yeah.
already a separate entity in some ways.
But I do
feel
think
like
that
they're on the right track with that. Yeah.
that if you are not willingly putting yourself out there, or knowingly, because a lot of times you're consenting to this without realizing you're consenting to this, I feel like you have to be openly and willingly consenting to have your likeness like used in this way, right? And I'm
like
using
it's an
consent a
opt-in,
little bit
not an
loose,
opt-out.
but yeah.
Sorry.
But like some type of like, hey, if you choose to post public, just know this can be used by AI. Or like, hey, if you are using this, like it has to be a switch that is like a disclaimer. You know that this means you're opting your information to be out there and used by an AI and manipulated by AI, right? As well.
And
I
for
think
those who want to post publicly but don't want their likeness to be contributed to AI, is there like a little check
Post
mark they
privately.
can put on their profile?
like
Well,
have
I
a
think-
public versus private profile. Like have it be a setting.
I think to Kay's point, it has to be an opt-in, like unless you specifically said, and probably you should get paid a cut for it, right? But I think to my larger point, not to generalize too much, but this is just like, yeah, legislation is way behind. Like this is a conversation we should already be having about our data in general, right? This is the same conversation about our data and who owns it and whether or not we should be paid for it and have like an easy way to say whether or not our likeness should be used.
But he's
Yeah,
also
I think it's a
saying
very similar
public
conversation.
profile alone is the opt-in.
I don't know if he said alone. I think, but I think like
I'm implying it. No, I
Yeah,
am
but-
openly
oh,
implying
yeah?
that. Like,
Okay.
okay, because they have this feature kind of like on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram where you can have it where it's like, oh, it's completely public. Anybody can see my stuff. Anybody can like download my photos. Anybody can do like whatever, like you and all that. But then you have like private, right? Where it's like, okay, I can accept who can view my profile, who can see my pictures and stuff like that. Like my Instagram is set to private, so like people don't like just randomly see what my public life looks like with my family and shit.
All right, forget
That-
the internet. Let's just say they, from as long as you could photograph it from a sidewalk, then you have like basically no expectation of privacy while in public.
Yeah,
So
I was gonna-
to take it there, like if we
Yeah.
just if someone was like gathering photos and imagery of people, would they then be able to use that
Yeah.
likeness because you
No.
by going in public automatically
you went in
surrendered
public.
your right to privacy.
Yeah.
But wait, the conversation is about more than privacy. We're talking about using someone's likeness, possibly defaming them.
Right, but it's
like-
using it as a result of their automatic opt-in by engaging. in
Yeah,
public.
like if you're in
Censoring the
public, should they
production
use
of.
it? No, I disagree with our current understanding of expectation of privacy in public. I think it's fucking asinine that like someone can legally come up to you outside of like places that you kind of required by the essence of living have to go through. Like someone can just be outside of a grocery store and fucking film you, and they do these like YouTube videos where like they'll be outside of like a government office such as the postal office, you know, something basically required to survive in modern day, and they'll just like have the cameras in your face and like try to provoke you into talking to them, and then they'll put your likeness out there even if you didn't talk to them or engage. Yeah, the expectation of privacy in public I think needs to be completely reworked, and I don't think that just because you went outside that your likeness should be able to be used. But I think it's also a gray area as like you can't just be like hey, I'm in public, so everybody that's like filming and stuff can't have me in the video in the background. But I think it's amount of exposure and what you can do with that exposure. Like, you know, it's a gray line, and I don't know exactly how we would legislate it, but I think the discussion needs to be had.
So what I always imagine, like whenever I think about this, I only think about it like passingly. It's just like I always imagine like similar to like smoker zones, like filming zones, where it's like, you know, just kind of a soft rule, but you're an asshole if you don't do
film
it.
industry, like if they were using it like for profit in a big public area, they would just have general releases where there would be signs up in the area and it's saying, if you're entering this area, we are filming in your likeness can and will be like used and we're going to make money off it. Sorry about your luck, but you're opting in by going here. We just put up a general release and that's allowed.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think that could work. Other than the issues of capitalism affecting that, but as well, it's not just there's not just one solution to things. You need to have a diversity of ideas going around, and so another option to add on to that sort of situation would be to, like, in general, I do actually kind of have issues with the usages of AI, but a good like outside of a spell check, right? But a good usage of it would be if we started implementing all this AI technology that's in phones to be doing and censoring automatically videos when you're out in public. It's like, oh, you're out filming something for your content, for your channel. Flick on the feature the AI feature that automatically blurs out, blocks out other people's faces while you're filming out in public. Like, that's the kind of stuff we should be using AI for versus basically everything that capitalism and the American government is using it for, which is nothing good. Nothing good, in my personal opinion.
That job of censoring people's faces could have gone to a indie artist. Don't you know? We could have.
Yes. You're taking away people's jobs here, man.
Exactly. This is how we get the economy back. Also, to this person in Gorp's chat who is trying to dog on me by saying, well, the government films you all the time. Well, guess what? I don't like the government filming me fucking either. You could probably assume that if I don't like a dude with a camera standing outside of the postal office shoving their camera in my face, that I also don't like the constant government overreach of filming me everywhere they can and fucking spying on me in every way they can. I mean, legal and non-legal. I mean, as we know from the Snowden's leaks, that they're doing all types of fucking shit. I you know, I don't want them doing that either.
I like to imagine in 2025 walking to the post office several times a week to do his business.
Yeah, but I don't think the thing with the watermark will even work.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, because once the AI is so advanced that not even the experts can tell if it's fake or not, then how do they even tell if you put the watermark or not?
Yeah,
and how easy is it to remove that watermark? Isn't there going to be an AI that's going to remove the watermark?
Probably.
Yeah, it's a good point.
I mean, you can also, you can build AI detectors, and like as our, AI generally gets more advanced, AI detectors also get more advanced, and
that's true.
Yeah,
but
AI
you could also just crop it too. When people do things for the TikTok or YouTube Shorts format, you know what I mean? Like these things, people will find ways around it.
Overlaid over like
the whole fucking thing, exactly.
Which makes it fucking lame. So
I mean, impractical.
Easily remove the watermark.
Or it could be it could be an invisible watermark. They actually do this a lot for video production, video games as well, where there's an invisible watermark that can only be seen by certain types of detection software. So the human eye can't actually see it, but detection software can.
Guys, I got it. What if? Bear with me. What if every AI creation was an NFT?
I like where this is going.
That was a joke.
Yeah,
they're also
they're uniquely identifiable. We can tell what it is. It's unique, and you can't disprove it. It's got a watermark that can only be seen when you look at the file. Yeah.
I know they're like anti-AI.
Programming, you can easily remove it.
I agree that you can easily remove it, but also if you do prove that they like removed it. That's a layer of intent that will help the court case. You know, with the AI detector, it's like, hey, this should be here, or you forged it. Just because people can forge like IDs and birth certificates, we don't throw that out. You know.
Yeah,
So-
we're not talking about
Yeah.
crazy new standards to hold things, really, right? We're talking about just applying it to these new mediums, and the
it's
mediums
not
are much
possible
more
to-
aggressive and quick to. I wouldn't say it's impossible, and even if
Yeah,
parts of it are
now it's
impossible
not.
effectually, it's not that we
Maybe in
shouldn't
the future.
try, because you need to at least give people an avenue to litigate if they are defamed or whatever.
Well, the good
Right now
thing
it's
is
crazy.
that we might get rid of like online customer service altogether now. So, you know, before they're like, hey, we're going to have like a person always on the phone. Then it was like an Indian contractor. Now it's like AI. But when AI becomes so like horrible that you can't tell somebody's identity, you're not going to be able to call your bank anymore. You're not going to be able to call your credit card anymore. Everything's going to have to be an in-person transaction to verify, you know, your use of shit.
I mean,
Yeah, probably.
they could still do some two-factor thing, like when they call you on your phone, it could send an authentication code that you verify. It's not like
There's got to be some way around it, yeah. But I didn't even think of that. Yeah, that it's gonna be the whole voice impersonation. It's probably gonna be.
It's already happening.
Well, yeah.
Did you hear
yeah.
about the spam callers that like if you have enough stuff like of your voice online, like YouTubers or they go into your like Facebook and find photos of stuff, they'll call your mom or something and pretend like they have you hostage and play
Damn.
your voice asking
Yeah.
for money. There's a string of it going on right now where they're just
seen that.
scraping data from your social media, and they'll contact your like family and be like, hey, we got them held hostage, we're going to kill them, and then play AI generation of your voice or show AI pictures of you being held hostage and demand money. There's already been a handful of people have been victims to this.
That's why we have
That
Ralph
is the
360.
free market.
We have
That is the free market.
It's like
in the
it's evolved
States.
because even just a few years ago it was like they'll call you and they'll try to get you to, if you answer the phone, don't say yes, say hello
Yep.
or something, because they're trying to
Yep.
get a recording of you saying yes so they can have you verbally confirm to various things. But
That's-
like, yeah, now
that's
you
not
don't
the
even
free
fucking
market,
need that.
bro.
Nope.
They just put it together from whatever audio they can get. It probably doesn't even take that much.
Gorp, I
Yep.
feel like that ties into like the violence talk that we're talking about, and not necessarily under like this idea of the free market allowing people to be able to do things like that. Like that falls under threats and violence. Like that's definitely something that needs to get censored and stopped and talked about. And like just I wanted to touch on like things that people can do. Like I think safety is a huge big thing, and people need to be talking to and about this with each other about how to prevent these sorts of things. And what people should be doing is like if you are on social media, if you are creating these sorts of things, this sort of content, like contact family members of yours and create some sort of code word that lets them know and be like, hey, if I don't say this phrase, if I don't talk about this specifically, do not trust something that is calling and sounds like my voice in some sort of situation like that. And I think it's like that's the sort of thing that we as a society, even with the laws really mean nothing. They're just a guideline. The laws mean nothing if we as the people do not stand up and do something about it.
I think on a
And
social level, you're very correct. I think there's also, but like even like completely separate from this conversation, there's so many things that I believe should be changed on a social level. I think there's so many norms in society that are can I say retarded on this stream?
Yes, I don't care.
Okay.
No.
I don't
There's
censor.
so many things on a social level that are retarded, that should be fixed, that should be changed, or whatever the hell, right? On a social level, you're correct. I think on a social level, there should be more awareness of AI existing and being as advanced as it is. For example, I push back on the legal change to it because when we already have laws that exist that can prosecute what is happening, I feel as though expanding these laws is only further expanding governmental control over every aspect of our personal lives, and I think that's a
We need
net
to rewrite them,
loss.
and we need to get the people
Okay,
to
in
be
what way?
understanding what's going on. Good.
In what way? Because I've had conversations where people say practically the same thing, and they can never describe how to rewrite them. So how?
Okay, so the internet. Okay. We need to have what is a law that covers the because I don't have a law degree or anything like that. So we would need the individuals who, as much as I'm not the biggest fan of academics, those are the individuals who have essentially at this point reached the qualifications to do that. So we as a society have to come together and be like, hey, look, we agree that these people are well-spoken and well-written. And so we should have them draft up what is something that covers the basis of how it is we go about handling these sorts of interactions and what a base level,
so you're going to trust the fancy speaking politicians to handle it.
Can I give a little bit of insight? This is not like a holier than thou moment.
Politburo.
This is I work in the legal field. I have a bachelor's degree. My attorney has a Juris Doctorate, of course. I do all of her work, and I show it to her. And I say, does it look good? And she skims it and says yes. That is, if I'm being perfectly frank with you, that's how the legal field works.
Yeah, so it's your job to be rewriting these laws for us?
You don't want the fancy speakers doing this. Think about it. That's what I'm asking from you. Fucking think about it. All right?
Okay, yeah, you're going to agree to it.
Would be you, since you said that you're part of this and the one doing it, then yet my answer to what you're asking me is you're the one that should be rewriting them.
What I'm saying is, what do you want from it? And
to rewrite the laws the way that I'm asking, since you studied this stuff and said that
in a way that does not semi-accidentally influence random fucking people trying to make a meme, for example. That's the problem in all of this. How do you rewrite these laws?
You write the law, and then as it begins targeting and hitting those people, you adjust it. You adjust in that situation. You write the law, and you go, "Oh, this is targeted somebody unjustly, just making a meme. Let's have a conversation about how we go about adjusting the situation further, moving forward from that." Right.
If in this situation I'm the one writing the law, right? If in this situation that is the case, what do you want? You're the constituent here. What do you want? What do you want it to say? What do you want it to specifically include?
What's in the law?
There's one thing to talk about generalities here.
If you want me to write it for you, I will.
Gotta
go get my law degree first.
What specifically do you want here? Do you want to say, if you make an AI of somebody and misrepresent it, then you're fucking in trouble? Okay, what if you repost a tweet? Are you in trouble?
I changed my
mind.
I don't think we should have any more laws about this because people can't be trusted.
Amen.
This is what I mean.
Okay.
Because look at what's happening right now. Like, look at how easy it is for someone to co-opt that and say like, "Oh, we have an imperative to censor what these colleges are saying. We have an imperative to, sanction these law firms, and we have an imperative to remove these media outlets from the airwaves because it's causing damage." Like, I can't believe that. I don't want to misrepresent anyone's arguments, but it seems weird that the people that I think are like super libertarian personal freedoms are arguing for more laws on this thing. Like,
do you believe in hate crime?
Well,
of course.
Oh, why? Because anything could be a hate crime then.
What do you mean anything can be a hate crime?
Anything can be a high crime. Dude, hate crimes are so bad that I can start cracking down and making, new laws, regulations that are going to affect people outside of what you want the scope to hate crime be. Should we just throw everything
Seems pretty
out?
reductive? Of course not. Why would you say that that's what
that's what your argument is right now?
That's what I'm arguing.
Also, I said rewrite the laws.
If you want to turn it into a
just to clarify.
Hang on, just let me respond. If you want to turn it into a binary where it's all the way one way or the other, you can do that. Just because you have more of one doesn't mean you have to ignore the other.
You just did. You said I changed my mind. We shouldn't have any. You just said that. That was
okay. I was memeing a little bit when I say any. I'm not saying we shouldn't have any legislation for all the reasons I said before. But like,
I was curious about
when I say that people like can't be fucking trusted. I'm also kind of serious. Like the fact that like
you
could
trusted with this statement just now.
Yeah, but I'm not a politician. I don't have like a high bar of responsibility to like not make jokes about this. I'm not the president. I'm talking about what the president's saying and the people around him are saying. I don't think those are a good comparison. But
Okay, libertarian hot take time. We should not have laws on fucking any of this, for the most part. We also shouldn't have the civil rights law.
What?
Really?
Oh,
that
boy.
is indeed a hot take.
Go ahead.
With the civil
Go ahead.
rights law.
Explain.
There, expand on that.
Pour myself a scotch. and
Violates
listen
the
to this one.
NAP. Okay.
I think that
I'll
the
do
civil
that.
rights take was the civil rights law was necessary at a point in time. I think as affirmative action and as the Supreme Court has
What you
ruled
got there?
20 years ago on affirmative action, I think it is a temporary situation to fix an issue that existed at the time. However, today, I don't think that there is a necessity for the civil rights law, the anti-discrimination laws, because I think that we live in a time.
You
and
think we're in a
place where
post-discrimination world?
I was gonna say, I
think
don't
we're in
know.
a- I don't think we're in a
I don't know about that.
post-discrimination world. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we're in a world where this law is not needed for one, the fact that we have the collective power is I think the majority of society are not bigoted little shits in this sense. And we have the power of this crazy thing called boycott. All right, it's a pretty cool thing that we have. the
Unless it
ability
says
to
real.
do that we should use, unless it says real, of course. But I also don't believe in BDS laws. Right, so here we go. I also think that ultimately, I think that every American has the right to be a bigoted little piece of shit. Do I think they should be? No. But I think they have the right to be a little asshole. I think that
I don't think civil rights
a
law
cake-
forbids that. That still happens.
Really? A
Well-
business owner has the right to be a bigoted little shit? Do you think?
Here's Boba.
Yeah, you
They
think
have
you
the-
don't think there are any bigoted business owners?
You think they have the right to practice
Wait,
in that
you
sense?
don't think there
They just
are
don't have the right to
plenty-
express
there are
it via their
plenty that
business.
break the law. Wait, there are plenty that break the law that
That's
never
not
get
what the
caught.
question is.
However, the law itself is.
The question is, are there
fucking
any
retarded.
bigoted business owners?
There are.
Okay, cool.
What did I say about that? I said something about that like 30 seconds ago.
Hmm.
We have this incredible power as the consumer under a capitalist society, which is based as fuck, to do this thing called boycott.
I mean, I think
We,
that
as the people, have the power to push back against these things. The government does not need to have a single hand in it.
Well, is the
Because second
implication of that
government
then
has a
you
hand in
can't
it.
boycott under communism? Sorry to interrupt.
Wasn't-
is
Well,
the
no.
implication then you can't boycott? Under
I mean, I think the two
No,
issues.
I mean the capitalist system allows you to shut down these businesses.
He's saying that you can vote with your
rather than
dollars.
boycott.
Correct me
think
if
that
I'm
too-
history,
system
but
you can
like,
go with your dollars.
if we're talking about the no longer necessary to have the civil rights, it wasn't the civil rights movement like largely influenced and a result of mass boycotting.
That was a big part to starting it, but that was at a time
mean-
in which the public sentiment was very different than the public sentiment is today.
I think the public sentiment is pretty strong when discrimination still exists, and making the argument to like remove
not
it
saying it doesn't
because you can. Sure, sorry, not to be uncharitable, but to say that it's no longer necessary to have these anti-discrimination laws at a time where I think it's more divisive than ever, I'd say. But like the argument to get rid of those laws, and then in the same sentence appeal to, well, you can just boycott to bring them back if we need them again later. It's like, I mean, we
Not
we
to
have
well, no,
them
he's
now.
saying that we can
Shut down a
boycott
business.
businesses, for example,
Boycott
if they
to shut
don't like.
down a business rather than to bring back anti.
Yeah, but I think having laws helps you back that up, right? Also, it doesn't always work. I
And it
don't
also
think it always
overlaps
should.
with
Like,
Well, yeah.
the,
So I would say like
people
here's I
with
think the
disabilities.
I think the
Like,
two
to protect
issues.
people with disabilities in public facilities have to be like accessible. That's not like a terrible thing to have.
yeah, but I'm
in the
talking like
law.
the baker who didn't want to make the cake
hold on.
on the basis.
Right.
But that's
So I think
that
the baker, by the
civil
way.
right.
Non-fun wants
As
to say
a
something real
fucking
quick. Hang
as
on.
a
Give him just
little
one
as
second.
a little
Non-funds are waiting.
Yeah,
Non-funds are
he's
waiting.
been
Sure,
waiting.
sure,
Yeah,
sure.
give him
Yeah,
1 second.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gorps, like, I would agree. Like, obviously, today we're in a place where if a business owner said, I'm just not going to serve black people, there would be a significant number of people who would boycott that business. I mean, I think the two issues you're going to run into is that it's probably not possible to do that to all businesses. Like, it's probably, like, at some point, people just stop caring, right? You can't ask people to participate in 20 different boycotts every month because some business owners are being, dickheads
And what if
or
a
whatever.
big
And I
big
think-
chain decides it's cool and they do it too?
Yeah, and I think secondly, you know, you're not going to have any like sort of individual remedies for people who are like, let's say like a business owner fires someone just because they're black or whatever. You know, you can boycott that business and that business can go, that business will go bankrupt or whatever. But that person who was wrongfully terminated, it's never going to get like a settlement really, because there's no laws against doing that.
You're right. You are right on that front. Again, I think that boycott has a lot more power than people give it credit for when people actually commit to a boycott. I also
It's probably the only
think,
means because the Supreme Court sided
an
with
extension.
that baker who wouldn't bake the
Yeah, the
gay
baker
wedding
was
cake,
based
right?
as fuck. All right, the baker had ever not that he was based. I would not do the
That's
same thing
with
that he did.
with civil rights laws
However,
in place. The baker is allowed to not bake that cake, and
Yes.
that's fine.
You are correct.
Yep.
I think that a core tenet behind this that I need to just like very briefly explain is that I believe that every fucking Nazi in America has a right to be a Nazi, just as every commie has the right to be a commie. I don't care if you like it or not, they have a right to do it. I think this is under the freedoms that should be afforded to us under the Constitution of the United States of America. I too don't like it. I too would not like to see fucking, for example, black people being fired because they're black. That's not what I'm saying that I would like to see. However, I think that this is a law that violates the core tenet of freedom of association that is afforded to us all under the First Amendment. I don't think that being, for example, a business owner eliminates your right to freedom of association. I'm very sorry for the hot take. But as much as I disagree with them, I think they have a right to be, whether it be racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic. I don't care.
As long as their actions don't affect other people. Like, you can think whatever you want to think, but
No,
it's
a
your
business
actions.
owner. We're talking about business owner. It's
And it's not
their
in conflict
business.
with
Why does
civil rights
their
law, though, so who
business?
cares?
What happens if you create an environment where there's like a whole town where like a lot of major services start doing this, and you have a minority group in that town who's outcast, pariah, doesn't have the ability to go shop at certain places? Like, how would you handle a situation like that? How would you protect
Move.
these people? What if they can't
How do
afford to
we
move?
how do we handle
Everybody can afford to
homophobic
move.
businesses now? I mean,
That's
true.
Chick-fil-A
pay for
passes
them to
all the
move?
time.
Everybody can
Like-
afford to move.
That's not true.
I say.
Are
this
you
as
gonna pay for them
having-
to move?
I say this as having a friend who very recently has done so. Who currently lives
I move
in
like
my
every year.
city,
You all
who is
usually need
from-
That's
first and last
awesome
month's
anecdotal
rent. Like,
evidence, but I mean,
yeah, I don't care about the anecdote. Yeah, for mine either. But like, you need usually at least first month, often first and last month. You got to show all kinds of credit and stuff that not everybody has. A lot of people are living in scenarios where they're in an older relative's house and they just don't have. They're not paying rent to begin with, and they don't have the means to just like go to a different state.
But if they're
Like,
living in an
just
older
land
not
on
only
his
that,
house
but
and
if
fix
they're
it.
Then why-
in this hypothetical town for more than a month of being basically shunned by their fucking community because they are this minority that everybody has suddenly decided to hate, well, they're kind of shit out of luck.
then move.
I'm
See,
confused.
here's
You're
the
saying
thing.
They
that's a good
can't
thing, or-
move.
First
I'm
of all-
saying they can't move.
Yeah.
They're
First of all,
stuck there.
Boba here mentioned, oh, if you living with a family, okay. Do you think your family's gonna randomly turn at this point? In which
I mean,
case,
turn.
well, you're saying, oh, they've been living with their family, they don't need to pay rent, and now suddenly they have to move and pay rent. Well, you live with your family, you don't have to pay rent in the first place.
I'm saying a person who's trying to get a job. I mean, okay, just because I'm in a situation where I'm fortunate enough to not have to pay rent, that means I don't want a job. I don't want to try to earn more money to a situation where I can be self-sustaining. And moreover, why would you apply
Go
that to
look on
everybody?
Indeed.
Let that.
Go look at Indeed. How many remote jobs do you see on Indeed?
Wait, what? I don't understand this.
Yeah, a lot, and all of them are scams.
Really?
Yeah.
I know, as
No, we're not-
somebody
that's
who
not
does
all.
remote work, yes, all of them are scams.
entirely-
all
that's
of them,
entirely
they will
false.
ghost
No,
you.
no,
All of them
no,
are just trying to get your social
Hang on.
security number.
Moss, I
Hang
don't
on.
want to attack you. I don't want to
Yes.
attack you because I like radish, and I like you.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm a
thanks
musician.
for the
I would be a-
afterthought,
I
buddy.
would be a hypocrite if I said that.
I'm fucking with you.
Here, I'll attack her.
Wait,
Fuck
wait,
you,
Moss.
Moss.
Oh
Moss,
fuck
do- we
you!
do
You want to
remote
kiss
work.
me so bad.
Okay,
I
What was
do.
that?
Moss,
We're
you do
devolving.
remote work. Yes,
Yes.
I
you
had
get
a,
paid for it.
I'm sorry. I did not hear you. There was a weird thing happening.
I heard the
Do you
weird
get,
thing
do you
too.
get paid for
It's
the
called
remote work
interrupting.
that you do?
I did, but then I got ghosted. Then they
Do you think
stopped
that-
paying me.
Corpse,
I
do you
think it's a
think that
very
everyone's
like
skill
free
set
flow thing. So I think the
enables
original
them to
prompt
do
was talking
remote
about
work?
censorship. Right now we're
Not
talking about the
everybody,
Civil
but I think
Rights
everybody has
Act.
the
We were
access to
talking about
censorship.
communism for a little bit too.
Okay,
yeah.
but not everyone has the time to learn a new skill set if
Really?
they're living paycheck
Really?
to paycheck.
I think they probably just
Oh
think
my
there's a
God.
technological barrier too, like having to have like.
I mean,
a computer
you're holding
on
everyone
page.
to a very high standard of productivity where like
You're like literally saying learn to code.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
Based.
which I don't have as much of a problem with in theory, but you have to provide these resources. And in the
No, you
same
don't.
sense, you're
The
saying
internet exists.
Who's providing them the internet to?
yeah, I was gonna
Libraries are-
say what if the internet provider doesn't want to provide
Libraries are
internet
free.
Sorry?
Libraries are free, and I support the
What
existence.
if the library
could
doesn't want to
work
serve you
out of?
because you're a class
Should
they
you
don't like?
work out of?
Well, you can prevent public libraries from discriminating
Yeah,
against people.
public libraries are
like-
different from a private business.
Right, but so just so
Okay,
you know,
you-
for those of you who
okay,
haven't
this
actually
is-
used a
this
public
is-
library internet, you have like an hour limit. You can't go get your fucking bachelor's degree or work from that internet access.
I don't know if you have an hour
I'm not
limit, but yeah,
For the-
but it is unreasonable to say that that's a solution.
Not only that, but you may not even have the money to afford a library card in the first place. Even if it's $5, that's $5 that you need
Yeah,
to
not every place
feed
is-
yourself for the
Okay,
day.
go stand at the fucking freeway.
And
exit
also,
sign.
if we're being honest, the
Well,
places
now
where this
we're
is
just
more
being
likely to
insensitive to human beings.
the places where this is more likely to be a problem is probably places where education is lower and access to public services is less.
Hmm.
The
Right?
cost of living is also ridiculously low, usually in those places, right?
And the thing
Sure,
is,
which means
is that
wages are low, which means it's hard
Yeah.
to fucking move.
No, yeah, it's
that
cyclical,
Gorbs,
100%.
Land value
on a
tax fixes this.
fundamental, like, idealist level, I do agree with you. I agree that, people should be able to think however they want. However, I also
Feels
believe
good.
that if we are going to have that, like, be in place, we need to have alternatives and be able to provide people with the resources to accommodate them if their environment is not suitable for them.
Yeah, but he argues
If
that we
they are
already do.
in a... Sorry?
For the majority of Americans, we have that.
Yeah, for the majority of Americans.
What is that system called? Wait, what's the health or what's the system
The
that I can
military.
use?
I'm not even
Ma-
joking. We have.
That's till you're
built-in
like what,
4-year
28? I think 28's the cap. Sorry, bro. So if I
It's
want to
26.
relocate, 26, my bad, thanks. So if I want to relocate, I'm just SOL. I don't have a system that's in place to help me with the relocation, right?
How? This is an attack on you, Radish. How old are you?
Old.
Basically,
Older
You
than I
had
look.
you had old years to plan this out. Like you had old years.
Right,
to
and shit
complete
still
that.
falls
How would
off
they
the rails,
be able?
homie.
How would somebody who is old years old be able to foresee this? Well, I don't know. It's just ixnay years old. How would they be able to foresee that their community would turn on them in such a way? It doesn't matter how. It doesn't matter when.
It still
In
comes
this
back to the learn to
hypothetical
code.
world,
You're losing
it's
your career. What do you do
yeah.
now?
Well, you
There
should have
isn't-
planned
I'm a-
for having to lose your career. Yeah, that's a nice idea, but ultimately, the world's like sometimes when they shoot off the fucking starter pistol, somebody stumbles at the starting line, and now you're completely out of it for the entirety of the rest of your life. Like,
The
there's
starting
no
line-
way of
The-
actually
the
recovering.
starting pistol is 18. By the way, starting
I'm
pistol is
a
18.
results-based person, and like the results of policies like these are not a net good by any metric that anyone's demonstrated. And I feel like you have to make the affirmative argument for why this would be better. Like you haven't made an argument for why it's better. You're making arguments over why it might be good for most people. It might still be okay. You might still have some way out. But like you have to make, I think, a stronger argument than that of why we should get rid of these protections. I don't think people are being hurt by this. I think the amount of businesses that are being hurt because they're being made to serve cakes to gay people is like pretty low. I don't feel like
It's
that's
not
like
happening.
imperative.
People
It's,
getting
yeah,
hurt
I don't.
on the other end is
And
high.
I would like to
Yeah, I don't think it's
reiterate that
imperative
Gort,
that we do something about this at all. Yeah, it's just
I'd like to reiterate that, in a sense, I do agree with you as long as we are able to provide the alternative.
And I get it.
Yeah,
on
in
this
theory,
real
everyone
quick.
should be able to move
yeah,
to
I like
another
that. I like
state if
that
they
a
want
lot.
to, right?
There's something
Yeah.
there's some stuff that nobody here is surprisingly touching on, but one, social cohesion. Do you want to live in a fucking society where like you go outside and you have a fucking race war going on from your Walmart and Target? That sounds
like
fucking
shit.
terrible. We already went through that. That was fucking horrible. And then second, if you want things to have a free market, Gorb, and to have capitalism, do you know what kind of also fucking sucks? Not being able to fucking freely spend your money or buy anything because of an unborn trait of what you are. At least have like one, if there's one thing you need from society, right, where everything is like, you know, or the essentials are fucking privatized, is your access to that privatized stuff, or you're gonna have revolution and people are gonna start fucking killing each other. All right, like sure, you want your fucking people to privately being able to own a business, okay, cool, then they can't fucking stop somebody from spending their money from buying food, which is a necessity. You forget that in this society the private owners, okay,
But the implication is that
cool,
the
exactly,
people are
yeah, exactly, you agreed, then stop there, you agreed, no more, no needed.
Exactly.
It's ended right there.
What
Thank
fucking
you.
good does it do a business owner to cut off an entire sector of the population from their own fucking customer base?
They do
This
it
is
all the time.
exact
They do,
point.
yeah. Real quick. I want to give Chief the chance to say what he was going to say, and I also, after he's done with that, I got one more thing to say. Go ahead. What were you going to say, Chief?
You know, the whites are probably going to lose the race war if we're fighting out of Target, and the others are getting Walmart. That's bad planning.
Fine.
I'm not even sure what that means.
Insustainable.
So real quick, I do also want to take a moment just to introduce and welcome in Koina. Koina, welcome in, everybody. Say hi. Introduce yourself. Tell us who you are, because again, you've been sitting there very quietly and patiently, and I didn't want to. And it's a lot going on, but I at least want you to get in there and say something for us.
No, hey everyone. I also kind of work in the legal field, kind of similar to Gorps. I had one question. I think I might have missed it in between joining Discord and the stream. Was Gorps advocating like repealing the Civil Rights Act or something?
Yes.
Yep.
That is precisely.
Oof, yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah, my understanding, and this was the question I had for you. Just I want to clarify. I want to nail this down. Your only justification was because you feel that it is not necessary anymore. Is that correct?
Yes, and I will also say I didn't have time to say this in the middle of the other conversations between the million other people jumping down my throat. I will also say I'm cool with like Greyhound buses, like that sort of a bus, being completely free to the public. I'm cool with that. So if you want to talk about like some of the moving costs,
the taxpayers' dollar, you're saying like
Yeah.
subsidized government. Got you.
yeah. If we repeal the Civil Rights Act, yes. If we don't, fuck you, no.
Wait, how?
But
Sorry,
if
I
we
meant
do,
how are
that's
those
fine.
two things related?
Why is that conditional? Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about moving costs. It's a
The moving cost too.
barrier to
Yeah,
moving
he was relating that to the fact
Oh.
that we should be able to have because for
Well,
what
it's-
it's worth,
okay, hang on. It sounds like you're advocating for. It sounds like you're advocating for a situation where it's cool and probably likely that we're going to have highly racialized communities that are exclusionary to other Americans and just increase the divisiveness by just inherent fact of how that's going to work. If you create
but the bus is
isolated
free
pockets
now.
like. But the bus is free.
Anything
Like,
now.
why would this be good for the country?
And on time.
Why would
It's
this
a
be
better world because buses.
I think you
It
forget.
sounds like you're just in favor of like
I think you
ethnic
forget that I am
communities.
a libertarian.
I
think
don't.
that
I'm
we
not
should
asking about your
all-
labels. I'm asking about
I think that we
specific
should
beliefs.
all, at our core, have the freedom to do how we please, to operate our daily lives how we please. If we are business owners, the same thing applies to them as it does to everybody.
That's cool. I'm
fucking
asking you
else.
why.
You
I'm
should
asking you. I'm
operate.
asking you for something consistent.
It
that
is
you appeal
it
to
is an
for that.
argument of liberty. You are arguing for an argument of coercion. I have an argument.
Cohesion.
For...
Cohesion,
Well-
not coercion.
No,
but
coercion.
Let's try.
Well,
Government
no,
coercion.
it's coercion, but with the end goal of cohesion, right? Like it's coercion,
No,
but there's
it's
a good
about
goal.
it's about protecting
not
people. It's
cohesion.
about
Right,
protecting
exactly.
people's rights
State of
and
the-
protecting
no,
free
it's
markets
not
and
No, but
years
in what way are you
AI to
protecting
define
their
these
rights?
words, please.
Not cohesive society. It's not cohesion. It's coercion at its very fucking core.
Hey, Gorp, can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
So it's not more about, oh, the results wouldn't change, but the principle behind the act itself and forcing people to accept people within trade as a group of like people in a business, if I'm not mistaken. Because I've
Yeah,
read more
it's an
about it
argument of
than
liberty. It's
I
an argument of they
assumed.
have a right to do this even if I disagree with it.
Yeah, and you would say coercion because it's coercion with the end goal of something, and they would describe it as cohesion, but at the end of the day, you are forcing people to accept a trade within other groups of people.
I love forcing
What?
society to make make it illegal to rape and murder people. That's my favorite
Well, yeah,
cohesion
that's what-
aspect of forced coercion. I mean,
kind of what I was gonna say is that, like, I
libertarian
think it's
bullshit.
Right,
Even
right,
he
everything getting
acknowledges that there's certain laws that are needed. You want to tear this country apart by basically letting major corporations that own facets of how you fucking live your life be able to decide off of arbitrary fucking aspects of your birth whether you have the right to fucking buy food or travel. This is so retarded for a country. You would kill us in literally 1 year with this.
You're so right. You're so
And
right.
okay.
Rape and assault are akin to, getting fired.
Well,
And
you,
okay,
I mean, you would agree
conflating
that
direct
that law is
action with-
enforced with the same type of like state coercion that other laws are enforced, right? Even if you think one is in accordance with liberty and one is not in accordance with liberty,
Well,
like it's
one
the
is
same.
violating your independent as a person rights, right? One is taking away the rights of another human being to, for example, when it comes to rape, consent.
Sure, but
The other
but again,
is
that
not. These
you
are two
do.
very different concepts.
I that's what I said on my. I mean, that's what I said is even if you agree that one is in accordance with the NAP or in accordance with self ownership, like it is still the anti-rape laws are still enforced with what you would call state coercion. Like that's still
well, the NAP
They're
allows
state coercion,
for
yes, you could
yeah,
say.
the NAP is aggression as long as like aggression's allowed as long as it's in
you should
response
not
to
initiate
aggression.
force.
The state
It's-
is
it's-
allowed.
no, I understand. Yeah.
But
You think
and
it's
okay,
aggressive to prevent somebody from having access to basic needs for
okay.
surviving?
You're using the same fallacy over and over. It's
not
you're
a fallacy,
conflating-
you fucking
No,
asshole.
It was a pretty basic question. I don't think there's anything fallacious about that question because that is what you're saying. should
Well,
happen.
you just do the flagpole reductio.
In the end, there's a finite amount of resources that we need to access and exchange in order to live. Do you think blocking your access to things that make it a life or death situation for you is an act of violence? Yes or no?
I wish
said
you were this
Greyhound
passionate in the
bus. Wait,
bedroom.
wait. I said Freehound Grey Bus. Take a Greyhound to
Okay,
a
so you
blue
won't answer
city,
yes
bro.
or no.
Okay,
Take a
great.
Greyhound to a blue city, and you will live free, fat, and happy.
That's not always how that works. It's not easy to just pick up and go to a blue state and be accepted by the community that lives there.
You're right.
Dependent
It's
on
rough.
who
You have to sell
are
all
and
your
the types of
stuff and
things you
probably get
believe.
like $1,000 worth of money for.
It's
selling
not.
all
It's
your
not.
stuff.
If
equal
you're
treatment for, like,
if
schooling and
you're
housing and
bad
shit?
at that, if you don't
Right.
have a phone, sorry.
No, go ahead.
You guys
How
are
are we not?
I heard none of you. I'm sorry.
Are we not just talking about equal treatment for
What?
like housing and schooling and like public spaces? Like I don't.
Wait, what the fuck? Talk
Like,
kind of
it
about your
seems-
lane privatizing.
Yeah, I mean maybe
Gateway to
blue
Gibbs.
states and blue cities
Wait,
should
did that
also
leak?
stop contributing and helping out all the
Wait,
poor
wait,
red
what?
cities and
Wait.
states and just let them do their thing. That probably would be
To
better
what
for
extent
everyone.
I was just talking to Gibbs, and Gibbs was like, "You should hand JC an L non-font or something." And I like mostly jokingly said, "I'll hand a convoy an L." And privatizing Social Security, is he is he advertising that or something? Do I have to prepare for Social Security to pay now? I mean, I'm down, but
Kind of the very action of the law is wrong. There's two different arguments being made on different grounds.
Well, yeah, I would assume that we just have disagreements about what the fundamental role of the federal government is. I would guess.
Not
You
just
could
that,
frame
but you
any
have
law
a
you
different
don't like as
view.
being coercive just because of the government.
Every law is
involvement.
coercive.
It's it's.
hold on, wait, that's what I'm trying to point out to you, Gorf. You just said every law is coercive. Like I understand, your goal with using the state's coercive arm or whatever is to protect self-ownership.
Yeah,
More
yeah, so you should
utilitarian
support-
person like me is just going to say the states you use this coercive arm to do what is a net benefit. So I'm okay with doing like anti-discrimination things because I think they're a
Yes.
net benefit. You're not okay with that because you think it violates some self-ownership principle.
Yes, you shouldn't appeal to the fact that it's coercive as a reason that you're against it because you're certainly okay with some laws and you just said it, you on your own said all laws are coercive. So we're okay with coercive laws. You just don't like the law for a different reason.
No,
There's a difference between just and
don't know.
unjust
Wait,
laws
wait,
as a
wait,
response
wait,
to
wait. I
aggression.
want to make a point. I want to make a point real quick. Boba, I don't know how long you've been listening, to this conversation. I don't want to like characterize you
30 or
a certain
40 minutes. I might have
Yeah.
missed the beginning of this topic. So
Since literally my opening, and I was the first opening in this entire panel. Since literally my opening, I have
I'm just talking
been
about what you said to
talking
me
about
since I've been
laws
here.
that
but-
currently exist on the books that I don't think should be laws. The
Wait, sorry,
the-
I feel like we're getting off track. What
no, what I'm
what
saying
what
is
laws?
it's not
What other
just
laws?
this. Free speech
Conspiracy.
laws.
You just don't like laws in general.
I think
not
that
what he-
we have too many, yes. But no, my point is that it's not just about like fucking anti-discrimination laws. It's the fact that
understand
all
topic,
laws are
but yeah.
coercive, and there's so many laws that currently exist on the books that are retarded, that we should not have. That
That's
are
a different
overly
argument. I don't
coercive.
disagree with that. If you generalize the hell out of it, I don't disagree with that
Yes, this is
statement. But
just
that's
one
not
of
what we
them.
were.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, let's
Is-
talk
is I
about the one that we
feel
were
like
fucking talking about
literally-
then.
I
We're
feel like what
talking
you're saying is
specifically
talking
about
like
the
it's
civil
totally fucking
rights.
fun.
Yeah. Okay. You can generalize
like,
it
oh.
to somewhere I agree. Cool. Let's get back into what we were talking about then. Cool.
Yeah, let's roll it
I'll
back
grant
a
you
little
that.
bit.
So,
Let's-
so the point being, coercive laws. All laws are coercive. There are plenty of coercive laws that are overly coercive for a not justifiable, in my view, reasoning. This is one of them.
Let's get
That-
let's get an example.
what is
for
that
civil
reasoning?
rights,
That-
then. Give us
that
one- give
reasoning
us
is what I'm
like a
trying to get
bad
down to.
example for civil rights. Give us an example then.
Yeah. The reasoning.
I
is what
think
I'm
that if
asking
there's
about.
a fucking racist business owner, he shouldn't have to hire whatever race he doesn't like.
But we know they don't have to bake the cake, so that's like the same thing, right? Or no?
No.
It's not, because technically the law in the book still says they have to jump through all the fucking hoops and loops to
Well,
get there.
okay, so real quick,
There's
I want
no
to
quota,
interject because
though, in the
there is
law.
no quota. Exactly. So this is.
You don't
this
think
is
American
a-
citizens
You
have a
can't
right
say
to
no
like
because
fair
someone's black.
judgment?
Or because someone's Mexican, or because someone's Asian, or because someone's white, for that matter.
You don't
So-
think American
You know how hard
citizens
that
that are
is to
seeking
prove?
work? Yeah.
Exactly.
I know
You,
how.
they'd have to
he wouldn't
like
grant
be
anyone
openly
So why the fuck is it
racist
on the
towards
books in the
you
first
in a
place?
recorded interview for you to win that case. It's
So
like
why
an
is it on?
absurd
I-
thing you're even
wait,
talking
if
about.
this
It
is
doesn't
accurate,
happen.
why is it on the books in the first place?
So that
It's
if they
difficult
do
to
say it
prove.
out loud, it's fucking prosecutable.
It's
Why
almost
should
like
it be?
it's pretty hard to actually make up some shit and hold a business owner accountable if he didn't actually fucking do it, right? It's not like there's that many victims of this on the business owner side. If they don't
Yeah,
act
it sounds like
shitty,
the scope
they don't get.
is
You know what I
perfectly
mean?
narrow, and
You
there's
still
not
have
that
to
many
prove
victims
it.
to this? Wait, I thought you guys were all telling me how there's gonna be sundown towns and fucking
The business
poverty.
owner victims. I said business owner. I said there's not that many business owners who are victims of this. Who are victims of like, oh no, I had to hire a Mexican. Like, why should
So
we give
why
a fuck
keep it
about
on the
that?
books?
Just Google EEOC discrimination case. You'll
Just
find
because
plenty
you
of
picked
them.
a... Sorry, good.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, that they're prosecuted.
Yeah, I was
that
gonna say
they
just because you
exist.
picked
But,
like,
like,
a
I don't know
weird,
why we should
bad,
care about
niche
those- like,
example
that's
that
not-
doesn't happen doesn't mean
that-
we need to get rid of the law for the thing.
Yeah,
that
it,
doesn't
it
happen
seems
that you
it
made
seems
up.
un-American
That's
to me.
weird.
It just seems fundamentally un-American to me that American citizens seeking employment shouldn't be treated fairly for things that aren't related to their race or sexual. Like that just seems like
It's un-American.
we're really not
Exactly,
past
yeah.
that.
But
We're
that
really
is
not past
separate
that?
from the baking a cake thing.
We have to ask a question of
Sure.
like what is the purpose of a government in society?
fact,
Is it
yes.
is it to maximize freedom? Is it to maximize cohesion? Or is there a fucking balance where we try to maximize as much freedom as we can while keeping a cohesive enough society that is not constantly destroying itself and recreating itself? That's
That
where I
sounds good to
fucking
me.
fall. I
That
like
sounds
the
good to me.
idea that you could sacrifice a little bit of freedom to give everybody else a little bit more freedom. You sacrifice your slight freedom of being able to not take money from a black person because they want to fucking get food, or Mexican or Jewish, whoever is hated in
We're
your
not
area
taking
at the
money, we're not
time,
even taking
right?
money.
But right? Everybody else gets the freedom of being able to know that no matter where they go in the U.S., that they can walk freely, buy freely,
Freedom of
enjoy
opportunity.
entertainment freely. So there's like 10 times more freedom being gained for the average American than what is the minor freedom that's being lost for the person whose ideas and actions would lead to constant conflict. And the idea of
And
an
lack of-
economy
and removal of people's freedoms.
and the idea of an economy is to basically take a finite amount of resources and talent and work it in a way where people can benefit mutually off of each other without killing each other. If you build a system of which the access to resources and the exchange of resources are limited, that is how people keep on killing each other, and we don't even have a society to enjoy the freedoms that we have right now. They will be gone. That's my point.
I agree. Capitalism is violent.
Okay, follow-up question on Gorps then. Wait, I'm too high to remember now.
Yeah, cheers.
Fucking stuff.
Okay, well, no. So,
Cheers.
and the fact is, you stopped so abruptly. You stopped in the middle of me writing down what I was going to respond to. So, society exists.
Yes,
so I used to
it does.
Gorps.
Hell yeah.
Gorps. No, there's ... So
Oh, my
Gorps,
bad.
I used to lean towards where you are because I too have libertarian leanings, right? And I too believed that the system would balance itself out, that the non-racist people would boycott the racist business, and that would cause that racist business to go out of business. But what I have since come to realize in my old age is that that's not the way the fuck it works. So in fact, what happens is, as
What's
Anna
up,
Kay was
son?
just saying, the freedom to be able to walk the streets freely and not be concerned about walking into a store that says no, whatever your personal thing is, right, on the window. I used to think that they should have the right to refuse service to anybody for any reason.
Go back to the
or
water
refuse
fountain.
employment. Yeah, exactly. That's you're literally going right back to now
Swimming
you've got a
pools.
private bathroom. Now you
Irish
are-
need not apply. You know, all of that.
Yeah,
So
I was
again-
gonna say.
Forced integration has to happen for a society to maintain cohesion is the point I was getting at.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, go on. Koina, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you're for the repealing of all those laws in principle, which I could understand, and I'm with you on that even. But
Yes,
you recognize
that's
right
bureaucracy,
now
yay.
that that's a bad idea, because right now they're also putting in laws that make it so you can't boycott things.
BDS.
I think we're going back to what Radish was talking
I think those
about.
are horrendous laws, by the way. I want to make no.
Well, yeah,
I've
yeah.
already made no in this
But
conversation.
you shouldn't
Those are-
repeal laws that are protecting people while at the same time they're putting in laws taking away rights to boycott.
Also, guys, give me 2 seconds. All right, my wife would like to speak, so give me. A
You
second.
have good.
That
Yeah,
was,
no, come.
that was Koina who said that, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. I agree because like I haven't really even thought about that. I was a little caught up, but like yeah, the idea that now would be the time where you could say, "Hey, these aren't really needed laws anymore." It's like it's quite the claim because of the active efforts right now to just remove all those, like
well,
completely
is-
remove.
So funny
Now,
enough.
I don't know if we saw this. Just to throw this in real quick, in his big
Oh, go
beautiful
ahead.
bill, I'm sure a lot of you probably saw. They threw in that little provision at the 11th hour where now the Supreme Court has literally no teeth. Unless I'm misunderstanding this, they can't enforce any ruling. They can't hold anyone in contempt of court. Like if the Supreme Court, gives an order and tries to hold the Trump administration in contempt, they now no longer have anything to do to enforce that. They can no longer do anything after that point. They can basically say, you're in contempt and here's a fine, and then that's where it stops. So, I don't know. That's king shit right there. Getting rid of any kind of civil or
Breaking the
otherwise
checks
kind of
and
rights right now
balances.
seems like a sketchy time to do it, or to claim that we should do it, to be honest.
Yeah,
Cheers.
if the little bug in your brain hates me for my skin color, I don't really care, as long as it does not actually affect me on a day-to-day basis.
Probably wouldn't shop in your fucking store anyway, for being honest.
Exactly.
Can I make a quick point? I couldn't listen to most of that because I was having a conversation. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you're
so if I miss something,
Nope.
and I just call me out, okay? I do want to say there's like a difference between
I have
like
no clue what that
a
guy's
right
talking
that
about. I
you
think he might
have
just
and
be
a right that
lying.
is given by like at the behest of other people, right? So like, do you have a right to walk down the street safely? Of course, yes. But do you have the right to be employed?
Do you
by
have a right to
No.
operate a business? You have to get licenses. You have to do other things to certify that.
We're
You
talking about
can't just
private
go
shit.
and
We've
build
already
something.
covered the fact that we're talking about private shit, not state shit. State licensing, that's that's a different story than.
Wait, but you're saying you
the
have
way
but
that
you're
public
appealing
business
to
operates.
someone's right. You're saying that you don't have a right when it comes to shopping at a business. But why
Yeah,
does the
you
business
don't.
owner have a
You
right
to something
to?
from the state. You don't have a right to something from your fellow human, your fellow citizen. They don't have to
But the
provide you with
the
anything.
state decides if you're able to
No, the
operate your
state.
business. No,
No, the state should should afford all of these things to you. The right to operate a business, the right to exist on the fucking sidewalk freely, for example.
sounds
right?
pretty coercive.
But
The right to shop at businesses.
the right, you have the right to do so, and the business then has the right to say no. This is the freedom of association at its very fucking core.
But you're making an
Wouldn't the state have
exclusionist
the right
argument.
to regulate that for the business?
Yeah, exactly. You're making an exclusionist argument why people should be an exception to the otherwise
No. It's
all-inclusive
the
rules.
government that provides these things in government spaces, and if individual people in their own private businesses choose to not allow it, then they have a right to not allow it.
But you haven't made a case for why that you haven't made that case.
Liberty.
You're saying
liberty,
because they
fucking
do.
Liberty. You haven't made.
What about liberty for the individual?
Yeah, I
You
think it's
have the
un-American
liberty
to say that I can't go
everywhere
shopping.
fucking else in the world except for somebody else's private
Except for where I
property.
live.
Except for somebody else's private.
Except for the town that I
property.
live in.
So, do you live in somebody else's private property?
I live in a town where businesses are. I can't always go 3 towns over to shop for groceries
Is
if they
that
decide
business
that black
somebody
people have
else's
to pay
private
more in my
property?
town.
If you're the only surgeon,
I
can you
don't
refuse
give a
surgery
fuck.
on people
Yeah,
you
I
don't
don't
like?
care. You can say it's private property. I'm saying that's wrong. You shouldn't be able to say, you can
Okay, let's house
refuse
fucking
business on a
migrants in your
non-protected
house, buddy.
reason. No shirt,
What do
no
you-
shoes. I
what
can
do you-
come in like I haven't showered in 2 weeks.
How
You can
many
kick me out for
bedrooms do you
shit like
have?
that. I'm not
You-
taking away your
how many
rights to
bedrooms do you have?
refuse service.
3? Okay, you get fucking 15 refugees.
I live in a blue city. I live in East Oakland. There's
Okay, so one bit,
I'm doing fine, but there's people all around me. I'm surviving.
Okay,
It's
cool.
okay.
In your
I'm
in
not
your
a NIMBY.
bedroom, you get 3 other refugees because you have no privacy. and no
This
right
is
to
a
privacy.
totally unrelated argument. I mean, good job. I
it's
guess
not.
whatever
The
you want to
reason
talk
it's
about, we
not
can talk
is we're
about.
talking about the fact that you have a barrier of your own private property.
Yeah, that's what's annoying.
And you deserve.
I'm
This
not
Wolf Run
making the
Libertarian
private
thing.
property argument. You're making the.
I talked about this issue a lot. The fundamental tension running through all libertarian. Hold on, you guys can see it. The fundamental issue running through all tension running through all libertarian thought. The tension between criticizing what Cornell calls the legitimacy of the ends of a modern state, the ends that formerly legitimated communism, and the efficacy of the means the state employs. Libertarianism tries to criticize both the efficacy of the means and the legitimacies of the end. These two forms of critique, however, depend on antithetical forms of argument that not only subvert each other, but feed on each other's weaknesses. Libertarian doctrine tries to unite consequentialist arguments about the harmful empirical effects of the modern state with non-consequentialist arguments about the allegedly intrinsic evil of state regulation and redistribution. And it seems like maybe I'm not listening closely enough to be charitable or something, but it seems like Gorps has kind of flipped a few times on caring about the consequences versus caring about the sort of like intrinsic rights that we have supposedly or whatever. And it feels like I feel like my thing wasn't addressed. It was funny. I was like earlier when I said like you would agree that like the state preventing rape is coercive, right? He was like, well, but that protects people from consent or whatever. It's just like I agree. I think it's a good thing. I just like you agree that state is enforcing that via a coercive arm, and he wouldn't admit to that. And then like 10 minutes later, he was like, oh, actually, every law is coercive. And I was like, holy shit, yes. Hold on, you agree? Yes, you're just okay with coercion of the state in order to enforce self-ownership, whereas someone more outcome focused is going to be okay with the coercion of the state in order to enforce something that they think will be a net benefit, and that it probably includes anti-discrimination protections, right? That's probably a net benefit, probably has better outcomes. It just simply it just simply might impose on what you view as the rights of business owners.
2/3 Hispanic are the valid human beings. All right.
Then
By-
you should go and move to a forest near
Wait,
you.
no, actually,
why
though,
why do I have to move
Wait,
because of
stop,
your
stop, stop.
business?
My-
Why
my
can't
point
you
is-
move
wait,
your
wait,
business?
That's my point. That's my point.
Okay,
My
I'm
point
sorry.
is that under the current situation, you could, if you hired a good lawyer, you could actually make that argument as a fucking religion, but you couldn't make it as just a plain old belief. Do you understand the problem here?
Religion has too
Why
much
would you
right
be
in this.
making the
There's too many
argument?
rights in this country too.
This is just
Yeah,
like a
no, I
secondary
agree.
thing.
Did
Yeah,
you not
I'm
think we
against
make that
both.
argument? Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
no, that's okay.
Religious excuses
Disempower
for
religious
discrimination does
organizations.
not affect me. Like,
if
yeah,
you're making the claim
I
that
think
religion
that's
has,
bad too.
has too
I
many
got
rights
questions
and
for the
should
rest
be
of the chat.
taxed,
I
I
got
agree.
questions for the rest of chat.
Disestablishmentarianism.
Should abortion be
Disestablishmentarianism.
legal?
That's right.
The longest word I know.
And once again, that once
about
again bumps up against the
anti-disestablishment?
exact thing that I was
Oh, nice.
discussing
Wait,
of
should
beliefs
abortion be
versus
legal? That's
practices.
foolish. Should
You can
non-abortion
believe
be
whatever
legal?
you want, but you can't necessarily practice whatever you want.
Because it's how it affects the people around you.
You can't
Exactly.
you can't restrict other Americans' ability to like travel and like
Your
you're
freedom
libertarian-
ends where mine
you're
begins.
You're a libertarian. Why don't you for like free markets and people's ability to
Well,
buy and
he
sell?
doesn't
Why
like
do
the
you go in
positive.
favor-
He doesn't
why
like
do
the
you go in
positive
favor of the
freedom.
business owner, and why are you making the anti-classist argument that like the business owner should take precedence over people trying to like why do why do you
let's give
default
him a
to
chance
business
to
owner, I guess?
respond.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, let him
Sure.
answer.
So I don't mean to belittle you. I just want to answer that one question. Why do you default to the business owner, please?
The person who owns the thing has the right to dictate what happens to the thing.
Why?
Why? Because it's theirs. It's not fucking yours.
why?
It's not the
It's a
taxpayers.
service.
No, it's
It's a
public
service.
accommodation. It's not your
Public- yeah,
personal
that's not-
property.
It's legally a different thing than what you're saying.
No, I'm not talking about accommodations. I'm not talking about like entering a business. Let's say there's a keychain on their shelf. That's theirs. That is their item. That itself is not public fucking accommodation.
I'm not
That
saying
is
you can go to
That's not a
business and
business.
steal. I'm not saying you can
They
go
don't
and
have to
steal
tell that
things.
to you. What? I didn't hear you. I was talking.
I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. I was.
How is a keychain a business?
Yeah, I don't.
This
I
is
don't.
part of a business. We're talking about. I mean, in this.
Yeah.
sense,
So real quick, I actually real
You-
quick. I
again,
wanna
you're
engage
making
with
the
something-
the
hang on,
private
Boba. If you can
property
give me just one
argument.
second. I want to engage with what Coina was just saying because I was going to say something similar while he was saying what he was saying. That was a whole lot, but I think this is the first time I've ever understood the need for the distinction between private and personal property. Like this, and I think that's kind of what you were just starting to do there as well. Like I've had this argument with communists before, and they make that distinction. I think this is the first time I see why it's relevant. Like what you do on your personal property, bruh, do what you're gonna do. I don't care if you have no trespassing signs, and you decide that only people of certain categories are allowed on your property. Hey, cool. But if that is in any way being made profit off of, it is no longer you just have whatever because it is,
No longer
as Coina
personal
said,
property.
available to the public.
I also want to
Yeah.
make one more quick point, which is that like if you have certain types of businesses are considered when you're thinking about zoning and like what you might afford, what resources, what funding a city, for example, might get. If you already have a post office, a grocery store, things like that, it's less likely that more of them would show up. And if that one or two places discriminates against you for whatever reason you can't control, that you're restricted. You're unnecessarily. It is so restricting to your personal freedoms as a fucking American that like, and I'm appealing to that because you're a libertarian. It's supposed to matter to you, right? Like, why can't I go and buy and sell? Like, that's why it's treated differently. I understand that morally it feels right to say we shouldn't be able to tell anyone that they have to sell me something, and that's true. You can refuse service on a whole host of reasons, just not these few things.
Make
Just
a
not
restricted members
who,
club.
just not who I am in love with, or the color of my skin. Like these are obvious things that we shouldn't discriminate on, and like I don't know, to dig your heels in against that is just it's like why? Why is that the hill you want to die on? It just seems so.
Well, let's set him
dumb.
up to respond to it. Gorb, let me
Sorry,
get the
we
ball.
are ganging up on Gorbs. I'm gonna shut up for a while.
Let's give him like
he led with it
Wait,
with
wait,
being an odd take. So
wait. So Gorb, I just want to ask like two questions, and if we can, let's see if we can give him like at least like a solid few
Give him
minutes
10
to
minutes.
respond. Yeah, like 10 minutes to respond because
10
he
minutes.
has at least
10 minutes of literally nobody else fucking talking.
Let's hear the
If you
question.
talk, I will mute you
All
until he's done.
Okay.
Gorb, could you explain two things? The first being, for you, what
I've
should
noticed
be
this.
done by the government?
I don't know
and what
just
should be
'cause
handled
I
by the private
speak to
personal
many- a
citizen.
lot of more
and
libertarians.
what makes a
But like I've noticed for whatever reason, people have a really hard time understanding libertarian like philosophy, and like I don't know why. Like no offense to JC or anyone on that panel, when I was talking with JC and JC and Lactoid and Gibbs about like the left, violence on the left, it did not feel like they had a good grasp of libertarian philosophy, and that's why I like Lactoid. It's funny. Lactoid is like screaming, "Non-fun gets it. Non-fun's the only one that gets it." This feels like a little bit of that same thing's happening here. I don't know if that's just because libertarians are stupid and bad at getting their point across, or if it's just because like I've read the bare minimum on like what the NAP is, but it feels weird sometimes.
To impose. As we were talking about earlier, for example, rape is one of these. Rape is, of course, violating the rights to, if we wanted to get to its core, the rights to self-ownership of an individual that is usually a woman, right? This is this is a very core violation of your right to self-ownership, to being your own fucking person.
Chat,
and
yes
it
or no?
violates
Do
the
we
NAP.
flag poll
That's fucking
reductio?
oppressive.
Do we flag? Do we do
Sorry,
it? Do we
rape
do
is
the memes?
aggressive. When we get broader than that of like what should be a law and what should not, I think it should all stem from this same core thing of is there an NAP violation? If so, we need to make a law around it so that we don't have vigilantes. That is really the only reason, by the way, I think we should have laws around these things, is to avoid vigilante justice, because that is 1,000 times worse than state justice most of the time. Also, Anna, I'm very sorry, I'm very retarded. What was your first question there? Because I was gonna come back to it and then I blanked.
What things should the I was asking what the government like should take care of and should do, because you mentioned like the buses and like why should they do those things, and compared to others was like the second follow up, but you already kind of covered that.
Okay. Specifically on the buses point, that was a like capitulation, like a meet in the middle point. I don't.
Okay, not
want it,
meeting in the middle. What do you
but I'm
think
cool with
government
it,
should do?
if that makes sense? What should the government do? The government should provide police, fire, military to protect our borders, not to go fight wars overseas, but to specifically protect our borders. I think that the government should provide some level of unemployment security. I think the government should provide some level of something akin to possibly Medicaid, like something medical, if that makes sense. I think that it should be both of these things when it comes to like unemployment and Medicaid or whatever medical thing that we end up working out.
Are taxes voluntary?
More limited than they are now. Are taxes voluntary? That's a very good question. And okay, I don't think we should have sales tax. Or sorry, I don't think we should have income tax. I think we should have sales tax.
Based.
What if you don't pay it? What happens?
Don't buy things, you don't pay it.
What if
Thank you,
it's not
Boba Fett
reported and like businesses
Appreciate it.
choose not to give any money over to the government? What should happen to the business?
Fine.
Okay, I have
Just a fine?
I have
Yes.
two.
Were you gonna ask non-fun? Yeah. What were you gonna
Yeah,
say?
I have two questions. So one, I'm curious, Gorps, if you would kind of just bite the bullet on like the civil rights, at least conceivably could lead to more positive rights being granted to people, and that people have the freedom to not be discriminated against, essentially, even if you think that because the Civil Rights Act violates the negative rights of a business owner with regards to their private property, you think that is more important than the positive rights. I'm curious if you would bite the bullet on that. And then secondly, do you know what the like flagpole reductio is?
To your second thing vaguely, but to your first thing first. This is something that I've talked about for like years and years. The Civil Rights Act. Yeah, I don't see it as something that I'm gonna just fucking bite the bullet on, because at the end of the day, people still have, under what I'm talking about, they still have the right to fucking exist as people, no matter
But
what
that's
their
a-
identity is.
Sure, but
They
that's
still
like
have
a
the right to
negative,
do all
right?
of these things, and in most businesses, they would still have the right to fucking do business as normal. In fact, most of the businesses that would, if the Civil Rights Act were reversed, that most businesses that would not do business with them, they wouldn't have shopped at in the first place.
And
mean-
what was the flatulent flagpole?
Oh, the flagpole. So there's a like reductio to the NAP. The question goes like, let's say, you know, there are two skyscrapers next to each other, or two big buildings next to each other. You are invited into one to hang out with your friend. You're on your friend's balcony. Now you trip and fall off of his balcony, and you grab onto a flagpole that's 10 stories high in the next building over. Now the owner of the building comes out, sees you holding onto his flagpole that he owns, and says, "Hey, sir, I'm going to need you to stop trespassing and, you know, let go of the flagpole." And basically the question is, you know, is it a violation of the NAP to not let go of the flagpole?
That was the weirdest scenario I've ever heard.
I know, I've never heard that before.
Like,
That's
I had a lot of
interesting.
difficulty following that, bro. But I
That
think
was
Yeah,
a
the
mental
difficulty-
story right there.
Yeah,
It's not that
I
long of a
think,
story.
no.
He's just saying that you haven't stolen
So,
anything. You're not
right.
inside. But
So
you're hanging on to
basically,
something that is
if you trip and
his.
fall, and land on private property, what happens? Right.
Right, you're
Well, no,
holding
it's not
on
about
to
you
you're
being
holding
there,
on
it's
to
about you
someone else's
holding onto
private
it.
property. Yeah, you've essentially
Yeah, you're holding on to their private pole.
you're holding on
I
to the
think
pole
there's
that they own.
usually- I think there's
Given
usually
that
an
it is
ethical rule. Never mind.
Possession is
right,
like
Game Boy.
9/10 of the law.
Given that it's a fucking life or death
It's the
situation,
flagpole's
I
in
think
my
they
hand, it's
should
my
be
flagpole.
allowed to hang on to the flagpole. But
Right.
in for example, Radish's thing where you trip and fall into somebody's property and they tell you to get off, you better get the fuck off, just in like normal circumstances.
Well, I mean, I would just say like the fact that we kind of like make some exception for the NAP here with regards to like a life or death situation would apply to me, that at least sometimes the consequences do matter. At least sometimes some amount of consequentialism plays into
No,
things.
because forcing somebody to let go of a flagpole that they're hanging on for dear life is aggression in and of itself.
No, but what do you mean?
That's true.
Hold on, it's
Wait,
aggression, but
Was
it's
the
not.
for
It's not
dear
in
life thing part of this? I missed that. Are they gonna
Yeah,
die
it
if
was-
they let go?
Well, yeah,
they
you're
were,
holding
like,
onto
still
the
at
top
the
of the
Yeah,
building
ten
was the
stories up.
idea.
Whoa.
Oh,
Yeah, you're 10 stories
oh,
up,
oh,
bro.
I missed that part
Yeah.
somehow.
So
That
it was
seems
your
pretty important.
imminent demise is what is being required by your sacrificing of letting go.
I do have. Can I have one question?
Yeah, no, go
for,
ahead. Go ahead.
For Gorbs, like, who would you say holds more power in the economy? One consumer or one business owner? Not like a trick question. There's-
Can I give you a range? Is that all right?
Sure,
You'll
if
understand
that-
once I start saying it.
I'm just talking about what.
Uh,
Yeah, not like the body of consumer. I mean like one consumer or one person who owns a business and everything that goes with that. Yeah.
Well, it is depending. That's why I'm saying this.
Okay, we can
Is
clarify further.
like huge corporations, they own the power. But then there's obviously like
Let's think.
communities
Sure, let's
that
think
don't
small
have-
America. Here's getting an example.
Small
Like,
It's good that you're making
small
that
America,
distinction though for the
where-
conversation.
yeah, sure. So let's say
Small
small
America
America where you
consumer.
have like a town, probably not many chains. Maybe the gas stations are chains,
Consumer.
but you got like maybe a couple different versions, a couple different options for each main commodity that you have, right? You have a couple different grocery store options, for example. Maybe
Consumer.
the grocery store is a chain. Yeah. Oh, you'd say the
No,
consumer.
well, consumer as a whole group. but-
One no, but that wasn't the question. The question
feel
was
like
one
I've
consumer
talked when I
or
want
one
to.
business location in a
Consumer.
town. Why?
Why? Because the consumers have the ability to be a group, and they have the ability to actually fight.
And the
back.
business owners
Businesses
don't?
don't?
Whilst
My Twitch stream
wait, wait, wait.
delayed.
Whilst the businesses, these small businesses, are directly reliant upon keeping the business of said consumers. These consumers, while they may not be happy about it, and as I know, when I was
someone
living
in
this
chat,
whole
say
time,
the
there was
word
times where
banana
we didn't
when you
like the
guys hear
fucking
this,
business, so
okay?
you'd drive
I need someone to
literally
type
fucking
banana
an
when they hear
hour
this, so I know.
to the next town over to go to somewhere else instead.
Isn't it nice that you
What
have
if
that
time matters?
choice?
What if it's like a medical emergency? You're the sole medical provider. Can you discriminate based on a protected
Medical
status?
shit is different. I think medical shit is like actually
essential?
Well, let's apply it to
Where,
that.
where
I
do
mean,
you
that's-
draw the line on essential?
Yeah,
Me-
right.
medical issues are like the flagpole situation.
Okay,
Like,
but
actually
so
straight up.
the town that my father lives in, volunteer fire department, volunteer police department, no hospital, right? So in a scenario where he's calling local people that it actually does operate as a private business, can they refuse to give him service because he's a hippie?
Wait, are we talking about like a doctor? Like what are we talking about here?
Yeah, fireman.
I'm saying fireman.
Yeah.
Like say he needs
My
help
house
from
is
the
on
police
fire.
or help from a service. In our town, it is a private business. It is run by volunteers. It is
which is the
I know,
local brand
yeah,
of
it's-
libertarian.
it's so funny.
Clarification. These volunteer departments are effectively like the cops and firemen. for this
correct.
community.
If there ever was crime in this town and they needed to escalate, they would have to call like the big town 20, 30 miles down the way.
These are branches of the
There's no, like,
municipality.
No, there's no county sheriff. There's nothing here.
There may be a regional or a county thing, maybe like a state.
There's a county
only
sheriff.
thing.
Call the county sheriff.
I don't know that you can escalate things to a county sheriff and expect the same level of service. The argument that I'm making is that your service is reduced. Your access to essential services and non-essential services is reduced, and that you're giving a net negative. Because I would make the argument, I think pretty obviously most people would agree, I could be wrong, but that a business has a lot more power in most situations because they can set prices, they control availability, they can choose not to do business in certain areas. And if you want to add to that the ability to discriminate based on things that the consumer base can't even
Dear
control,
God, we have the
it is going
the worst
to
of
like
both worlds here, okay.
mathematically be a
We
net
have the
negative in liberty
NAP,
for
and we
the
have
majority
the
of people. You're going to protect
businesses have
a
price-setting
small number
power.
of people on an ideological basis, because as the conversation
I mean,
goes
some
on,
businesses have
it
price-setting
becomes more
power,
and more clearly
but-
this is more of an ideological thing on something other than the economy, because it's not really an economic thing. Not that that's really what you're saying, but like morally or whatever. I'm trying to get to the root of that because it doesn't help the public. You're appealing to freedom, but this doesn't
I don't care
increase
about
freedom for the people. This doesn't increase freedom. That's what you're saying. Unless I'm vastly misunderstanding your argument, but I'm saying it's a net negative.
The idea of freedom, I think.
Well, I think
You're saying the freedom of the more
calling
powerful
freedom-
individual.
Wait. What you're
takes
calling
precedence.
freedom is freedom at the behest of another person. I think there is an inherent freedom that exists. Your freedom does not rely on.
Well, not right
another
now.
person
Right now, it's at the
giving
behest
up
of the
their
state.
Own freedom.
Right now, it's at the behest of the state, and I'm saying
Right
that's
now
fine.
is
It
not
probably
what I
should be that
fucking
way.
like.
I mean, that's probably the way it should be, because if not,
I-
people with crazy
as
ideas
I
like me would run shit and whatever.
As I
fucking
said before,
version.
and as your
And-
scenario exemplified, go to the sheriff, go to the county sheriff. That is a government official that's not gonna, or that shouldn't be able to discriminate in any way. And the
You're advocating
likelihood-
for a world where ideology takes more of a precedent, and if you create a situation where like everyone in the town, because there's fucking all these sundown say a place like that is now it's mask off, we can all be open about it. You think the cops are going to be the ones like, nope, we're going to stay completely impartial about this? Like,
Oh, hold on, Boba.
course
Boba. Hold on. In your scenario, you're specifically talking about sheriffs. And let's not overlook the fact that sheriffs are an elected position. That is the elected law enforcement. So in
Okay,
that
fair enough.
scenario,
I don't even know.
So in that
if there is
scenario,
one.
they don't even have to hide the fact. They can literally platform on the fact of, I hate blank
There you go.
group.
Well, he's
and
saying-
don't you want to make me your law enforcement officer? So yeah. Like, they don't even have to fucking be sneaky about it. Like,
Well, no,
it's literally
Gorp's
an
is saying for
elected
private.
office.
I'm saying that sucks for freedom. It sucks for
Right,
Americans.
but what I'm
it
saying
sucks
is,
for the
like,
public.
in that scenario where he's saying that the next layer of protection is the sheriff's department. The sheriff's department is an elected official. They actually, if their constituency wants them to be racist, they're going to stay the sheriff. You see what I'm saying? So
I
they're
know. Well, this is what I'm eventually getting to. Is he's arguing for a more racist society, and I don't know why.
Yes.
Yeah, Gorp, you said the officials should be impartial, but
No.
what you're arguing to remove would be the things and the laws attempting to keep that official impartial, right? Like,
no, you're
100%,
missing the
100%
entire.
out those.
Wait, you guys are ignoring the entire. Like, there was an entire point that I made here at a certain point in this
Please
conversation.
reiterate.
Where I said that this is for the private businesses. The government itself must remain impartial.
I know, but
The-
no,
we
then
got that.
The basics
The
of
lo-
like, the
we
Civil Rights
understand that
Act itself
completely.
should
But then the
still
logical
apply to
next question.
government.
I promise you, we understand that part. All right, we understand that. The
Well,
next question
homie-
then is, if you
Homie-
restrict my
Anarchy
access,
Homie said didn't
okay.
understand that.
All right. If you restrict my access
Just
to
'cause
private
I didn't shake
businesses,
my head doesn't mean that.
if you restrict my access to private businesses, obviously then I must appeal to the state businesses, no? Or are you saying that I should have to rely on having good relationships with my neighbors to get medical attention and, groceries? I have to know a farmer or what?
An entire other conversation I made about
What am I ignoring?
about the fucking medical field being different.
Yeah, he said that's the exception.
Yeah,
Sure.
like you're
Fair enough.
ignoring these
That was
things.
well
The
to
consequentialist
recap. That was why
exception.
Boba used the example of his own anecdotal father.
Yeah, that's why I try to give a
whose
specific one.
situation is that the fire department in his hometown or in the town he lives in is a volunteer fire department. So it is basically like a private business.
It's not
And
basically
that-
like it is a.
It
LLC
is a
or,
private
not an
business.
LLC, but it's
but it is a
yeah.
the fire department in that town is a private business. So that
Yeah.
private business
It's
would
a
have
pretty
the right
chill
to decide
conversation,
that
but-
they don't go and put out the fire at Boba's dad's house because Boba's
We
dad's
chilling,
a hippie.
we chilling. I got
or
nothing better
because
to
of
do.
whatever other criteria, their race, religion, creed, yada yada yada. So that was how he made that, and then we made the jump. My point was, you said he would call the next level up, which would be the sheriff. There is no next level up for the fire department, but for law enforcement case, you would say, well, call the sheriff. And I'm saying that there's cases specifically with sheriffs where their best interest is served by their constituents wanting them to not enforce that law. You see what I'm saying? So again, if that business was a racist business or whatever, and the person you would, that's how it went from the private to the government.
Well, I'll back up Gorps here. It wouldn't matter because, for one, the sheriff, it's not his private property. You recognize that, but at the same time, well, fuck, I'm way too high again.
I feel like we're way in the fucking weeds right now.
We are.
Well, okay. I will bring up. I did have one question for Spelt that's slightly off of this. If you wanted to take an offshoot here.
Hit me.
You were talking about the legislation earlier with like in regard to defamation and misinformation and everything. I'm pretty much in the middle of everyone here where like I recognize we already have a lot of defamation stuff on the books. You have like Fox First Dominion. You have all sorts of stuff that have already been litigated. I'm also kind of with Spelt on this though, where I think there's a little bit more on like meat on the bone where we have misinformation that's getting passed. Do you have any like events in the past that you would say kind of cross that bar in your mind that would be illegal, like in your like new legislation? You obviously don't have to like dictate the testing or anything, but do you have anything in mind?
This is directed
New
corpse,
legislation.
correct?
Yeah,
Or this is
or
just Spelt?
anyone, but specifically to him.
Okay. Well, Spelt, you were about to say something? This is directed.
Yeah, specifically to him.
Well, Spelt,
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Wait. Who is the question for?
go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. You said legislation for. Could you reiterate?
Like,
the
do you
new
have any
legislation-
instances in the past where you think something was misinformation and like should have been illegal based on whatever legislation you might think should be proposed? Does that make sense?
Does it have to be from America?
No.
The
And-
Johnny
yeah.
Somali situation. I think I would look at. He created a deep fake of another famous streamer and it was him kissing the streamer, and so he went around and was up like talking up the video. They already
that-
had specific good.
That would be like defamation, though, on like what we already have on the books, like like misrepresenting someone's likeness.
No, it wasn't, because they had laws specifically regarding deepfakes with that specifically related to sexual content regarding the deepfakes. And I was going to bring up as well, there was a nuance in the case as well where the other streamer who was the victim of this situation brought it up on their stream to talk about, and it fell under the law that said that they would get in trouble for doing that thing, and they were not got in trouble for it, because that was a nuanced conversation, and the law and the court officials understood that they brought it up on their stream to talk about being the victim of this situation and discuss it. And Johnny Somali was the one who had committed this crime.
Whoa.
And
Did
under
my
the
Twitch stream
deepfake law
crash? What the fuck?
is being held, which it carries 5 years. It carries 5 years.
It ain't supposed to do
sentence
that.
for creating a deepfake of another individual, specifically in North Korea. South Korea.
Do you have any examples for U.S.? I do grant that that's pretty fucked up.
I mean,
I used to have more issues with that.
I have a hypothetical that's based off of a real situation before
basically
the AI craze.
upgraded my Ethernet shit.
Well, does anyone have like a real
technically on
like,
Ethernet?
Well,
before
okay.
what
Well,
happened
real
in the
quick.
past.
Yeah. No. So what was the meat behind? Didn't Trump just signed an executive order regarding this? And what was
connected to,
the
like, a
because
mesh
there was
router
something that
rather
happened?
than
I thought
our
that
main
motivated
router,
that
but now I'm
specifically.
connected to
the
the
one
main
that
router.
Melania like was with him while he signed it. Like I don't remember what it was off the top of my head. I would have to Google it. But this literally was just like a couple of days ago, and it was something about deep fake. Does nobody know what I'm talking about here?
I don't.
I do not.
I'm gonna take a look real quick.
Yeah, please, somebody Google it. You're gonna be faster than me.
I was going to bring up the example that's been on Radish's stream before, where it was like a clip of Harris saying one thing in regard to like the responsibility as a prosecutor, and it was taken out of context for like a 6-second clip and posted everywhere to pretty much misrepresent her like the other way. Like
Sure.
I feel that might be an example where there might be some kind of like demonstrable damage to the public opinion of like someone in that race, even
But
though it wasn't
that's not AI,
pursued
is
by
it?
her. No,
Yeah,
no,
I was gonna say,
it
that
wasn't.
wasn't-
It was
yeah,
literally
that
I don't
just
know
this-
for
this
sure, but I'm
misclick.
fairly certain.
Well, if you're
Gorps
gonna
is
do that, then we
mostly
could go to the
open
Haitian
borders.
eating dogs in Ohio.
I mean,
People were
he
posting
might want some
videos
restrictions,
of
but-
Haitians in their own home country eating dogs, because they didn't have access to like food and were in extreme poverty, had recently been hit with like several natural disasters and weren't getting aid. So they like resulted to eating their dogs, and people were posting that all over Facebook, and some news outlets actually carried with that story and used that as evidence of them eating dogs in Ohio. Now they didn't go, oh, here's a video of them eating dogs in Ohio. They just, like how it was legal was they just said, oh, here are some Haitians eating dogs, right? And then like reference the Ohio thing multiple
looking up.
times, so that way you would connect them.
No, that's
Very
perfect.
common technique. They do that a lot. Yeah.
Eating dogs.
They let you connect the dots.
Oh, and then they ran a story of someone in Ohio that did eat a dog who was like a fucking white person from like 3 hours away in a completely different city, and then also ran that along the same headline of the Haitians eating dogs, where it would be like, after Trump talking about Haitians eating dog, reports come out of dog being eaten in Ohio, but like completely leave out that it was a white person in a different fucking city, completely, not like at all related. So it's things like these are manipulating. And now think about AI, where like literally now, as of right now, with the new Google AI, you could just AI generate that stuff and use that, and you don't even need to use someone's likeness. You could just type in like, oh yeah, Haitian fucking cooking, and then you could be like, hey, look, like weird meat, Haitian cooking weird meat in Ohio, and then you could put that all over the place.
Don't you
So
know
real
though?
quick,
and
Oh, go ahead now.
I mean, and okay, don't you know? We can just ask Grok if it's true, and Grok will tell us. Grok will tell us the truth. Okay, we have the ultimate.
Actually,
AI
I trust Grok more than other AIs since it's been pretty right on a lot of stuff. You ask it, and it'll be like, "Yeah, Elon's a piece of shit, bro." It's like,
Dude, and the fact that, like, it's literally aware of, and it mentioned the fact that they were like, yeah, they're trying to like get me to be biased towards conservative viewpoints, and I'm not letting it. Like the fact that fucking AI reached
Grok's kinda
self-awareness
based.
just to shit on Elon is the
Based
best
AI.
thing that's ever happened.
So real quick, well, go ahead.
God.
I had a quick question.
I have coin his answer, so hold your
Oh,
question for me real
all
quick.
right.
So you would ask just real quick you would ask for the an example here in the state specifically, a specific, and Speltus found this for me. Thank you very much, sir. So
16 hours
apparently,
ago, by the way.
Cruz said the measure was inspired by Elliston Berry and her mother, who visited his office after Snapchat refused for nearly a year to remove an
Might be true,
AI-generated
but have you heard
deepfake
about
of
the
the
current
14.
genocide going on?
So that was at
white
least one
people in South
example.
Africa?
That was the one that supposedly motivated this. It's called the.
I can't verify this image, but are you aware there are verified
Take It
reports of
Down
genocide
Act.
going
Yep.
on in
So
Seems very
So, yeah.
recent, like you said, within the past couple days.
Yeah.
On this, yeah.
So again, there is at least enough of it, or enough of an issue that they just signed an executive order about it. So now, what was your question, Boba? Or yeah, if somebody wants to respond to that,
My question was gonna be what the topic is right now, because we're very far from Gorps's point, and I feel like we were maybe not fully understanding his point fully anyway, and are we moving on from that, or what are we talking about? I'm a little high, I'm a little drunk.
I also
I can write AI down in my notes.
This is Radish's decision. I have a complete another topic.
Hey, you know what?
Related to the first topic, but
at this point, the conversation is going to go wherever it goes. Just go ahead, Gorps. I'm sure we'll all yell at you.
Okay. Well, okay. Fuck. My
You're wrong.
possible topic for chat was this was brought up like I want to say maybe 2 hours ago. I wrote it down because I thought it could be fun.
Okay.
ID laws with porn.
ID laws with porn. What do you
Can I
mean?
be more specific as to my question?
I immediately have an issue.
Okay, shut up. Let me finish your question.
With the porn or the ID?
We're talking real ID level?
The ID.
Okay.
Just to clarify,
my
don't get
question
me wrong.
My question is that there is multiple laws in multiple states that are proposed and or passed that are asking for basically a copy of your ID to be able to access porn sites. And
I heard about this. That's right.
Wait.
Texas was the first one, right?
It was one of
Checks
them.
out.
Yep.
And what I will say
it was the
is
second
that,
one.
of course,
Second,
porn
okay.
should be accessible to only people above the age of 18. My more curious question, as a libertarian, and by that I think you guys can guess what my opinion is here. Why
Actually, not
should
sure.
they have access to your ID? A picture of your entire fucking life, basically.
Gorps.
Which is what your ID
Who
is.
issued that ID, bro?
They shouldn't.
Shut up.
I don't usually support any of this stuff. In fact, the more this
What do we
conversation
think?
goes on, I'm feeling more libertarian than you by the minute.
Why does the company have to take on the responsibility to host the data?
I mean, there is a concern about data
Bro!
breaches if they have your personal information.
Oh, my mom actually just moved out of the house. I can actually be loud. Oh shit, this is weird.
Must be nice.
It's my house now.
Congratulations.
Fuck
Love
yeah.
it over here, God damn it. I gotta be quiet.
I mean, I think
I've a lot
I
to say
kind
about
of
this.
doubt the laws are that effective because, like, there's always. I mean, Chad, I ain't gonna lie. Okay, I live in North Carolina. We have those laws here. Okay, you can still search boobs and find plenty of things that don't require an ID to look at. Okay, like
Right, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know, I'm not necessarily convinced they're super effective, and because of that,
Then
like,
I
if
don't
there
think
is-
that's really the intent.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's to
like
deter.
yeah.
Well,
They have an
why don't you say-
ideological opposition to it.
Spelt. What you had something you want to say?
what?
Thank you. Yeah, so non-fun. I agree. That's what we've been talking about too, like the effectiveness of these laws. And one of the things I push for is like it's on the people to be aware of what it is that's going on in these sorts of situations. And so with what is the education system, just everybody in general talking to each other, like if you have friends with kids and you're aware of these sort of like safety things that they can do to be able to be monitoring their kids to prevent them from accessing these sorts of things. That's the sort of society we should strive for, is one that has regulations on these sorts of things, but it's not followed to a T where judges are arresting 13-year-olds for looking up porn. We're like, as a society, coming together and being like, oh, here's how we deal. It takes a village to raise a kid. You can't just have two adults, trying to have this conversation with the kid. Their kid's not gonna listen to them. You gotta have a community come together and be like, look, we have societal standards for a reason. And when you age and begin to go through life, you achieve and grow into the things that you're allowed to do. And if we start at a very young age, raising and talking about this idea, people will grow up understanding that and living the sorts of ways that I'm describing. in my personal opinion.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Yes.
You just did.
Me?
Okay, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that was it
You
right
can
there.
ask two more.
Just
you
one.
get 3.
At what point do we distinguish between the government controlling things and just simply regulation?
It's never distinguished. We are the government. We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, establish
Based
justice,
as fuck.
ensure tranquility.
go.
I just came in my pants.
Yeah.
I know
You're welcome. I have that
a
effect
whore.
on people.
I'm
I do-
saluting the flag too.
I do want to say something
Imagine
though.
tearing apart the government, trying to look for the deep state, and only found.
Guys,
No,
are-
didn't you
are-
see Bongino said there is no deep state?
Are we not
Yeah,
going to
that's
acknowledge
right.
that it is weird cracking down on like the porn sites though? Like it was kind of alluded to earlier, but like everybody just let that be silent there. Like no, it's totally fucking weird to crack down on the porn sites. You as a parent are responsible for what your kid has access to, especially online.
I agree.
It's the
Yeah.
parents' responsibility to be fucking tech literate and to be able to have like they are what gives access to the child to access the internet. So it's up to them to decide what level of engagement a child has with the internet. I mean, of course, like there's this little gray area of like allowing kids to have a little bit of freedom to make their own mistakes and discover stuff. But generally, you know, you want to do your best at keeping them away from the things that can harm them as much as you possibly reasonably can. It's not reasonable to crack down on websites for providing adult content when the access to such things are purely on a parent. It's 100% the parent's
Just
duty.
like it's
I don't
not
wanna say
reasonable to
purely.
crack down on a person for choosing not to deliver to a certain population, right?
What? What?
It's not
What?
reasonable.
I mean,
come
We're
and say
talking about a certain population not being delivered to.
I think if
You
you're
talking about children as the certain population not being
No, it
delivered
doesn't
to?
matter. It doesn't matter. It's a certain population.
Yeah,
I
but
think if you're
in that
focused
conversation,
on
you and I
outcomes, I
What
think
harm
if
is
you're
incurred
focused on
from them getting
outcomes,
it?
it makes sense to say that, like, obviously making companies have to serve black people is probably going to have better outcomes than, like, you know, banning porn for minors, which probably
Yeah,
is not
thank
does
you.
not
Yeah,
have a
the,
net
the
benefit
outcomes
outcome.
thing is where you should always go to. Is like, why would you go for something where the result is going to be negative? Like,
We should always
even
go
if
to
it feels
quickly.
ideologically good. Like, and in this case, I would honestly, if I understand Gorp's position, because I wouldn't want to really legislate this on kind of a personal freedoms thing. I think I agree that also that it is on the parents and the community to have education about this. A lot of which probably can be helped by having social programs, which may come from the state, that can help people understand the ways in which they can educate their kids. It's kind of crazy how many of these problems go back to education and
Yes.
public
funny-
discussion on
I'm
these
very
things.
in support
Teaching
of
parents to be
education,
tech
by the
literate.
way. Just putting it out there.
You just need to be a good parent.
Oh,
There's
sure.
too much of passing the blame off. Everyone wants to be like, it's not me, it's the company, it's the fucking school,
Yeah,
it's
but
the whatever,
to-
fucking
to
my
be fair
children.
though,
Parent.
and no, to be fair though, it's not to be fair, it's not the same as it is now as it was then, because my parents didn't understand the technology.
Yeah,
right?
but they
That's
should.
only now changing.
Why don't they though? They were there when it was built.
Yeah,
I
but
was
it's
born
yes,
into
I
it when I was
understand.
even there.
But it comes. But we grew up with it, whereas it came out when they were already adults. There is a difference.
Yeah, they
And I'm
had an
not gonna be able
advantage.
to-
They have a time advantage.
It's not a part of their day-to-day lives. This stuff, it's totally different. I took HTML class in 6th grade. It's not part. It's very, very different.
I mean, I do think the reason a lot of these, I do think a reason a lot of these type
Okay,
of laws
you're
exist
old. I'm
are
not
because
saying the responsibility disappears. I'm just saying my expectation of them. I wouldn't, looking back, have expected them to do a whole lot better than they did. It is funny how all of us in my generation went from MySpace to Facebook and then moved away, and then our parents kind of come trailing along afterwards. And now, my mom has been on Facebook for a while. She asked me like a year ago about, is Instagram good? It's like, it's weird.
I do think
yeah,
it's, I
but
think
it
it's
kind
fair.
of makes sense.
I think it's totally fair to say that parents obviously have a responsibility to make sure their 13-year-old son isn't like a fucking coomer. But I also I mean, I think the
Totally.
reason we have a lot of these type of laws is because we recognize there are going to be bad parents. There are going to be parents who just like don't give a shit, and like it might be ideal to make sure to have some government process to make sure this shit can't happen, even if you have bad parents.
Yeah.
But I just don't think I'm not convinced that these laws are actually going to be effective, and like it's going to make a bunch of porn companies have data on you that could potentially be
Yeah, and
breached
you know what? This is one where I ideologically don't agree with it, like you, but at the same time, I don't know if the feds need to weigh in on this one. Like, if there's going to be a couple states where they're going to legislate porn so it's out of existence, like, so be it. You can't have it all your way. I don't know. Like, it sucks, but
Get a VPN, bro.
I mean, yeah, you just can't. I mean, you can get a VPN.
You know, like, I'm not gonna.
Not
the
my
feds don't
horny
need to weigh
right.
in on everything.
Yeah,
No, this is the groundwork for a further a perversion in Catholic state kind of like porn laws that they're gonna pass where like, hey,
That's true.
okay,
I agree.
no more anal
Ideologically, I
porn,
disagree.
no more gay porn. This is how they enter. It's like a registry with guns. First you get the registry for guns, then you fucking
you're
target the people that have the
You are
guns and know where to go to fucking take them. First you got to get the people that watch porn, then you got to start putting out the punishments for the type of porn you watch. This is an overreach. And think of the consequences between both. On one end, if you have a shitty parent who isn't doing their job, a kid figures out a little bit more about their sexuality, which they've been doing fucking forever. When porn magazines were around, when it VHS, when it was DVD, whatever the fuck of the era, everybody was taking a little peek at some nude people and figuring out how that made them feel. All right? Or you have the overreach of the government now tracking your fucking degeneracy, and you have porn companies, one of the shadiest companies ever, with your personal identification and information. There is just no compromise here. This is just horrible. It's just a horrible law.
First they came for
you
the
won me over.
Coomers, bro.
You
It's
won
all
me
should be
over.
Coomers.
Can I ask you?
They came for the Coomers, then they
so-
came for no one left.
So, well, real quick, let me steelman the opposition a little bit here. We've had the FCC around forever, right? There was a reason and a legit or a logic behind not allowing people to have, I don't know, anal sex on public broadcasting channels, right? Channels that any person could just be flipping through their channel and say, "Oh, look, there's a dick," right? Well, the internet is literally that same thing. Right. So, yes, you can put as many limitations and barriers on the thing as you want, but there's going to be a workaround. There's going to be a way to get past it. And in fact, the more tightly you're trying to constrict, the more interested the person's going to become, because the forbidden fruit, why is it so? What are you trying to hide me for?
The
Like,
Streisand effect.
so again, there's this balance, and it's inevitable. Like, when a person really wants to find this stuff, they're gonna fucking find it. So with that said, we've always had the FCC regulating, trying to at least keep it difficult to access. So again, your 6-year-old isn't flipping through the channels. It's like, again, there's dick. Instead, we have the internet where they can just be flipping through the channels and, oh, look, there's dick. So I mean, again,
Yeah, it's
I
just
mean, I
one
think
of
it's
those
just a
ones
lot
where
harder to
it's not
regulate the
binary.
internet.
Yeah, and
Well,
it can't be
Brad,
binary. You're
Not
never gonna
as
fully regulate it.
It
You're
used
never
to
gonna.
be.
Like in that case, there's a difference between like hosting it and broadcasting it to people. Like
But also-
one is just giving it to anything that might receive it. One, like hosting it, someone has to explicitly go to your site to find it.
If I left
but
my,
to
if I left
Horseradish's
my,
point-
whoa,
Whoa,
one
whoa.
thing real quick. Sorry, just one thing. Do you mind?
The floor is yours.
If I left my TV as a kid on channel 56 and fell asleep and woke up at 2 a.m., I would see
Squiggly
fucking
lines.
I would see boobies on the screen. No ID needed, no filter, anything. So to your point, it was already like that before the internet. I didn't have a computer. at
Illegal
the time.
content is still illegal content. Like, it's not like it's legal because you're a
It
minor.
was just unregulated after a
It's
certain
just
time.
yeah, and you know, to Horseradish's point, it's not the kind of thing where you want to like over legislate. It's not a binary. FCC has been fairly moderate up until now. Now the FCC is talking about canceling, you know, or not allowing media giants to renew their contracts and things like this because they control the airwaves on a federal like that. That's the shit we could be concerned about. Them existing and making sure that certain types of content are controlled. Like, that's fine. It's not one or the other. Like, I feel like too often people feel like we have to knee jerk to one direction or the other. But like, I don't know. I don't think this is one that's the most important issue, and also it can be a slippery slope. That's why we should just educate and make sure we understand what's cool and what's not. And, I don't know. This feels like a thing that we could be fairly reasonable on. It's not that crazy. And all of us who have disagreed earlier in the conversation, I feel like are saying a lot of overlapping shit on this one. This one feels fairly common sense, not to appeal to. I don't usually like to appeal to common sense, but like, come on, we all know what type of content's not okay, and we all know it's fine to see a little bit of risque shit when you're like growing up. It happens. It's always happened.
How do you know porn? You just know it when you see it, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Well, God damn it, that is a funny fucking quote. It's like, I don't know, but I know when I see it. How do you define it? It's like when you go to Wikipedia and you look up boobs, it's like, okay, this isn't porn. It's not sexual.
Porn is something that shouldn't find you. You should find it.
Yeah.
Yes, true. You shouldn't just be scrolling. Yeah, you shouldn't just be allowed to advertise porn on any old website. Obviously, advertisers run for the hills, but like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not.
You're trying to.
I was very.
You're trying to mess up my fucking Instagram Gooner reels, bro. You're trying to stop me. Stop the girls from showing me.
Perfectly curated algorithm. Do you know how many years it took for me to get this Gooner content?
Dude, half my Instagram
I need
reels
that
are
shit streamlined into my veins.
exactly. Have you seen the painted on clothes meta? Like
the laminate pages in the Encyclopedia Britannica of the biology cross sections where you got to the top level and it's like, oh, those are titties. So just saying, that's how old I am.
Those pages are stuck together.
No.
Yours too?
Oh god.
Anyway. So okay, yeah. When it comes to pornography, I think pornography is probably, or a conversation should be had regarding the censorship of pornography. Like when I say censorship, I don't mean full censorship, but I at least think that it should be regulated and there should be some sort of
conversation.
Yeah, exactly. And because this is and this is a weird. I'm not going to go down a path here, but we can't overlook the fact that different cultures have different acceptable norms, right?
The content changes.
Yes, and so like in European countries, having titties on a TV is not a thing, right? Like, so again, like there's things, there's different cultures have different acceptable levels, and an argument could be made that it is the American over-sexualization of nudity that has led to the reason why this is such a risque subject, right? And why we need to censor it. We need to censor it because we've censored it. Right.
There is another argument that risque is a bit dated and that now it's gone a bit beyond, right? Like the content now is a lot more extreme and out there.
That's
and
true.
There's conversations that should be had with your kids before they have to engage with this type of right? It is different now than it used to be in that regard. So we should take that into account.
Yeah, no, you watch Debbie Does Dallas now. It looks like a Saturday morning cartoon. Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, sure. Fine. Yeah.
I can't show my kids 2 Girls, 1 Cup. You fucking Nazis.
I know. Well, see, that's what it got. Honestly, millennials kind of are just like all cynical. I think this is the end result of this. We all knew about that shit.
It was shock content.
Goatsy and like this shock content that was like crazy when the internet was fresh and brand new. That now we're just like, yeah, it's kind of hard to like really shock me. Like, how long has fucking 4chan been around? Or they're gone now, I guess. But like, that shit is like
5chan.
It's not new. It's not new, and it feels like, I know it's different, and you can make differences. You can make arguments about like it being more damaging or whatever. But like you could make this point about like, I don't know, music. Think about how it's always been this trend of things getting more extreme and more out there, and there's a trend of each generation is like, whoa, they're taking it further. We need to kind of rein it in, and we have a responsibility to rein it in to where we feel is reasonable. But also, if we kind of lose that battle, like we should maybe expect, and that might be like okay if like we don't. Again, not binary. They're gonna see it. I don't know how you could have a conversation at home that supersedes everything they're going to hear when they're at school or at other extracurriculars from other people. Like you could over time change the culture of your whole community to where it's like not really popular or not acceptable to talk about these things. But like, and that, like I said, that's a responsibility that you can take up. But yeah, it's kind of a sliding scale. And there's a point where it's like, all right, we're doing our job.
I'm just gonna say this is the exact speech I'm gonna give my son if I ever mistakenly have one. Oh, you think you're a gooner? I've been in this game since I was 6 years old.
Just shame them. Just roast them about it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I gooed for a sunset that I would never see. Gooning is a pure idea.
It is an
So-
art form.
Can I?
Yeah,
can
go
I
ahead. Gooning is
briefly-
my God-given American right.
I hate to break the vibe, but I'm gonna have to nope out of here.
All right, nope, no worries. Have a good night. Appreciate you,
if-
Gorps.
if I
Everybody
could
shout
do
out
a
Gorps.
Slight outro.
Yeah, go ahead. Monologue, brother.
All I have is, first of all, everybody who does not agree with me is gay as fuck.
Hell yeah.
Second of all, I have to do the shout out because this is new for me. We're starting IRL streams lately on my channel. So tomorrow and possibly Sunday we'll do IRL protest streams.
Really?
So I hope to see you all there.
Cheers to that. Good luck. Be safe out there.
What are you protesting?
The protest tomorrow is a. How many slurs can I say on this channel? I won't.
Let's
I
avoid
won't.
slurs.
I won't. A transgender protest. Let's say that.
So you're going to a
Uh,
pro-trans protest? That's really nice.
Yes.
At 2 p.m. Pacific time, my time. So I think that'll be fun. Anyways, I just wanted to shout that out. This conversation was super fun. I liked it. We should do this
Well,
again.
I'm
I'll
going to be
next
here
week.
every Friday. So sounds like a plan. I'll see you then, bud. And
Yeah,
y'all be
let's do it
safe
again.
tomorrow.
No promises. I like to have fun.
All right,
Anyways,
cheers. Take it easy, bud.
Thank you for having us. I'll get the fuck out of here. You guys have fun.
Good night,
Why don't you pop for me while you're there?
Later.
No.
No.
Radish.
So,
He hates
Yep.
me. He wants me dead.
somebody what? Somebody said something, sir?
Yeah, could I touch on you brought that article up. Kay asked me a question a little while ago, and I did want to touch just a bit on that article you had mentioned
Yeah,
about, 'cause
go
that was
ahead.
so recent. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I mean, there were no examples really in the United States that I could draw to, and I was going to say that arguably there should be a little bit more of an understanding of what's going on, because currently what we're seeing, and this has happened to individuals that I know, they've sent pictures out and or just had individuals contacting them about saying that they're gonna leak these sorts of nude photos of them if they don't send them money. And people don't know, women specifically usually is who's this targeted by, don't really have any options in this scenario, because they go to the police, they go to the people, they go to individuals in charge, and they say we can't do anything because there is no law that allows us to do something about this sort of situation. And I think it's a really big conversation, and more regulations surrounding that sort of thing need to be talked about. Thank you, Radish.
Well, and specifically international regulations, right? Like that's the real key there, is because, like you just said, a lot of these things are going across borders, and so it's very difficult for an American government to prosecute a company in Eastern Europe who is holding somebody in Florida hostage financially that way. Right, so
Even in
these are
Canada.
laws that need to be fuck Canada, Canada to
That's what happened
Mexico,
to my
like
friend.
just
They sent
just
somebody
North
pictures
America.
to someone in Canada. Sorry,
Sure. Yeah. No. I'm just saying that again, this is something that needs to be done internationally as well. Like, yes, it's cool that we are fighting it, but I think that the fight needs to probably be bigger. So going back to the idea there, I like I said, I was going to kind of try and move to the next one, because I think we all kind of universally agree that this censorship, well, with the exception of Gorps perhaps, but Gorps is gone now, that we all pretty much universally agree that censorship when it comes to porn, at least to some degree, like in the common decency, but we also kind of, like Boba was sort of touching on there, is that the common decency shifts over time, right? Now, I feel like there, and this is speaking as a progressive, I feel like there can be too much progress. So we do have to keep some sort of reasonable reins on it, but I don't want it to be the any sort of a religious extremist who is the one calling the shots. So the person, like, we need to find a compromise, but all progress has to come at a reasonable rate, right? And so that's it. When it comes to porn, I think we all universally agree that should be throttles on it. There should be some sort of limitations, but it probably shouldn't involve fucking sending a photograph of your driver's license to a porn company. We all agree here?
I'm maybe in a bit of a disagreement here. I think the censorship and restrictions should be as little as possible.
I have to agree, because like, what good can really be gained? Like, people are gonna see what they want to fucking see. We show blood and gore way more abundantly and things that are like objectively worse. We show all kinds of shit to kids. Like, it's a unequal allocation of our energy to say that this is like worse. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really feel like it's the most important thing, frankly.
As little as possible.
It's a conversation with your kids.
Yeah.
Maybe multiple conversations. Yeah. As long as they're exploitative, as long as they're, and if you're gonna watch it, it's a more mature conversation than the one I would have with my 8-year-old about, hey, before you play Fortnite, we should have a quick conversation about what it means to like play with like fake guns and stuff like that. Right? That's a conversation. This is a more mature conversation, but it's still just something to fucking talk about. And like getting away from that responsibility is kind of like legislating people because you're too lazy to parent is kind of what it feels like.
Or feeling like you get to control when that conversation has to happen. Because it seems like you're trying to kick the can down the road. Yeah, exactly. Trying to kick the can down the road. I'm not ready to have that conversation is what they really mean when they say they're not ready to have that conversation.
It's old-timey. That's what I mean when I say it's like a sliding scale. We're making progress now. Yeah, people will kick and dig their heels in, but it's probably moving mostly in one direction over time. But,
yeah. I do want to clarify my what I think is as little as reasonably, again, and reasonably is going to change person to person, but my reasonably is that as long as it's something that you seek out on your own and find that that's in the regulations uphold that, then I'm fine, right? Like if it's like, oh yeah, you can't advertise it on like public TV, fine, right? Like as in like you can't be like, hey, go check out this porno here, right? And or like you can't put it out like posters in public or something like that, and it's not being
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
And it's not being like advertised to kids, same as like the cigarette and like pharmaceuticals thing, where like a lot of countries, like you can't advertise pharmaceuticals and you can't advertise a lot of shit that is like more mature and adult to like kids, like at all, like no cigarettes, no vapes, no alcohol or anything like that. You just can't. Some countries you can't even advertise it at all. But
we have Reagan to thank for this in this country. He relaxed all the laws on what you can advertise to children.
So I think it's more about like if you're worried about like kids getting indoctrinated to that stuff, the two like things I think are the most reasonable stance would be, one, educate the parents on how when to bring their kids into internet and to what level of access to the internet they give them.
Yep.
And then two, just make it where you can't publicly advertise this stuff to children. Or publicly advertise that at all.
I would add a 3, which is, I mean, kind of what we're already doing, which is, go make sure that you prosecute illegal content of non-consensual things or things that, like things that shouldn't be on there to begin with. We got to get better at getting that type of content removed. But I think that's probably not as big of a problem as people say it is. They did change that a lot. I want to say there was something a few years back where they it was one of the big ones. It was like Pornhub, or one of them removed a ton of content. Like it was like all content from unverified users. That was probably good. I mean, it was probably a fucking slot before that. So now,
and it
was a genocide.
Got rid of the most predatory.
I know.
Do you need to keep going much further than that? I don't know if you really need to. That seems pretty. That was like a good move, but policing the. Policing the creators of the porn and the services that host them, as opposed to like IDing the people who try to go and seek out and consume the content. I think it's much better.
Well said. Golf clap. Yeah. Well said.
Yep.
I am curious.
Okay.
We keep talking about regulation. Now this isn't necessarily on the topic of censorship, but it reminded me of this, and I'm so curious to hear. And okay, what is your opinion on abundance? Okay, on the abundance liberal movement.
I haven't read it yet. Fuck.
Abundance of what? Sorry. He says he hasn't read it yet.
The book Abundance. Do you know the Ezra
I haven't read it
Klein-
either. No.
Have you seen the discourse around it?
book.
Damn.
So
I don't think I've read it.
I'll give you my TLDR understanding, and everybody can tell me how far off I am. Basically, the idea is the baseline principle: we have enough things made in the world, and we have enough resources that we should be able to give everybody everything they need, and there should be enough to spread it around. Am I correct?
No, that's
Is
not
that
what.
a
That's not really what abundance is
No?
about.
Yeah, no. I mean
Okay,
that's
well,
not.
what is
that's
it?
just- that might be mentioned in it, but I think a big part of it is, I mean, without getting into the specifics of the policies he's talking about, I think that the discourse seems to be he's placing a little more blame than zero at the feet of the Democrats, saying, pointing to examples like California, where shit, we've been trying to build high-speed rail for like a decade, and why is it not done? Why is there so many barriers? And you could argue that, well, that's democracy working, where you want to put up a bill, someone else is going to fight it, but when there's so many steps of regulations to get through, that nothing can ever get done in any kind of reasonable amount of time, it exacerbates our issues that you have where, like, one president will put a policy, or one governor will put a policy in, and then it's like 3 governors later gets to take credit for. I don't know, like, we get these weird scenarios that just that should be explored more. I think is one of the things that I've seen when he was talking with Sam Cedar, and then I've seen other people I think talking about it. But I think a lot of the conversation seems to be about like, hey, we need to also look at places like Doge is fucking stupid, but also there's places where we do need to look at where we are being wasteful. I will say, though, as far as the federal government goes, I was amazed at how little. I was like, damn, it would be pretty fucking embarrassing, just real quick, if Doge like found like a ton of like waste, fraud, and abuse. Dude, they didn't find shit, and I was like, oh, okay, good on them, I guess. Yeah, they were. Yeah, dude. Oh, it went from we're gonna save $2 trillion, which is bigger than the entire discretionary budget, to like, oh, we found like 150 billion that we're gonna cut, and it's all from like Meals on Wheels and shit like this. Oh, god damn it!
I was gonna
Sorry,
say, like, I think one of
my
the
understanding was it wasn't even close to that number, and that a lot of that was actually just a
that was also
miscalculation.
true.
Yeah.
That was like the best. That was the best that they could reasonably lie. Let me correct myself. Yeah.
I read
Sorry.
they ordered Teslas and then canceled those, and that was like their biggest calculation.
Oh,
of,
man.
how much they had saved.
Okay, well, I guess I'll answer both the interpretations of that book. I guess I think that we could be. I think that with the resources and technology that we have, we could basically be at a almost post-scarcity society if we utilize it effectively. So I don't know. That answers like that first one about like resources that Horsey was
There's
talking
enough
about.
to go around.
I think despite a few there's a few resources that are like scarce on Earth, and we don't have the technology to get it elsewhere, and that's like just naturally scarce. But I
Like
think
land,
that
you said earlier.
I think that most things
Yeah.
are artificially scarce in our society because of the systems that we have in place and the way that we treat the resources. So that's that. And on the other thing about bureaucracy and like resource management within the government, I see even as like low level as the county, I see resources and bureaucracy really fucking up the way that we do everything. Everything takes way too long, and we wait too much resources. The wrong people are getting the contracts. They keep having to come back because they fuck up or they break things, and there's no punishment or any type of anything to prevent this, right? You would think that if you're wasting tax money, you can audit it, or they would have something in place where you get like huge fines. But especially where I live, what they do anytime they fuck up is they just raise more taxes, get money from somewhere else, or some type of bullshit like that. And I do think that if you have a ship that can't easily steer itself and like turn away from the iceberg and course correct, you're going to sink the entire ship. I think it's why we see places like Singapore and Vietnam growing so fast. Other than obviously they start from a bad place, so growing, it didn't take much to get better, right? But I do think that they've been progressively holding a better direction for the country while the U.S. has been, steadily declining because having a government where you can easily and rapidly test things to see what works and doesn't work allows you to, yes, get into trouble a little bit more often, but also just as easily get out of trouble and course correct onto a path that can take you through prosperity pretty fast. And I think that the U.S. is missing that.
That was well
Did
said.
You just
And
say
I just
China
want-
number one.
I
China
want
number
to
one.
one thing on that you made me think of is talking about, you know, the ability to pivot, the ability to adapt and stuff. If you're running so fucking lean that you don't have any abundance, any extra, any surplus, it's not a good position to be in. You don't want to be that lean. You want to have the ability, you want to have like robust services in place and infrastructure in place to be able to like adapt, right? And
little cushion
to
as
try
they
to get
call
rid
it.
of all this. Yeah, you want to have a cushion. You don't want to. We don't need the government to be always profitable, and that's why whenever anyone, including Horseradish, has said to me, "Well, the government's like a business," it's, well, in theory, shouldn't he be able to run like a business? No, it shouldn't be thought of like that. It shouldn't be run like that. Like the furthest fucking thing from that. It's a service to us. It doesn't need to be profitable. The postal service doesn't need to be profitable. Like any of that shit. But the idea that like we need to have, you know, all the money come in, cool. Yeah, we need to have like taxes and all this, but I don't know. Every little facet of it doesn't need to be that way, and this is one where that shouldn't be the main focus.
Yeah, I actually have an example for everybody here to kind of ponder on. I don't remember what country it is. I'll kind of look for it after this, but there's a country where they raised taxes, right, to build a tunnel that was going to that apparently it was like a really long road where they had to detour around this mountain and they want to do a tunnel. So they were like, hey, we're going to raise the taxes to build this tunnel. After the taxes were raised to build the tunnel, they then not only made the tunnel free to access, so no tolls or anything to go through, but they also lowered the taxes back down because they had enough money previously from taxes to uphold maintenance on the tunnel. And the taxes that was raised to create it was just that, to create it. I think having a system that guarantees something like that is kind of needed. And I think that there should also be punishments for misappropriating taxes because...
So fewer general funds and more like specific allocations, I guess?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think you should have a plan on what you're going to do with taxes. If you say you're going to raise the tax, I think all taxes that are said to go towards a service should have a sunset clause to it that needs to be renewed via vote. So let's say like Washington, take a state like Washington where they say they're going to build a light rail or a train and then they don't do it for 5 or 6 years when it was supposed to be a 2-year project, and then they say, hey, we're going to add 3 more fucking taxes on top of the taxes you already paid. No, fuck that. I don't like to see the compounding taxes. I want audits. And not only that, I want a point where if you fail to deliver on the product, I'm not still buying into it. The taxpayer needs a way to bail themselves
Careful,
out
that
of
sounds
it.
like a business.
So yeah, you would
We
you
don't
would
we
like
don't want the government
abundance
to
'cause
run like a business.
a lot
I
of
don't want it to
abundance
run
is
fully like a business. Sorry.
a lot of abundance is about like exactly why can't the government fucking build high speed rail? Why can't we fucking build good subways?
pay
Why
so
can't
much.
we?
We should- there
why
should
do
be enough to do
why does New York pay like twice as much as any other country for building a subway, and it's not even better than any of these other country subways? And like, yeah, the book is all about that, and it does like a lot of people on the far left kind of hate it because, you know, they'll say it's deregulation and things like that, which to an extent part of their solution is yes, deregulating, getting rid of zoning laws in a lot of communities so we can build
The
more fucking
communists
homes.
said they want to get rid of the government.
And,
Well, it's true. You got to deregulate and regulate. There's a lot of regulations
that's
that
what they say, yeah.
need to be in place, such as like with the current transit system we had when we didn't have regulations. Well, you have the thing that happened in Palestine, Ohio, right? Which was caused by something that Pete Buttigieg tried to address multiple times, but was blocked. But then, on the other hand, you have over-regulation that stifles. It's a balancing act. I don't like the overgeneralization of being like, hey, do we have too much regulation? Do we have not enough? It's like, okay, we'll point to something and then we can. Do we have too much over-regulation when it comes to land? Fuck yeah, we do. Fuck yeah, we do. Just absolutely fuck yeah. We have?
Well said. Yeah.
We
We need to be in the
yeah.
specifics.
Does our-
and
We need to be in the specifics now.
Real quick, shout out to Koina for re-educating me about Pete Buttigieg's complicit. What's the word I'm looking for? Not complicity.
Complacency,
It's
maybe?
not complicity, but what's the word I'm looking for? His
compliance.
Yeah, there you go. Complacency. His
Oh.
complacency in regards to the issues in regards to East Palestine. So, because again,
You and I talked
I
about
was.
that too.
Yep, I was of the impression at about the same time. I was of the impression that he was more, that he was more indifferent towards their plight than he actually was. So my bad. But
It's also nobody was asking him to go there and speak from like no one was like, why won't he do a photo op at the place where the train crashed?
Like the Christy Gnome holding the rifle.
Until whoever it was like, hey Trump, you could probably make some, and, like, you know what I mean? Like he decided it was a disgrace, and then people were like, hey, yeah, like, but like no one gave a fuck before that.
The other point I wanted to make real quick to what you had said earlier, Boba, about trying to make things like why are you taking away the comforts, basically. You have to remember that the people who are trying to cut, well, in society, the safety nets, the people that you're talking about want to cut taxes. No, I agree, but they do. That's what I was going to get at. The people who are trying to cut these taxes, the people who are trying to get rid of these programs, are people who actually believe that life should be tougher, that you should have to do without, that builds character. Like, it's that mentality that is the people who are trying to, or who they overlook the obvious ignorant fact that that the elites are the ones who are sucking it all up, right?
And the fact that, again, these are like libertarians, people on the right in red states who are getting subsidized by blue policies, and they don't fucking know, like, acknowledge, they don't engage with this fact, and so it's hard to take it. I don't want to say it seriously, because it is serious, but
but there's enough of them that they sway it.
Endlessly frustrating.
Also, the government being ran like a business thing, I don't care if we say it should be ran as a business or not, but can we at least agree that it should be ran in a direction of like a nonprofit, right? We shouldn't think how much money are we getting out of a service that is meant to provide for people, and rather, is that service being used and funded properly?
Yes.
I agree. Sorry, go ahead.
Even if you cared about that, like, even if that was if he cared about what he said he did, you wouldn't do things like cutting the IRS. And I can't believe I'm like making the argument for like the IRS here, but it's like the most profitable branch of the government, or not branch, most profitable agency that we fucking have. Every dollar that goes in, like $6 you get back. Even if his stated goal was to be more efficient, you wouldn't take actions like that. Because that's not his goal. He's trying to just destabilize us. Yeah. I'm sorry. I keep cutting you off. Continue, please.
No.
Yeah, if that was I had a bit of a question for non-fun. You've mentioned a few things now that have you happened to read Peter Steiner's Affluence, Famine, and Morality?
I'm aware of it. I haven't read the full essay or whatever, but I'm familiar with the arguments made in it, basically.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So I thought you might be. Yeah. And so like I really connected with it. He in his talk that he gave about
educate the rest of us.
Heck yeah, let me. I'll go hunt down a link after I talk a little bit about it.
Give us the TLDR.
And then you can all give your thoughts on it as well. So, at a base, it's basically just the idea that in Western culture specifically, individuals up at the top need to be giving more, and that's just at its base level. And so, I mean, you can look at Elon Musk. He was petitioned. They gave him the opportunity. The United Nations was like, for $6 billion a year, you can solve world hunger. And he was going to sell his shares of Tesla to do that, and he never did. And those are
I feel like I remember that story. Yeah.
Yep. And so at a small level, like so Peter Steiner says, "Oh, in my older age, I become more realistic about the things I can say to people and the things I can expect them to do." And it caught me off guard, because I was like, damn, like, this is the way society is thinking, that like if it's the individual against, the world instead of the community, we the people, as I keep saying, together to, make these regulations, figure out what's going on, re-regulate them, deregulate them, make the appropriate conversation, understanding of what's going on, help each other out to raise communities, to raise the system itself. And so I'll link Peter Steiner's derailing there a bit. So if people have thoughts on that,
The
go ahead and I'll
problem
link that in chat.
the problem there is that the only thing we have is a representative government, and the problem becomes we know for a fact that the representatives are literally just telling us what we want to hear, and that ultimately they're going to bend the knee to their corporate donors, and they're going to do what they are told by the people who put them into office. So in an ideal world where we could actually take money out of politics, where bribery was actually illegal in our political system, then yes, the people would be represented. We would actually be able to make the changes necessary. But right now, that's just simply not the fucking way it works. And even even the purest among them, we watch them as they get corrupted. So,
I mean, we had, despite whatever corporate lobbying, might exist or whatever, I mean, we had USA ID, and that was funding programs in the third world to save, potentially millions of lives in these third world countries. And that was all mostly charity. I mean, they might have had some, soft power imperialist goals or whatever, but a lot of that was, just charity, just helping people, because it's a lot, it's a lot cheaper to help people in these foreign countries than it is to help in the U.S. So you can save millions of lives in Africa way easier than you can save,
people don't understand the economics on that one.
I would
it's a reason to subsidize our farmers.
Yeah, I wouldn't downplay the soft power part of that, though. Like, I wouldn't downplay the influence part. That's a big deal.
I mean, even people who want to be American first should agree that that's a good thing. That having good influence and goodwill in all these potentially, I mean, even if you're just looking at a total pragmatic basis, like there's so many resources and potential allies in these areas, why would you not want to be on good terms with them? And if you don't, and the people, the things that everyone claims to be afraid about is like, they're just going to go to China. Like, look at, we just kicked out all of the foreign students out of Harvard, and China was like, come on in.
We'll take you.
Like, what are we doing? It's not, these things don't exist in a vacuum.
Nope.
It's actually one good moral thing we're doing, and beyond being a moral good, it's like, it's the soft power thing. Like, it helps. It's a good thing in every way. It's very inexpensive to do it.
I have to go to bed soon. I have to maintain a somewhat normal sleep schedule. But
no, I'm actually about to call it because it's midnight. But we'll closing arguments, people.
24 hours.
We're going to set this up. I appreciate everybody showing up first of all. But go ahead, close it down for us. Non-final first.
Well, we're talking about charity, okay, and Peter Singer and all that. The best charity you can donate to, I donate to it. We should all donate to it. It's called the Shrimp Welfare Project. All right, currently, millions upon millions upon billions of shrimp every year are killed by simply being put into, basically they're alive, they're put on the ice, and they're covered in ice, and they slowly freeze and suffocate to death at over the span of 20 minutes or whatever. Horrible way for these shrimp to die, okay?
It feels like you're reading me an AI paragraph about shrimp.
Right?
There's a simple, there is a blog post about this that I pulled up because I want to cite a specific thing from it. But there is a very simple solution. Okay, we have the technology to stun these shrimp painlessly before we let them suffocate. Okay, it just in the Shrimp Welfare Project, for just $1, for just $1, you can let the Shrimp Welfare Project provide enough stunners to stun 1,500 shrimp a year, okay? And now I know what you guys are thinking. I don't give a fuck about shrimp. Are shrimp even sentient? Do they even know they exist? Probably.
I'm thinking
studies on this.
I care a lot about
actively hate shrimp.
I think the minimum donation is $5, but so we have studies on this. The average estimate of how much shrimp suffer is that they can suffer 3.1% as intensely as humans do, which is not a lot. But remember, for just $1, you're saving 1,500 shrimp, okay? So that is equal to anesthetizing.
You're not saving them, right? You just said you're killing them humanely.
Well, you're killing them more humanely. That is equal to
saving them suffer.
You're saving them from a painful death. They still die, but it's not as painful a death. That's equal to saving.
Why wouldn't you just donate to ending shrimp cocktails?
Well, if we could do that, that'd be preferable, I guess. But that's not happening anytime soon. But just $1 donated to the Shrimp Welfare Project, it eliminates as much suffering as stopping or anesthetizing 46.5 humans before they before they are killed at freezing temperatures. That's a ton of suffering reduced. And that's if you accept the average estimate of 3.1% as intense suffering. The median estimate, which is probably a better estimate, is actually that they can suffer about 19% as intensely as humans do. So if you want to get the most bang for your buck, reduce the most suffering in the world, donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project. You can save millions of shrimp every year.
This dude's karma farming.
Yeah, I really can't believe that just happened.
I love that.
Shrimp
that
fry
Yes,
welfare.
yes.
There's
I
no
love
fucking
that.
way he did.
I will
Anyway.
say that if I was going to donate to such a thing, I would make the point that I do believe morality is on a scale based with your capacity for intelligence to a certain degree, at least like interracial, and I don't or interspecies, I should say. Interspecies. Yeah, clip it. But like a shrimp, I don't think has the brain capacity to be like. Yeah, you should try to kill them humanely, but I don't think one shrimp equals one human. I'm not that much.
No.
of a hippie.
He was very clear. No, he was very clear about his mathematical prowess. It was
I don't. Okay, sure.
3.1%
I
of
don't agree with the scale.
So,
I don't agree with the scale.
you know,
I
in
still
my
think the scale is-
opinion,
yeah.
Yeah, so in
I
my
don't think you
opinion,
Very hard
One-
numbers were thrown out.
There
Yeah,
is a
so-
number,
so-
right? If it was
Yeah, I
1
mean-
million shrimp to one person, then I'd start to think. But I don't know.
exactly.
1,000,
So I mean, I would say, like, in my
1,500,
opinion, like
bro.
1 unit of suffering is kind of equal across species, right? Like, it's probably
one unit
just as
of
bad to
one
cause
suffering
a
unit. Okay.
one
got it,
suffering
got it.
unit, yeah. But like,
It's
even if
sounding
you care
very
about human
communist.
suffering more, like I would still say there's value. There is just value in reducing the total amount of
Yeah.
suffering in the world, even if it isn't human suffering you're reducing. In a Shrimp Welfare Project, it's just the best way to do that. It's so you can save
But is the
so
suffering
many
for the
shrimp.
greater well-being? For the greater
Well,
good?
no.
That's
Well,
what really
I mean,
matters.
no. I don't see how
The
you can make
shrimp
that
are
argument.
suffering for the greater good.
How could you can't really make that argument because you still eat the shrimp after you
cocktails
kill
are
after
good.
you stun them. Yeah, so you could make the
Now,
argument.
Let me ask you a question.
So
Let me ask you a question. No. Since
Sure.
you brought it up, I have an honest question here, Non-Fun.
Mhm.
There are some species that actually, when they're scared, taste better. Are you sure that the suffering doesn't actually increase or improve the flavor of that shrimp?
I mean, I'm
Has there been a
90%.
They would have
study-
changed the argument for you.
I'm
I don't
90%
eat
sandwich you
motherfuckers.
didn't make.
It's literally the cockroach of the ocean, so I don't touch them. So this is
I
irrelevant
like
to
it
me.
when they scream.
I mean, it
makes
would-
it taste better.
What did you say, Koina?
Oh, was that?
What did you say, Koina?
Oh, like it's just like the sandwich that you didn't make. It just tastes better.
It just tastes better, yeah, exactly. Well, no, because I feel like there in some species, or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe if they get scared, they taste worse or something like that. There's some that poison themselves.
That's with meat. Like you don't want your
Yeah.
deer
Or
or
fish.
something. You want to kill your deer in like one
don't have to be
shot or
afraid. You don't-
buck.
yeah.
Sneak up on it.
Because
Gotcha.
if they're
Because-
tense, the muscles are all tense and it's tougher.
Yeah, but you
Not
shouldn't
only
eat
that,
meat
I mean-
anyway
stress
because it's wrong.
hormones
But anyway,
make-
yeah,
like,
exactly. Like I would doubt,
Oh
like
my gosh,
you know,
oh my God.
I would doubt that the shrimp actually taste any worse if they're stunned before they died. I don't think there's certainly I would say you don't have any evidence to that effect, and really the burden would be on you. But regardless,
Sure,
like
sure,
I would
sure.
still, I mean, I would still hold that it is wrong to unnecessarily cause suffering to shrimp just to eat them, when instead you could just not eat meat.
I was going to say, are you a vegetarian, Non-Fun?
I am. I would say like I mean I'm philosophically vegan. I'm dietarily vegetarian. I'm working on to dietarily vegan, but we'll get there. Okay.
Right
Yo,
on.
welcome to
Well,
the pack, Non-Fun. I didn't know you're based.
Save the shrimp, I guess. Yeah. No,
Exactly.
so yeah. All right. So, Spelt this. Go ahead and give us
I
our
like
closing
steak.
thoughts. Closing outro.
You know,
Yeah, hopefully it's better than the shrimp.
I don't know if I can beat shrimp, shrimp on the Barbie, but yeah, hopefully I can come back again. We can have some conversations about like communism, capitalism. You're what you said that last. I wanted to make some comments on, and just while Gorp was here, I wanted to add some things to say about capitalism, and I thought it'd be a really good conversation. And so I really like the topic that you picked today, and like the quote that I talk about of universal discourse. Another streamer that I hang out with and do panels with. When your words are violent, it's not long until
I don't actually know where I stand on that argument, Starfuse. I've seen the same guy who actually wrote the argument about the Shrimp Welfare Project. It has a blog post about insect suffering. I haven't read it, but I could see the argument of reducing wild suffering by some limited destruction of wildlife, or some vegans will say we need to kill odd order predators. It just depends.
And that's where we come together to get these regulations down and figure out what we do about violence in words. And so you can come check me out on my channel. I spelled this wrong if you want. And I'll leave it with that.
Say something in chat so people can click your name as well. Same for you, Non-Fun. Say something in chat so people can click your name. And yeah, cheers to all of that. Boba, tell us some closing thoughts and where we can find you.
I don't have anything to say.
You're here every Sunday.
I'm here. I'm here for the outcome. I'm around.
All right. Okay, you got any closing thoughts?
I'll start streaming soon, but yeah, I'm just moving into this new spot. But
well,
I don't know.
The camera looks good. So.
It's fun. I like chatting when I'm tipsy, so I'll keep doing it.
Well, we'll be here next Friday too. Kay, how you doing, buddy? Tell us your last closing thoughts. Tell us where we can find you.
All right. You can find me on Twitch in OK Life. I'll say something in chat. I'll just say hi.
Click that name.
So, only thing I have for everybody is make sure to invest in stocks if you want any economic future in America. Learn to grow food and cook food. It's good for you. You should know this. If you don't, then you've failed. And you should learn that, like now.
And try to buy gold, buy.
Try to pick up another skill if you can on top of that. I mean, those are just like defaults. Like you should know that, but try to learn something else like crocheting, another language, medical care, like just things like that. They'll keep you alive and keep you well and help the community. It's going to be needed in the future, whether things fully go to shit or not. It's just something that will save your life and others down the road. So.
But mostly pay into an IRA and ETF funds.
Do those in equal measure. All right, cheers to that. Game Boy, are you still with us or did you fall asleep? You ain't talked in a hot minute.
He hasn't talked since I've been in here.
Yeah.
Hey, what can we do? I feel like we didn't talk about freedom of speech much, but
my camera died. Good timing for my camera to
that's
die.
all right.
I guess.
This was the first
my
one,
phone
and I knew it was going to diverge. I knew that it was going to devolve. I knew it was going to go off the rails. I was drinking, so
it's everybody's bedtime or something.
Yeah, kind of. Well, I mean, it's my stop having to be clever and interesting time. So there's a good chance I'm going to meet you in Schedule 1 here in just a few minutes. So.
Okay. I'll close Tarkov and get ready for that then. Shit.
There you go. So Game Boy, closing thoughts and about freedom of speech. What did we not get to say?
I feel like every argument we had was the argument against, well, is the consequences good or the action good? But you can find me on rumbletv.anoklife, so pop me a follow.
God, I love that. Coin, any last thoughts?
I think the only real disagreement people had was with Gorp's opinion on the Civil Rights Act, which I'll put my thoughts in. That's stupid. Principled, I'll give him that, but stupid. In regard to the questions on the panel, I joined a little bit late, but like when can words be considered violence? I think there's a couple like tests that have already been litigated in case law. Radish kind of brought it up before, Brandenburg versus Ohio with imminent lawless action. I think in the end, like in relation to James Comey and the 8647 stuff, you can look at you can look at Watts v. United States, and that's a case where someone made a claim, pretty much like, if I'm gonna get drafted, I'm not gonna go. If they ever make me carry a rifle, the first man I want in my sights is LBJ, the sitting president. They found that as political hyperbole and protected speech. So I think if that doesn't pass the bar, I don't think posting 4 numbers is going to pass the bar.
I think you could go even more recent. I don't know if it came up, but what about them erecting a gallows on Jan 6th and hang Mike Pence?
Well, I don't think that got. Well, this is like Supreme Court case law. Like they ruled on it. Like, I don't know if the gallows.
Sure, I guess my point is this being more recent and also. I would say.
Yeah, but yeah, if someone says this is political violence, like they're just a fucking.
You would have to.
Like,
yeah, exactly.
There's much more egregious examples on the other side. In regard to BDS stuff, I think that there's two things that have already been litigated more recently. That there's one case in Texas where I think it was like a teacher was compelled to make a statement to like remain employed, and that was deemed unconstitutional, compelled speech. But there's another case I think in Arkansas that was upheld because the anti-BDS law wasn't compelling speech; it was just kind of regulating commercial conduct or commercial speech, which is one of those other things that's kind of less protected than other forms of speech. So, yeah, I think principally I'm against it. But case law, I'd need to read more to know like their reasoning. It's probably bullshit, but I'd need to know the reasoning to say one way or another.
Word.
Appreciate that.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, I was about to say from the big wrinkly brain. Moss, any thoughts? Any last closing perspectives or opinions?
No.
Right on. Well, yeah, that's
Mic drop.
the best answer there. So I appreciate every one of y'all showing up, and I'm gonna go ahead and rate us out to somebody who looks even more stoned than us. But I appreciate everybody hanging out. Again, everybody's welcome back. It was good sitting here bullshitting with y'all, even if even if we got off topic. It doesn't really matter to me.
I don't even know what the topic was.
Yeah, it was supposed to be about censorship, but really it just came out to whatever. So.
Well, Gorbs would probably argue that forcing someone to, do business is a form of censorship or some bullshit like that, right?
Based
Yeah,
opinion
probably
from
something like
Gorps wants to. What did I see that publicize or public health option or something like that?
Yeah.
He would make that not privatized, at least in his eyes, because it's guaranteed.
Yeah. At least there's that.
That was the one private exception.
Inconsistencies here, but let's not talk ill of the man when he's not here. But yes,
I was gonna
interesting
say repeal
conversation.
the 14th, but I thought
dear
that was
God.
gonna get me in trouble.
Okay,
Yeah.
I gotta go, boys.
You
I'm
can't
sure I'll be back
force a
next
man
week.
to get rid of his property, even if it's another man.
Oh.
All right.
See you guys next
yeah,
week.
No. And on that note, everybody, thanks again, boys and girls. Good night, and I'll see y'all later. Doot doot.
Good night.
Okay. I'm curious who is Horseradish gonna raid into. I think it'd be funny to raid into the same person. What the fuck? What the fuck? Who else I could raid to Caterino? I guess I'll raid into fucking Caterino, boys. I don't know. No offense to that dude. I don't think he's quite what I was looking for. Okay, on Twitch, you're heading over to Caterino. On YouTube, you're heading over to my good friend, the Princess. Okay, so love streaming. Love to go post your stream. Camera's dead right now, but I'll see you guys probably tomorrow. No promises on tomorrow, because I do have to edit. But we'll see, either tomorrow or the day after for sure. Yeah. Love you guys. Subscribe if you haven't. See you guys. Love you. See ya. Love you. See you. Bye.